Somebody ought to lift your voice and celebrate. If you know he's been good, you say, he's holy, he's holy, he's holy, he's holy, awesome. Somebody ought to lift your voice and testify. If you know he's been good, you say, he's great, he's great, he's great, he's great, he's great.
I just can't believe these guys.
Somebody ought to lift your voice and testify.
Start supposed to show me this. I left at 11:45, 10:45. The task was show. Like, this is what is mine. Now this thing doesn't show. Nobody else in here. Are you ready upstairs? You ready for go out? But then we're not. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ABCA S40 Cricket Tournament Finals 2022. Match today will be played between PIC Liberta, BlackHawks and Piggotts Crushers. This will be the final match of what has been a very competitive tournament in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association Tournament 2022. The news is from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds that the toss was thrown and Piggotts Crushers won the toss and chose to give the first strike to the Liberta, PIC Liberta BlackHawks. The umpires are out on the field and now await the arrival of the Piggotts team. I don't know what is keeping them back, but they're taking the field first. And we'll just wait. That we will have the lineup for you. We'll have both teams for you in a minute. The commentaries today will be started by myself, Leon Kumaradney, and Seth Burton. We just await the final 11 of both teams and await of the. So it's the umpires of Phoenix Augustine and Michael Lowry. Umpires, and the third umpire is Shekels, I think. Shekels, Lowry, umpire Lowry, and Augusti. And Shekels and the match referee. So we hope to have a competitive match today. From the semi-finals, the matches has been very competitive. And from the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association standpoint, we wish to thank all the clubs for their participation in this year's tournament. I don't know what is keeping back the Piggotts field from taking the team, but it's already 3 minutes past 11 o'clock. They have won the toss and decided to give first strike to PIC Liberta BlackHawks. Welcome, Seth Burton.
Morning, Leon Rodney. Good morning to our listeners or viewers wherever you are. We are delighted to be here. It is the grand finale. All that the players would have played for all year so far. 40 overs of exciting and entertaining cricket is being anticipated here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds here in Antigua, an international venue. The Piggotts Crushers team winning the toss and decided to insert the PIC Liberta BlackHawks. I'm not quite sure how that would turn out. So the PIC players are being led by Edroy Francis Jr. The 11 includes Damari Benter, Kadeem Henry, Greg Gershom, Philip, Thierry Moore, pretty much one of their leading fast bowlers. Vincent Shadrack Jr., pretty much a potent fast bowler there. Also Malik Walsh in that lineup. Trevorson Atley, another fast bowler. Brandon Jean-Baptiste. Greg Skeppel, the veteran, still playing amazing stuff. And Javier Drew, also an outstanding youth of the past coming into maturity. This team being coached by, well, in fact, Mr. Frederick himself, Johnny Frederick. Then you have the Liberta BlackHawks, who are flying high, and they are led, in fact, by Kareem Agor, the USA professional player. Kareem Agor. Also included in the squad, Kadeem Phillip, Regis Burton, Avia Christian, Yuri Smith, Amal Nathaniel, Joshua Thomas, Wilden Cornwall Jr., Meandre James, and they also have brought in two of the veteran players who have been training with the Leeward Islands team, Kofi James, the Leeward Islands player, and the international player, Rakeem Jimbo Cornwall, completing the Liberta 11. So Piggotts winning the toss, inserting Liberta to bat. The umpires here are Ogis and Laurie. And it looks like, well, in fact, we had temporary sunshine, but it's overcast conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. Kuma, the umpires are ready. The players are ready to have a go. Piggotts in the orange and yellow stripes. And of course, the Liberta BlackHawks will be arriving. I guess the openers will be coming out of the eastern corner in just a while.
Yeah, just to remind listeners, you can also share that this can be viewed on the ABCA Facebook page at ABCA Cricket and on Cricket Antigua on YouTube. And you can share that. We usually share the scorecard as soon as the link for the scorecard, for the live scorecard comes up. We will also share that on the Facebook page and via the necessary other media platforms. It seems like Kofi James to me.
So the return of Kofi James,
It seems like
after
Kofi.
his stint with the Leewards, he's going out with Avia Christian. Kofi James leading the march with his number 23. Avia Christian, the shorter of the two players, slightly shorter, but also the thicker in build. He is the both right-handed batsmen, so Liberta being bolstered by the return of Kofi James and also Rakeem Jimbo Cornwall. They would not have played with them due to their commitments at the Leewards level. However, they are notable, and it looks like Shadrach Jr., Vincent Shadrach Jr. with number 69 on his back, who will be the man opening the bowling for the Piggotts Crushers team. So Dimari Benter, the Leewards on the 19 player, doing wicket-keeping duties, following in the footprints of his brother. And somewhat surprising, we had a conversation just 2 weeks ago. He was saying he was wicket-keeping, but I think Kuma, he's a very useful leg spinner. In fact, having the potential of bowling good medium pace, having played with him over time. But here is Vincent Shadrach Jr. to Kofi James. First delivery, defense on the BlackHawks part. Greg Skeppel is still around. Feeling
if that's how he feels good about it, so may it be. But it's the choice that the clubs made. And sometimes maybe some of us start playing a little bit too early. Maybe that is a good help for the youngsters to have somebody like Greg around. He has played for Antigua and has vast experience.
Shadrach Jr. James allows that one outside the some wide signal by the umpire. I saw some late away movements. The batsman really did not play, but it's a tight one. Shadrach Jr. walks back, and Liberta BlackHawks getting off the mark.
Yeah, from this distance, we don't have the luxury of a replay, but I'm not sure that. Well, the umpire is always in the best position. Let me just put it that way.
Piggotts will be fancying their chances here. Oh, they're coming through. Trouble here. The return does not hit the stump because there was Avia Christian running down for some reason or the other. Kofi James had just come forward and played it short into the offside. And I don't know where Avia Christian was going. An opportunity, I think, going begging, because that should have been a run out.
Yeah, well, even the way in which the fielder seems to be Kadim. Yeah, Karim. It's Kadim Henry. Kadim Henry is the one that picked up the ball, isn't it? Or Kadim Henry keeping?
Yes, so there is just a correction, our listeners.
So Demari Bento was the one who,
the ball and
tried to
figure.
Execute the one out. Very poor way of trying to execute the one out. I don't think that would have ever happened, but at least he tried.
Perhaps he didn't see anyone backing up on the onside, because knowing him, he would have gone for a real throw and not a toss. But Kadim Henry has been in the thick of things in terms of run scoring and also wicket taking. But he's perhaps a reverse of roles today. Just outside the off-stump. Second run scorer so far in this Super 40 in terms of a mass of runs, in terms of aggregate, and one of the leading wicket takers. But he has reverted to...
One of the good news that I'm hearing set that West Indies need 27 to win the test match and would take the series 1-0 versus England.
Well, I told somebody that 25 last night, that I was looking for 25 runs, so I'm just 2 runs off.
That's good. That's good news. And the ladies has finally found themselves in the semi-finals by
thanks
Australia.
to South Africa.
Yeah,
thanks to South Africa.
Whosoever would have executed, it's not Australia would have beat India, I think.
No,
Australia.
South Africa would have beaten India. And here is the irony.
Right.
India scored 274 and South Africa got to 275 from the last ball of the 50 overs.
Listen, no matter what, how you get in, you get in. As they say, a win is a win.
Win is a win, but I know we would have to have some improved performances, especially on the batting side.
Well, the thing about it, when you get to a semi-finals, it's on the day. Anything can happen, and that's just how sport goes.
The truth is, they have the matching qualities, at least in the top 3, against any batting team in the world. But consistency is a factor. Shadrach Jr., Kofi James, in fact, Avia Christian is walking into that. Quiet start here for the BlackHawks. 2 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, good start by Piggotts. How much they will be able to maintain that level of line and length and some level of consistency by avoiding the BlackHawks to get off to a very good start. We will see that sometime later as the game continues. It seemed like if they will be starting with the leg spin of the Mari Benta. Maybe it's not a bad move. I mean, when you get to this game, to finals, what you have to do, you have to play your game, and don't worry about the other team. Let the other team play their game. You have to play your game. So if this is your game plan, go with your game plan, and how well you execute it will determine how well you do.
Well, could also be a surprise factor, because as I told you 2 weeks ago, Demari was telling me he was wicket keeping. I told him, no, your bowling is your strength.
I am not sure that I agree with you at all.
Well, we will debate
I'm not
that
sure.
all the
I'm
time.
not sure that I agree with you. What I will say, it's good to know that he has those kind of qualities, good all-round capabilities, and I'm sure that it will eventually show what would be his craft.
Oh, lovely delivery. Kofi James dabs it down to first slip, no run, keeping the veteran player quiet after 2 deliveries. He has a sense of competitive edge, Demari Benta. On the stumps this time, the variation is what you want in this type of game. Walks in the splitting image of his father. Has continued along with his brother, who now plays for Bethesda. Kofi James whipping this one across the line. Advised. In the end, he got it out to Greg Skeppel. So Benta has been keeping things quiet. No run, 4th delivery. So when you find yourself as an all-rounder, I think your best all-round role is the batting and bowling role. unless there are huge opportunities in wicket keeping. This time Kofi James works this one and gets the single. First run off Benter's bowling, and actually the over comes to an end. 1 run from over number 2. BlackHawks 3 without loss.
Yeah, very good start by Piggotts. BlackHawks obviously want to get a good foundation. Also, they have a good batting stock with Gore to come, and they also have Kadim in good form. So Piggotts will have to try and stay on the P's and Q's, because this PIC Liberta BlackHawks team, they've known to win, and obviously they also have the luxury of Jimbo in the team, so they will have to try and stick to the guns. Piggotts stick to the game plan, try and make sure that they stop every ball in the field and take the catches when they get it.
Whipped off the pads out court.
Just talking about catches, and that there goes the caught in at backward square there. Kofi James just flicking it off the pads and out caught.
Jason Rodney taking the catch. Kuma Rodney, that certainly was a lazy shot on the part of Kofi James. I would tell you, the ball did pitch on stump and it was heading down the leg side. A shot had to be played, but I think Kofi James was a bit late on the shot. The aim should have been going over mid-wicket or going fine, playing it late, but I think he got stuck maybe in indecision and just lobbed an easy catch to Rodney. The BlackHawks are on their back foot at this. In fact, the Crushers are on their back foot.
Yes, a kind of lazy shot, but again, you cannot hit those catches to anybody named Rodney.
That was so simple, Kuma.
No matter what, you don't hit catches to anybody with the name Rodney. But it's a good start by Piggotts. I'm sure that they're elated about it. But again, they cannot just sit back and feel that they get Kofi James, because you don't want to get in a complacent manner. And knowing that Kofi is one of the big guns and expected to do well for the BlackHawks, you do not want to sit back and feel because you're out Kofi that you can make inroads. You have to stick to your guns, stick to your plans, hit your line and your length on a consistent basis, because the BlackHawks has a reasonable good batting lineup, and you take nothing for granted with Jimbo in your team, Kadim, Phillip, and Gore.
So Yuri Smith, the number 3, comes out, not a right-hander. Vincent Shedrack Jr. is a very wily customer. He comes in, Smith comes forward, and Piggotts, you can see the energy being generated after taking that wicket. Vincent Shedrack Jr. striking with his first ball of the second over. Before this, he had one coming off the bat, and he also had one scored off the bat. He's doing remarkably well, holding his line, keeping the ball up, got both away movement and inward movement. Let's see how Yuri Smith measures up. This time he squeezes it out. This one, very well on the stumps. Smith tightening Piggotts. Their decision to insert the BlackHawks is paying dividends so far.
Thus far, you'll want to believe that they have made the right call. But again, it's how well they're going to maintain and see the consistency. But we'll have to say, yes, that it seems after picking up an early wicket in the third over that they would have made the right call thus far.
Down the leg side, Smith flicks at that. The wicket keeper did not gather. So umpire signals leg by. Score moves up to 4. 2 extras in the 4, a wide and the leg by. Kofi James getting 2 runs before he was caught by Rodney off the bowling of Vincent Shedrack Jr. for 2. So Avia Christian, who comes up to face, is yet to get off the mark. Both batters are on naught. They would like to get decent scores. Shedrack Jr. comes in down the leg side. Christian whips it at it. Wide signal by the umpire. So Shedrack Jr.
That's a good attempt by Avia, I think, and you're playing those shots. You want to play it hard. I guess if Kofi has done something like that, that ball would have gone away for 4. I just want to say that this commentary should be going via WTP, and so I'm sure that the people in Liberta should be listening and backing the team.
Shadrach Jr. Christian works it off the pads, exploring the possibility, but retreats. Rodney feeling. So let's look at the field for Shadrach Jr. He has a slip, a third man, a backward point, cover, an extra cover, all short and mid off, all short on the offside, and then on the onside, short, well, a deep mid on. Greg Skeppel unsighted here by the brace for the stand, and Rodney is at short backward of square, and there is a fine leg on the boundary. Shadrach Jr. comes in, whipped away nicely by Avia Christian. 4 runs, beats the fielder coming around from fine leg to long leg, and Avia Christian opens his account decisively with the 4. It is 9 for 1 after 3 overs. Liberta BlackHawks.
Yeah, that's a very good shot by Avia. Shadrach just going into the pads, as we would have said in the old time days, do not come into that sole leg area, and he just flicked it away, rightfully so, behind square. The ball went away for 4. Good shot. Just something that the PIC Liberta BlackHawks needed this time after losing a wicket in the 3rd over. But a good start still by Piggotts Crushers. I will just take my leave now, and Anthony Martin will replace me.
So Damari Benter, perhaps trying to pattern the man who is next to my right. They say nobody can pattern Iroots Martin, but Damari Benter is trying his little leg spinners here. Has been effective. Good one on this occasion, went straight through. Good morning, Mr. Martin.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning to our listeners.
Damari Benter, right arm, trying to do some little leggies there. Worked off the pad. Shadrach Jr. is at short back of the square. So Benter held up things nicely. I thought that his pressure in keeping Kofi James may have been responsible for his initial downfall. This time, Yuri Spit cuts the ball because he bowled 5 consecutive deliveries without Kofi James scoring a run. And once Kofi James got down to the other end, he was uncertain as to whether to attack or to defend. This time, Yuri Smith sweeps at this one. They get a run here. The BlackHawks, no signal from the umpire. So the BlackHawks move on to double figures. 10 for 1. Yuri Smith getting off the mark. And Avia Christian will be facing the spin of Damari Benter for the first time. It was Kofi James who faced all 6 of his over. Got a single on the last, and then in the with the first ball of the 3rd over from Shadrach Jr. gave it away. Here is Christian nicely glancing this one. It will go into the boundary. In fact, Shadrach Jr. gave up the chase long time. I am not quite sure if he should have given up the chase. I know it was going down the hill, but I think perhaps an effort may have pulled it up inside. Nevertheless, Christian moves on to 8, and the BlackHawks up to 14 for 1.
Yeah, very good shot there from Christian. The bowler just guilty of just putting it a little bit too straight, and it was dealt with. Very good shot there from Christian.
So we're into over number 4, and Christian comes forward. Looks solid in defense. Quite a key component to the BlackHawks team after 4 overs. 14 for 1. Your views?
Well, still not a bad start by the Liberta BlackHawks, even though they would have lost an early wicket. Still going at anything like 5, just under 5 runs per over. Just under 5 runs per over, that's still good going. And even though they would have lost the wicket, just for these 2 batters now to consolidate and, try to establish a partnership, because it's still early days. No need for any risk at the moment. You could, just play some normal cricket.
Your thoughts on the combination of pace and spin in opening the attack here? Shadrach Jr. is ready. Oh, that's a good one. There was Yuri Smith playing inside the line, I think, at the end of the day. But he was a bit uncertain coming onto that front foot, and that ball went straight through to Henry.
Well, my thought on the pace and spin, it's not a bad one. You know, there's a little bit of moisture in the turf, and, you know, the spinners could also extract some bounce and turn, and, you know, good seam movement from the pacer as well when you hit the good areas.
Shadrach Jr. Smith comes forward, and they are a bit indecisive in that single. Start and stop in the end. Christian retreated. Greg Skeppel is still out there, I would.
He's doing well.
You'd have played together in the past for the national team?
Yes, when I was just entering the national team, those guys were basically on their way out, you know. So,
but he's still in, man.
And he's still in it.
He has returned. The love of cricket, the love of sport. Here is Shadrach Jr. Oh, this one hiked nicely by Avia Christian. One bounce into the mid-wicket, the straight mid-wicket boundary. And that is for, in fact, it's not Christian, but it looks like Yuri Smith. I think the shot was on. There is no one on the boundary area. You go over the top, you're safe. Now, if they were a long on or a straight mid-wicket, then the batsman would not have played that shot.
Yes, a very good shot. You know, when you're batting, you have to look on the field placement as well. And when they pitch in that sort of area that you could exploit your shot, then you just go at it.
Shadrach Jr., let's see how he responds. Outside the off stump, Yuri Smith goes back and cracks it. Giving away a single. In the end, Elroy Francis Jr., the captain, at the short extra cover position. In fact, it was on the bounce to him, and he saw that Avia Christian was out of his crease, fired at the stumps. Greg Skeppel backed up but couldn't really hold it.
I don't think there was a need for that, you know, because even though that would have hit the stump, still not out.
Still not out, that's right. Here is Shadrach Jr. with the slip, the third man, backward point. Point, cover, interesting field setting, deep mid off, deep mid on. Man forward of square. This time it's pulled nicely with authority by Avia Christian. 4 runs forward of square. He was on the front foot on that occasion, and he did not mince matters. He really had the full blade in a horizontal manner, and a good response from Christian.
Yes, another very good shot there from Christian. You know, got on top of the bounce there and played it very well. But look at it this way. Christian was supposed to be the non-striker, because giving away a single. You get punished for that.
Exactly. Sometimes a little mistake makes a big difference in cricket. Sometimes the difference between winning and losing a game. Here is Christian facing up to Shadrach Jr. Comes forward and plays it nicely, just rolls and strolls. Not forcing the shot, just rolling over the risk and getting it into the onside for a single. Rotating the strike nicely after 5 overs. The BlackHawks 24 for 1. Christian leading the charge on 13. Yuri Smith on 6. The batsman to have departed, Kofi James, for 2 when he was caught at short square leg by Rodney off the bowling of Shadrach Jr. So quite some consolidation here from the BlackHawks after losing their first wicket with the score on 4.
Yes, a good little partnership building here, and you know the BlackHawks would really need this after losing Kofi James, and we all know Kofi James, who just got back from St. Kitts, you know, who was down there training, and you know that would have been a good addition to the Liberta BlackHawks team, and so happened he never really got off where the batting is concerned.
Interestingly, when you're a big player and you just come off to represent your club team, the expectations are high. And when you fail, it's a huge disappointment.
Well, the good thing about Kofi James, he's an all-rounder, so he can look forward to the ball now. Very early.
That's right. You have something else to come with.
Exactly.
You have multiple dimensions.
He can be a match winner as well.
Yes, there's some players, they lose, they're out, and then that's it. Exactly. The rest is sitting on the sidelines. Here is Trevinson Attlee. Fast bowler formerly of the Empire team, starts with a wide. Just a warm-up delivery. Well, you're a leg spinner, but I think going through the mind of a bowler is a bowler. Before you come on to bowl, I don't believe in bowling a warm-up delivery. I believe in being warmed up
Yes,
and start it right.
Yes, you're correct. As a bowler, you should always be ready.
That's right. You know anything is happening. You're doing those stretches. You're keeping the body. You're twirling the arm. But that was a warm-up delivery and a wide. Here is he trying to make amends, guided just by a good return. Well, in fact, didn't hit the stumps, but the intent was clear.
What I find with the Piggotts Crushers fielders, they're a bit lackadaisical. They're not attacking, too many easy singles. Not to say that the batsmen are not rotating the strike and doing well running between the wickets, but I'm saying they just give them that little extra bit of time in order to complete the run.
There is something in cricket I see that is phasing out. The idea of walking in with the bowler. When you're at mid-on, mid-off and certain positions, you see Demari Bentage doing that. You don't see it all around. An attempted cut by Yuri Smith, beaten in the end, the ball going through, but it adds energy to the fielding. Also gives you the advantage when trying to cut out that single, when trying to keep the batsmen in their stake. I'm watching the West Indies women. We have had the opportunity of following them for the last 2 years because of engagement to some extent with them. What I have discovered is that they're feeling pretty well, but they're just not walking in at critical times, and people can just squeeze a few saying, oh, this is a horrible delivery. This one was both pitch wide and it went wider. The umpire had no choice but to signal wide. So at least struggling with his line.
Just because you can't still be bowling warming up
Precisely.
deliveries at the third or fourth delivery in your over.
In a final.
That should not be.
In a final, you should be. Even though you're spinner eye roots, I know you would not go on trying a warm-up delivery when you're bowling is serious business.
Exactly. That's how it should be. That's how the game is played.
Nice chest down action. This one is hit in the air. Will someone get onto it? They're running it. Just chopped over the head of Greg Skeppel, running back at extra cover. And, well, 2 runs somehow. Avia Christian wanted a third. But Yuri Smith there looked a bit vulnerable. I'm not quite sure if you got the impression he played a bit early. And the ball, yes, was in the zone, but I think he went through the shot a bit early. And the ball spliced outside the or something in the air.
Yes, I think if he had a younger leg there than Greg Skeppel, that would have been a catch.
Good delivery from Atley. Looks as though he wants the ball. Defended well by Yuri Smith. Smith is on 8.
Yes, I was just commenting on
The setting of the
opportunity,
A Demari Benter.
Exactly.
Yes.
In that position.
Those are
that would have
critical
been a catch. Exactly. As a captain,
aspects
you
of
must
the
know
game.
these things. Greg Skeppel, almost 50.
Can't be
Come
put him
on.
at cover. Yes. This time he's driven just over the head of the fielder at mid-on. They will pull it back just inside the boundary. He does. And they're coming back for the third. Trouble, danger here. But there is no, the wicketkeeper is going back there, but lack of communication, I think, on the part initially on the BlackHawks batters. In the end, the throw was not strong enough. It was a difficult one throwing into the wind, and perhaps that's what Yuri Smith saw while he was up on Avia Christian. So 3 runs to the BlackHawks, and they are going along nicely after losing one of their openers. The fielding is such a critical part of this game, and a lot of players, a lot of captains also take it for granted. It's not about just bringing in the bowlers and scoring the runs. Field placement, the placement of players. Here is Atley down the leg side. Diving effort on the part of Henry. Was able just to slightly knock it down. Leg by signal by the umpire. Score moves up to 33 for 1. At the end of, is it over number 6? So perhaps Iroots' deploy was just to give Demari a couple. And in my view, it was working with Demari being tight. So I don't quite understand the rationale for bringing back the pacer from that end or giving him his first over when you were really keeping things tight from that end.
Exactly. That might be a lapse in the thinking of the skipper. because I don't see the reason in that, because Demari, who would have been keeping it nice and tight, the wicket would have fallen from the opposite end in Shajak. Maybe it's because of the pressure that Demari was building at the opposite end.
Well, but listen what has happened now. He's got to bring Demari from this end. I am not quite sure with the wind. They're hitting with the wind. Well, in fact,
against
the wind. That may be. That's right.
Could work, but
that may be the idea. But as you say, it's yet to be seen. But he was definitely tight, and I would not have wanted to break that spell. I think you sort of ease the pressure, and the BlackHawks will be happy for that, because they're going at more than 5 per over now. 5.5 runs per over. 33 for 1. Avia Christian on 14. Yuri Smith on 11. Both batsmen into double figures. Demari Bento will be bowling with his captain at slipper, deep backward point, a deep cover all on the circle, an extra cover short in mid-off. Also, this time, this one is glanced nicely by Christian, not rushing, and perhaps recognizing the ploy that they may want him to play into the wind, but using his risk nicely and bringing Yuri Smith on strike to face Benter. This time he plays this one. They would not move for the single. Demari Benter, he's a young man. He may not have your spirit eye roots in terms of the getting everybody riled up in the field and everybody on the toes, but he has that enthusiasm when he moves to the ball. Young player, perhaps you could take him under the wings in terms of the bowling. This time he beats Yuri Smith.
A very good delivery there just outside the off stump, but he has to, not bowl Smith too short outside the off stump.
Would you take young players under your wings?
Well, I wouldn't say no, but sometimes it's a bit difficult to have the time for them every day. But from time to time, as we catch up, I could pass some important information on.
This time, this one whipped down to fine leg. The ball has been pulled up, and 2 runs to Yuri Smith. So, in my lifetime, before you played for the West Indies, all the Antiguans who would have played for the West Indies were either batsmen or fast bowlers and the wicket keeper. So, you are first, to some extent, the first spin bowler from Antigua to have played for the West Indies in any form of cricket. The truth is, that is rare, because we were just producing batsmen and fast bowlers. So therefore, you have an advantage, perhaps even above all the other spinners who would have played, even going back to Cannon Stevens and World Vince Smith and those guys. You're the only one who would have gotten the nod to play internationally. So therefore, you have a responsibility to the next generation.
Well, I do accept the responsibility. I have no problem in that. And if you would have noticed, Hayden Walsh Jr. and Raheem Cornwall, I would have played with both.
That's right.
And I would have passed some important information on
to them.
So at least I would have set, the path.
That's
to
right.
show them they were only pacers and batters. Now there's a route for the spinners.
Excellent. So this time, this one has been pulled forward of square. It was short. It was outside the off stump. And Avia Christian was onto it in a flash. He's very decisive. Did well. He didn't hit it in the air because there was a fielder on the boundary at back of the square. So he gets a single. Yuri Smith faces Atley, gets this one down to Benter. A backward point position. And Yuri Smith partnering well with Avia Christian. They have added 35 so far. In fact, 33 so far. BlackHawks would have lost their wicket on four. Kofi James. This time, there's a better delivery from Atley. Well directed and just back of a length. A defensive bat, a defensive prod on the part of Yuri Smith. So,
yes, and as you spoke about giving advice to your younger spinners, as we speak, myself and Raheem Cornwall, we still talk. Myself and Hayden Walsh Jr., we still talk.
Excellent.
So I would tell them about things I observe and what I think they could do to better.
And you and Hayden, similar type. He threw everything at that one. The bat, the feet were not in any position. In fact, he just lunged forward. Fortunately for him, he was able to squeeze out a single on the onside. And that is critical. I was thinking in terms of Raheem, yes, even though he's an off spinner and your leg spinner, I see the opportunity, spin. But I also see the opportunity for him to add that dimension to his game. In fact, here is this one being steered nicely, bisecting the short third man and the backward point fielder. Good diving save in the end. Just before the ball reaching the boundary, ABCA Christian gets 2 more runs. Spin is spin, and the more variety, you can gain the off-break bowler knowing how to do a few leg spinners, knowing how to do different revs from different angles. It can work. Because at Raheem's height, one of the things that I look at is the delivery points, perhaps, could also be looked at. But here is Atlee. Comes in. Driven by ABCA Christian, it flies over the backward point fielder. It goes into the boundary for 4. Benter was diving. I am not quite sure if Christian was in full command. In fact, Yuri Smith, he was driving at it. The ball really flew off the thick outside edge and went between the backward point fielder and the short third man fielder for 4. The BlackHawks, they're flying high. They're on 44 for 1. A partnership so far of 40 runs between these two after 7 overs to be 44 for 1. It means that they are scoring at over 6 runs per over a run per ball, setting a good foundation.
Yes, a very good foundation being laid here by these two. After getting together when the score was about 3 or 4 with a 41-run partnership, that's very good going. That last shot by the batsman there, I don't think he was in full control of that, but however, he went hard and hard enough that the ball eluded the fielder and went for 4, and he would accept that any day.
Yes, that was in fact ABCA Christian and not Yuri Smith, as I mentioned. ABCA is on 22, Yuri is on 14, and they are doing rather well. 44 for 1. Well, in fact, 8 overs have been completed and not 7, as I alluded. So they're going at 5.5, not far from 6. More rotation of the strike. The question is, when would they have a launching pad? The question on a field like this.
But there's no need for launching as yet. You're going.
That's right.
You just play the normal cricket. Piggotts are giving you some loose balls. And
but the question is, what target would you be having on a pitch, on a field like this? That's for you to consider. Damari Benter is.
I don't think that should take, based on the start that Liberta has now, I would say anything about 230, 240 minimum.
This time he pulls this one down to a fielder stationed on the mid-wicket boundary. Only a single and a little collision almost there between Henry and ABCA Christian. Henry, the wicket keeper.
Yes, I would say anything about 230.
230
should be minimum.
Given the fact that in the semi-finals they scored 259 and Empire almost got that, but the different field may make a difference. The conditions, just food for thought.
Well, I think the pitch is a very good pitch.
Yes.
It has a bit of moisture, but after an hour or so, there will be no moisture, so you'll be even Steven. So it's just for them to play out this
and keep
rough
batting.
part. Yeah.
Good bowling on the part of Damari Benter. He's getting close to the sun. I was saying to Kuma earlier that 2 weeks ago I met Damari up at Powell's, and here is he to Christian. Oh, that's a good one. He was coming forward and then back. That's the end of Damari's 4th over. None for 10. He has been rather tight. But to complete the thought, so I asked him, how is the bowling? Because we all know he can bat, he feels well, but I thought he he had a large capacity to develop his bowling. He was spinning. I have seen him push through in medium pace a bit. I say, you can work hard on it. But he was telling me, no, I'm wicket keeping. And I said to him, I am surprised. I don't think that's your calling. I haven't really followed the scene for the last 2 years. So coming today and see him back with the ball is quite refreshing.
Well, for me, I think he's going to take the glove sometime later down because
Henry,
who's keeping,
gotta
he's
be
a good
doing the
bowler
bowling
as well. And
so
with ambidextrous, he could use both hands. So he must bowl a few overs today.
Man,
That's the wicket
these
keeper.
youngsters and the
You
strain
know.
on your body, man. The wicket keeping, the bowling, and the batting. It is. Sometimes it has a strain, but here is Attlee. Oh, being whipped off the pads. Oh, almost taken by a diving fielder coming around. That would have been amazing. It was well whipped off the pad, and the fielder running around from backward of square to square leg and dived at that one. The ball parried from his hand and just into the boundary for 4. Really excellent cricket all round.
I think that was Gershom Phillip over there. You know, a bit of old legs as well. You know, so you have to be careful where you put the fielders.
That's right.
The younger guy would have gotten there much
Precisely.
easier. I'm not saying that the younger guy would have taken it,
But
I'm saying he would have gotten there in
quicker
time.
right, based
You know?
on
So
covering
he'll
the
be able
ground.
to set himself in a
Yes.
better position to take that catch.
Interestingly, here is Attlee. Comes in once again. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Excellent shot by Yuri Smith. And that one bounce into the boundary for 4. The elbow was well cocked. And he just went through the line. There is no one out at straight mid wicket or no long on. So then he could have decided early. And Attlee coming under some pressure. The 50 comes up for the BlackHawks. They're 51 for 3. Yuri Smith has taken the leading scoring role. He moves to 23. Avia Christian is on 22. But you're right about how you place players. But I'm also going to be on the wicket keeper's pressure. Now, in my version of the sport that I used to play, it was very difficult wicket keeping and then have to bowl. I could tell you that outside the off stump. But I was saying the harder variety because you have to go and put on pads and all that. Guys wouldn't do it. But I'm telling you, when I am expected to bowl my full coat and to wicket keep, the legs.
So you used to do
I
wicket
used
keeping?
to do that almost every game. And man, as I got older, I would tell you the truth. Sometimes I willfully got to the game just a little late, about 5 minutes, because we'll get back to that. Attlee comes in, down the leg side, wide signal. I would confess here for the first time. I remember the last season, the guys were pressuring, oh, how come you come in late? But honestly, I didn't want to wicket keep, and I'm saying the guys, and they just still go behind the stumps. So
You had to find a way.
you have to find a way, because trust me, when you get back there after your wicket keep, then you bowl, then you go back to that. It's a lot of tightening between the calves, the hamstring, and the knees. In fact, I think perhaps any injury that I have, I heard Ridley Jacobs complaining sometime about his knee. I believe those things are from constantly doing that every week. Driven. The Rodney comes off the boundary only at will. Well, it was a good, strong return, but it was not over the stumps. It could have been a challenge for Yuri Smith. But these guys are running good, running well between the wickets.
Yes, good communication between both batters, and you know that's very good to see. You know, I hope the fielders are taking patterns, so when it's their time, they would do the same.
So Smith, as though he's really getting into it this time, he drives into the pitch. Oh, a misfield on the part of Greg Skeplin. He can't recover, and the ball goes into the boundary for 4. And Roots, you have been saying that from the get-go, that the placement of key fielders, you have to make it, because once that ball got past Greg Skeplin, he didn't even try to retrieve. Perhaps he didn't have the legs.
No, because he knows as long as it passes, that's it.
So what it takes, some communication between the skipper and the senior player to say, listen.
Well, the skipper, I think, needs to understand the players that he has. Because, for instance, Greg Skeppel now could have been probably at a
Deep extra cover boundary.
No,
right.
no, not on the boundary, inside.
Right.
Extra cover. So when it passes him, you have
Somebody's
the middle,
backing up.
or you have the sweeper backing him up.
Right,
Rather than
right.
when it passes him.
And
it
then
goes
there
to
is
the
no
boundary.
long on, precisely.
You understand? But there's a mid-off. So at
Yes.
least even though there's an angle and maybe the mid-off
Somebody
might be
can
able
cut
to
off.
come around and cut it off.
I know they have to cover.
You have to, exactly. You have
to work it
those are
out.
the sort of fielders that you would want to cover, the older ones.
60-for-1, the BlackHawks being inserted by the Piggotts Crushers. They started with Kofi James and Avia Christian. Kofi James went early. In fact, he went in the third over, caught by Rodney at short square leg off the bowling of Vincent Shadrack Jr. for 2. It was 4-for-1, and since then, Yuri Smith has joined Avia Christian, and the two have got good delivery from Otley. Right up in the block hole. Well blocked by Yuri Smith. So Smith scoring 29 from a partnership of 56. Avia Christian, who was the dominant player at the start, he's on 22. We have had how many overs have been completed here? 10 overs have been completed. 10. So they have really gotten to where they would like to be. They're scoring nicely at 6 runs per over. Your thoughts, Iwoods Martin?
Yes, very, very good going here for the Liberta BlackHawks. I think the Piggotts Crushers now, they would need to start rethinking, because if they allow Liberta BlackHawks to continue in this vein, at the end of 40 overs, it would be a very, very, very big target. And in the finals, you would want to minimize the amount of runs that you would give away, so that you won't have a bigger chase to make. As we watch the Benta in ball, worked behind square for 1 by Christian. So Smith is on strike now to Benta in past the umpire, bowls to Smith, short ball, and it was given one of those fancy shots down past the backward square position and picking up 4 beautiful runs. 4 runs to Liberta BlackHawks. They're 65 in the 11th over. Good going here from Liberta BlackHawks. Piggotts would want to take a wicket and stop this flow of runs. Run rate almost getting away here.
In a way, at an early stage of the game, dab nicely dab on the part of Yuri Smith. He allowed the ball to almost come adjacent to the stumps. That's on the offside, and he just steered it nicely. Moves to 35. And the question is, when will Elroy Francis Jr. come into the attack? When would Kadeem Henry come into the attack? Is Trevon Moore
plays for New Winthrop?
New Winthrops. And how is he doing on the circuit? I thought a few years ago, looked at him and thought that he could be a good, bright prospect. What's his situation? You're not answering me?
Well, based on what I've seen, I still think, he's a young guy and he needs to put some more work in. I don't think he's put in the sort of work that he needs to put in.
Okay, here is this one being pulled out, will be out, caught, the catch taken, and Yuri Smith dies the natural death of aggression, being overly aggressive, trying to hit Damari Benta over the lawn boundary, and a good catch by the fielder on the boundary. Iwoods will tell us who that fielder was, but he really came in the Iwoods style and took that one above the head. Malik Walsh, and that is clearly a Walsh. That's the
But you should know. He may not live in Liberta, but he's a Liberta man.
Certainly, he has the same head of Hayden Walsh Jr., right? So it's all in the family. And you would also know that Kadeem Phillip gave Piggotts a lift, but now he's back with the BlackHawks, so it's another BlackHawkian. So Avia is still there. That's the benefit for the BlackHawks, but a good wicket, an important wicket here for the Piggotts Crushers team, because they really needed a wicket because both Avia and Yuri Smith, they were really taking the game away from the Piggotts men. It's now 67 for 2, the second wicket. And we are in over number 11. Also, I would ask you, so Karima Go has come out to join Avia Christian. But the question is, there is another youngster that I wanted to ask you about. You should know more about him. Pittman, right in your club. How is his progress? I saw him. I saw him a few years ago, and then saw him on the 19 before he got injured. And he has tremendous ability. What's going on there?
Yes, I would share the same sentiments as the ability, good ability, and I still think he has what it takes, but needs to put some more work in, learn to be more consistent, because consistency is the key. That's where you want to be, when you say you're going to pitch 4 or 5 balls in one area, that's where you want to be. That's the sort of concentration that he needs to really develop, so he has some work to do, but, a good one for the future, I think.
So Kadeem Henry has dispensed with the gloves and the pads, and Damari Benter is putting on the gloves, has the helmet on and the pads. Will replace, so Kadeem Henry would come in with his first over. 11 overs have been completed. 67, is it? 67.
So Benter is the keeper now.
That's right. These youngsters, but you can't keep them down. That's what they want to do. This one is driven out to Atley on the long off boundary. So Avia Christian moves on to 24. And Karima Go, the captain, will face up for the first time.
It seems as if Henry is bowling some left armers today.
Yes. And being ambidextrous, that's a gift. That's exceptional. You have few players now in world cricket, about 3, between youth and women and international, who can do that. Well, there may be more, but those who we're aware of. And what it gives you, I wrote, is the opportunity to decide just before Zorel Bartley comes in. Just finish the thought with me. You can look at the wind. This one is driven by Karima Gore. You can look at the wind, you can look at the position of the game, and you can make a decision which arm would you bowl with. So Zorel Bartley, the former West Indies under 19 captain, will answer that question because he has replaced Iroots Martin. This is a good one, beating Karima Gore. Zorel, we have an ambidextrous bowler, Kadeem Henry. He can bowl left, he can bowl right, but he's chosen to go with the left arm swingers from the northern end.
Yeah, good afternoon to the listeners. We have seen this in international cricket. We did see it in the Under-19s World Cup just recently.
Quite an interesting feature. Here is Gore, the captain, whipping this one to Greg Skeppel. And no run. You'd have played with Greg Skeppel, I would believe, yes. And Greg Skeppel is still playing.
I think Greg might have come just just a little bit later than my time.
Your time, okay.
Yeah, I finished playing quite early.
Okay, an early career.
On to other things, but Greg has been around. Someone I know very well. Someone I've encouraged over the years. I have a relatively good friendship with Greg. BlackHawks 68 for 2 of 12. I think they might be disappointed to have lost those 2 wickets. I think the manner in which Yuri Smith got out would be very disappointing. If he wanted to slug sweep, he should have done that. But he dragged it from the off stump and dragged it straight to the man at long on. But he looked as if he was in a hurry.
He was. Excuse me. Elroy Francis Jr. comes into the attack. Loud appeal. Avia Christian reaching forward and across, but the off turn may have negated that decision.
And this is where the engine room of the
here is Christian coming forward again, working it into the onside and getting a single.
Yeah, the engine room of the Piggotts Crushers team would be to get in some cheap overs. We saw Benter, we're now seeing Elroy Francis. To slow it down, not to give too much pace. But again, the pitch today seems to have a little bit of moisture in it.
Yes.
So it's not coming on. So the Liberta batsmen would need to be smart about it. to work the angles, pick up ones and twos.
Eloy Francis Jr., Kareem Agor comes down the track, but does not penetrate in the field. The idea here, I thought when Yuri Smith got out, he was picking up the momentum. He would have exceeded ABCA Christian's lead top scoring, if I could put it that way. And having exceeded that, I think he really was a bit too frantic, because he was also playing against the breeze that is coming from the eastern part or southeast, going across the field here. And it would have taken much to cover Walsh, who is a very good fielder. This time here is Kareem Agor, I thought was beaten in the flight. Good delivery from Eloy Francis Jr. The ball taking the outside edge and going down to third man. Baez, in fact, not taking the edge, but he was beaten in the flight.
Yeah, beaten a stumping chance there. One that Piggotts would definitely feel bad about. You don't want to give the quality of a Kareem Agor a chance. Kareem is the player that the BlackHawks are going to look to bat 40 overs to build the innings around. Very classy player. But there he was coming down the pitch. He's gonna always look to come now. He's a good player, spin, he dances well. But again, the pitch is holding, it is not coming on. So he wasn't quite to the pitch, and it kind of stopped him on him. He closed the face of the bat, missed the outside edge, and also the wicketkeeper missed it.
Yes, here is Henry going back. ABCA Christian can't beat Walsh at backward point.
I think Henry would be chosen to bowl left arm around from that end as against off spin, bearing in mind that you have the wind. He's bowling from the northern end, and the breeze can easily take the ball far on the western side. So hence he's opted for the option, the offside, bowling left arm.
Smart thinking makes himself so useful. In cricket, you can judge the condition on the day and determine how to bowl. And that must have taken equal practice with each arm. This time, he gets a full one, and ABCA Christian lays back a bit and was looking to sweep that one.
ABCA Christian has gone out of his zone set. He's an attacking player, but having lost 2 quick wickets, he now is trying to consolidate with Kareem and to build an innings for the BlackHawks.
Here is Gore driving, but Otley comes off the long off boundary. A single to him. The other factor, as you mentioned about the moisture, the sun has not been with us. So the drying out of the early moisture has not perhaps been realized as expected. That would have given perhaps the BlackHawks players a bit more to play off the pitch.
And not only is this pitch being played on for the second time in 2 days, but it was actually watered at the end of yesterday's play. So it started with a little bit of moisture. At the end of it, it was watered. So it hasn't had the sun. It has not been baked out.
So BlackHawks 74 for 2. Here is Kareem Agor. Drives so fluently, but only a single out to Otley once again at long off. 75 for 2. Where in fact 14 overs have been completed. 75 for 2. The BlackHawks going just under 5.5 per over. They would perhaps review things at this point and decide whether they, would pick up the momentum. The 2 spinners are on. Spinners spin at both ends.
Just a word on Kareem Agor. Probably a lost player to West Indies cricket because he has chosen to play for the United States. But I think certainly one who would have suffered from the lack of a Leeward Islands tournament, the annual Leeward Islands tournament. Probably one who got away in my book.
Nicely. Rolling the wrist nicely over. Forward of square. Single to him. When you started your statement, perhaps I was thinking the same way. I was just going to follow up to ask you how much would the absence of a Leeward Islands tournament would have played on that? Because when you look at it, these guys would get the opportunity. Hayden Walt Jr. had the same opportunity with the USA, but his savior was the CPL. Now, how important it is that we see the return of the usual Leeward Islands tournament for the younger generation. You can think about that, comment on it, and we would.
Well, I want to As we see a quick single there from AJ Christian into the offside, I want to call one name who's at this point in time suffering badly. Ishan Warner.
Yes.
Should be at the point of just beginning to play first-class cricket. Has that quality.
Star
caliber.
quality.
There is
nothing. Wow, so this one is beaten. Good delivery. The umpire says no. Elroy Christian is convinced that he had his man. Kareem Agor stands there. Looks at Elroy Francis Jr. It looked close from this standpoint, but I guess with the off spinner, that one may have been going down the leg side in the umpire's opinion.
So he's at an age now, probably about 21, where he's
yes.
not represented Antigua yet. Because there's
can't play for the under 19.
And so when he should really be at this stage in a Leeward Islands team in first-class cricket.
And 2 years ago, it did pain me because I remember he was taken off to England to play in some sort of club setting. And, you know, being a youngster that I knew, you know, even prior to his emergence on the hardball scene, I said, Isan, even though you go to England, the idea of returning is going to be important. Here is ABCA Christian getting stuck there, just prodding forward on that occasion. That completes the over. We'll continue that discussion, Zorel Bartley. It is 78 for 2. ABCA is on 27. Kareem Agor on 4. And the BlackHawks, after 15 overs, we say 78. But that is critical because here was a youngster. With all that promise, he goes off to England, but it would not have been in even a county second 11 setting. Right? And then you come back. You hope, the hope would have been for an on the 19 opportunity. But then you would have 2 years later.
But not only that, what is also happening is that the only type of cricket that he's playing at the moment is white ball cricket. Absolutely no red ball cricket where his game can develop, his all-round game can develop. He is of a caliber, he is a rare breed. He's a special breed. It is going to take someone to come in from left field and to throw him into. I really hope he gets picked up somewhere in the CPL this year. I mean, I'm not talking about CPL as a T20 cricket for development, but I'm talking
the opportunity,
a level of exposure.
Get back to that as Kareem Agor goes back and gets a single out to cover. 79. One of the issues, though, we're even speaking about CPL that we identified is the tough emergence of the young players because we have the flood of overseas players and we also stuck with the senior players. ABCA Christian hitting this one out to long on and getting a single. So we have two factors. Those players who are not moving, not going anywhere, they scan the world all the time, and then the overseas guys coming in. Provides the opportunity for few young players, and if there is not a system to bring them, there could be trouble. Kareem Agor, on this occasion, chances his arm and gets a single. Perhaps he could have gone a bit squarer because that did not get far from Atley running off the long on boundary.
Yeah, but there's some moisture still. So once the ball hit the pitch, it's stuck in the pitch. He didn't have the pace to hit it in the direction he wanted to.
Maybe Christian gets a single, and we see a bit of sloppy feeling from Walsh in that point region. Fell down in trying to stop the ball going through him, and 2 runs. So the BlackHawks winning the toss and batting. This is the final of the ABCA 40-over championship. BlackHawks 83 for 2. ABCA Christian champion in the cause. He is on 30 and moves to 31 now. 84 for 2. Christian being partnered by Kareem Agor after they would have lost Kofi James for 2 and Yuri Smith for 35. Oh, once again, it goes through another player coming down lazily. And Kareem Agor being able to come back easily for a second run. So you have spoken about Kareem Agor perhaps losing out because of the lack of a system as far as Leeward Islands cricket is concerned. And then we're also speaking about another young player, Ishan Warner. Perhaps not being lost, but not been presented the opportunity, and you'd ask yourself how many others may go through the same challenge.
Well, not only how many others, these are the ones that we know about from Antigua. You had 4 young players from Nevis in the West Indies under-19s team. Where is the opportunity for them? Where is that developmental opportunity, that pathway? Who are the young players in St. Kitts? Who are the young players in Montserrat?
Even Anguilla. We haven't heard anything for a while.
But Anguilla and St. Martin. St. Martin had a program.
Just since Casey, we have not had.
Bringing on young players coming through. But where are the opportunities?
So we're having our first drinks break here. Liberta BlackHawks, Piggotts Crushers. Piggotts Crushers this morning won the toss and elected to send the BlackHawks into bat. The BlackHawks have moved up to 86 for 2 in the first hour, losing the wickets of Kofi James, caught by Rodney off the bowling of Shadrach Jr. for 2 with the score 4 for 1, and then later on they lost the wicket of Yuri Smith for 35. Yuri Smith batted well, scored in a nice half-century partnership with Avia Christian. Yuri Smith went for 35, caught by Walsh on the boundary of the bowling of Benter. And then we have Avia Christian batting well, started at the beginning. He's on 31. Kareem Agor is on 8. BlackHawks perhaps looking to keep batting because Raheem Cornwall, as we know, is in the side, so they would have good firepower at the back end of the innings, and they would also have the like of Kadeem Phillip, who would have played an instrumental part in their semi-final game against Empire, and the other batsmen. But we're just mentioning these experienced players who may be able to make a significant difference on what could have been a pass score versus what could be a challenging score.
Well, definitely. Liberta has a much heralded batting lineup, and there's still Raheem Cornwall to come. And it's an experienced team mixed with some youngsters, but it's a team that they are accustomed to winning. That is the factor. I think this is their 13th final in about 15 years in this tournament, and so they have a history, they have a legacy. And it's for them to come and defend. They've got to put a score down. They've got to ask the Piggotts Crushers to chase a total. Piggotts Crushers is a relatively good team, mixture of youth and experience. The likes of Young Walsh, Elroy Francis, Benter. Definitely a young team on the up. The experience of a Greg Skeppel. In the middle order and on the field is where you need that experience to guide these youngsters. So it is anticipated to be a good event. The crowd is beginning to come in. People are setting up their tents and their coolers and the burns, and it's looking to be a good afternoon. Hopefully the sun comes out and it becomes a good day to celebrate what is best about Antiguan cricket.
The decision by Piggotts Crushers to insert the opposition, would you reckon that a good one given the context of the conditions here?
I think they had no other choice, especially bearing in mind that, as I said, the pitch was watered yesterday. They would have been around yesterday and seen their third place game. So the moisture was there. It's been a rainy morning in Antigua. It's overcast still. The sun hasn't come out. And if rain comes and it gets down to Duckworth Lewis, there's always a feeling that the team batting second has the best chance and a better chance in such a scenario. So I think they were praying to win the toss, and they did. It's for them to bowl well. 16 overs for 86. They picked up 2 wickets. They picked up the early wicket of Kofi James. They first-class player, the Leeward's player, and then they picked up the promising Yuri Smith. But the scoring rate has been good still. Avia Christian is there, an attacking player who will always be busy. And we have Kareem Agor, the classy Kareem Agor, who has come to the middle. And hopefully, from a Liberta, a BlackHawks standpoint, that these two can carry the innings deep. But from a Piggotts standpoint, I'm sure they're looking to pick up wickets, add pressure, and to maintain that kind of pressure on the BlackHawks team.
Well, let's see how the pressure works after the first water break. Elroy Francis Jr., the Piggotts Crushers captain, another youngster with enormous ability. He is starting his third over. Christian sweeps and sweeps well. Oh, this will go away for 4. Nicely played down to fine leg. Elroy Francis Jr. just trained a bit. The first 4 coming off his bowling. And Avia Christian moves to 35. It's 90 for 2. Avia Christian joining Yuri Smith on 35. Yuri Smith would have departed with the score on 67 after sharing a partnership, a good partnership worth some 63 runs with Avia Christian. So Christian perhaps setting himself up to be the leading run maker for the BlackHawks. Kareem Agor on the other end is on 8. Here is Avia, goes to cut that and is beaten outside the off stump. Good change of line from Elroy Francis Jr. He would have had a look in at the under 19 level. Would have trained with the West Indies under 19 team. Avia Christian works this one, but there is a fielder coming off the mid-wicket boundary. Henry sends the return in and single to Christian. Christian is now the top scorer for the BlackHawks. Moves to 36. Yuri Smith struck 5 fours. Looked good. As Zorel said, was rushing it a bit just at the time of his demise. Lovely shot from Kareem Agor. Gets one. These two like to run very quickly between the wicket, but just a glance up, they recognize that fielder was Vincent Shedrick Jr. was darting off of the long off boundary. One slip. Backward point, cover, extra cover. Coming forward is Avia Christian, almost playing that one with a horizontal bat. The ball was popping up as though he was in view to cut and be attacking. This time he's out. Caught. Is he? No. The ball may have taken the pad and may have struck him outside of the leg stump. It was taken by Henry at slip, but he was not given by the umpire. Clearly off the pads. Mixed over from Elroy Francis Jr. The BlackHawks taking 6 runs off that over after 17 overs. Liberta BlackHawks being inserted. They are 92 for 2, going at 5.41 runs per over. Christian 36 and Gore on 9.
Yeah, good over there from Elroy Francis. In that last delivery, he beat Avia Christian, looking to hit it through the onside. But again, because it has some moisture, it pitched and bounced and turned at the same time. So unfortunately for Elroy, it didn't go straight on to hit the stumps. Fortunately for Avia, it turned past the stump. Good decision by the umpire.
Henry starting his 4th and the 18th of the innings. Gore works it to Greg Scappoletta. Mid-on position. Bento is behind the stump. Bento also had a good decent spell before taking the gloves. Kareem Agor going back and playing this. But Elroy Francis Jr., any disappointment about his development? At one stage he did have a good look in at the West Indies on the 19 level. Came right here to training camp. Looked good but didn't perhaps blast it the way he should. But here is Kareem Agor blasting it the way he should over extra cover for 6. The first 6 of the innings. Our scorers say yes. That was a classy shot, Zorel Bartley.
Lovely shot over extra cover. Got the room, he got the air, and he went with it. You could see him opening up. You could see the left shoulder opening up and allowing that hand to come right through. And he literally stroked it over extra cover. Lovely shot for 6. But Elroy Francis, the Elroy Francis also fits into that same caliber of someone who would have just been there or there
and would have benefited from that.
Team in the Leeward Islands tournament.
Here is Henry. This time goes back and he steers this one nicely to the left of Walsh. Walsh is chasing all he works, pulls it up just inside the ropes. Will they come back for the 3rd? They're coming back for the 3rd, and they do beat the return. And Kareem Agor makes it look so easy. The 100 comes up for the BlackHawks. 100 for 1. 100 for 2 here after 17.4 overs, and they are really picking up the momentum.
Yeah, short delivery outside the off stump. Ended up being more of a top edge than anything else. Was a little bit fortunate not to hit it to the man at backward point. Ended up with 3 runs, and so a 6 and then 3. A good over here for the BlackHawks.
Christian goes back and good diving save by Elroy Francis Jr. in the extra cover position. So we have had, our scorers are going to tell me how many fours have been struck so far in this innings. Christian comes forward and plays it with a straight bat. No harm, no run scored, 101 for 2. Christian remains on 36. Kareem Agor, he has had half of that. And BlackHawks in a good position just after 18 overs. They must be feeling that they are building up a momentum that would help them if they can sustain it to push on to a higher score.
Yes, 100 in the 18th over. Good going. Certainly a good platform. They've lost 2 wickets, not too many wickets to be considered. 2 in the first 18. They'd have preferred none, but they have a good platform to build on.
Wow, here is Gore playing this one just short of the fielder. Is that Philip at extra cover? Okay, Shadrach. Well, in fact, Shadrach cleaning up after I reckon that one may have just dropped short of the extra cover fielder. 10 fours have been struck so far in the innings and 1 6 going back ABCA Christian. A good bit of fielding by the man running in from short backward point. Christian would need to stay. He's the one who has been there from the start. Gore can also bat through. But at what stage do they make a decision on the role of the aggressor and the role of the anchor? Or do both keep doing what they're doing at this stage?
I don't think ABCA Christian knows any other way. It's going to be the maturity of Kareem Agor and the balance of Kareem Agor's batting that's going to dictate how this goes.
This time he goes down the track, ABCA Christian, but works the ball in the cover region instead of going over the top.
Yeah, so there we saw three or four dot balls. And then he decided that he had to get a run. And he was charging, it was a wide flat delivery. Fortunately, he hits out to the offside, picked up a single. But he's playing the numbers game.
Certainly, perhaps feel compelled to do so, but it's early days yet. As Kareem Agor covers up, shows him what he should have done after 103 for 2.
With the way the pitch playing the way it is not coming on, it is stopping. I think the batsmen can look, maybe more Kareem more so than Avia, can look to which fielder they're going to target for those quick singles. Greg Skippel at a mid-wicket position. Brilliant fielder in his day, but at the end of his career now, not as fleet-footed. The fielder in the offside who would have misfielded, who's under pressure, who that catch almost went to. He seems to be another one that they can target. So look to push it around, turn it over, and pick up 2-3 singles in the over.
Caddy Hen comes into ABCA Christian. He whips it off the pads, forward of square. Fielder darts in and sends the return. You're right, they would just have to pick the fielders. I think the moisture was also a factor how Kofi James got out, because he seemed to have played a bit early, perhaps playing for what would have been the natural pace of Shadrach Jr. Loud appeal, he's given out. Kareem Agor goes at a critical point. Kadeem Henry gets the wicket, strikes a crucial blow here in this innings. Gore was coming forward, and I got the impression that one just was rifled straight with the arm, and Gore was trapped, and Piggotts, they are celebrating.
It was delivered from wide of the crease. It was an arm ball. He was not looking for turn. Kareem Agor came forward. May have been there. I'm slightly blocked here, but he was either struck just outside the off stump, or he may even have gotten an outside edge. The way in which it came off, it changed direction. It didn't hit the pad and balloon. It changed direction. I think he may have been unfortunate that he may have got an outside edge and may have been given LBW. However, the decision is made. Again, I'm not in the middle. I'm at a disadvantage.
And we don't have any replay.
So I wouldn't want to put my head out on the block, but it just appeared. That was my first thought.
He's the international pro.
Yes, he replaces another international pro, Kareem.
That's right.
Kareem
Go on.
But listen, the Piggotts team would be coupled having picked up that wicket, the third wicket before 20 overs, making some inroads. So Raheem would have to come in and try to settle in and not come in and look to be overly dominant. So well done there to the Piggotts team. Yes,
Cornwall works the first ball to the short square leg fielder,
but it also puts on the pressure they thought we had with regards to those quick singles, because with Raheem Cornwall coming out now, you know those quick singles are not going to be there.
That's right. There was a loud appeal there from that second delivery, but it was clear Raheem was struck well outside the off stump. He was definitely across the wicket, and you can hear the momentum not the momentum, but the crowd response. Cornwall goes back this time and works it into the offside. Walsh closes in. So this is a critical path to the Liberta innings. There is no Kareem Agor to anchor. These are two aggressive players. Cornwall whips this one and gets his first one out to long on, and successful over being ended there. Definitely Henry would be happy that he struck a critical blow.
He certainly would be, and the Piggotts team would be delighted to see the back of Kareem Agor. It puts added pressure on ABCA Christian to now consolidate and not be his usual flamboyant self. And likewise, Raheem Cornwall. Raheem can stroke it around, but Raheem is known to be a big hitter. But at the same time, the fleet-footed ABCA Christian would not be looking for those ones and twos as he would have done with the Kareem Agor. And at this stage of the innings, that is very critical. That is a good blow struck there by Piggotts.
Very good blow at a critical time, and we have seen a curve in his aggression. This time, Cornwall is trying to play across the line and is beaten. I'm not quite sure what the thinking was. He could have gone straight, Zorel, through the offside.
Missed him on the full toss.
This time he gets another good one. I like the approach of Ellie Francis on this occasion. He's going right up. He's not giving Cornwall any room. He's not giving him a short length. He's going right up. He's going on the offside. This time Cornwall comes forward. So a clear plan on the part of the boy Francis Jr.
Good common sense bowling. Not looking for turn. He's looking to bowl wicket to wicket. That low full toss missed the off stump, not by much. Raheem was looking to hit it over mid wicket, over behind square. But they're trying also to hurry up to get the quick deliveries in at a fast pace.
This time Cornwall hits across the line, struck outside the off stump clearly. There is no chance of that being given LBW. But I guess Elroy Francis Jr. excited about the fact that he beat the bat and that he was playing across the line.
Not responsible batting here by Raheem Cornwall. Coming in just short of the 20th over with his team having lost 3 wickets. With another 20 overs to go. We're just at the halfway stage.
Can't be in a hurry. ABCA Christian covers up. And you did mention that the pressure or the responsibility mounting on ABCA Christian, because the minute they lost Kofi James earlier, coming forward is Christian. He took on a real responsible role in batting with Uri Smith, and then we saw Uri Smith taking the approach of the aggressor at the time of his demise, and then ABCA Christian batting well with Kareem Agor. At this moment, the question would be for ABCA Christian, do I anchor and allow Raheem, or do I ask Raheem to play the anchor role, get himself in before they can launch? Because at this stage, you are saying that 22 overs, is it?
It is 21 overs gone,
21
so
overs 19 to go. 106 for 3, so you're just beyond the halfway stage in terms of overs. You're definitely behind in terms of where you would want to be in terms of target runs, just on the 5 runs per over. They would need to definitely pick it up, but be responsible at the same time. Cornwall goes back and traps it down to backward point for Walsh to field, Malik Walsh, and there is no run. Cornwall can go across the line with the wind if he chooses, But the left armer, Henry, bowling with the left arm on this occasion. Strap the ball back once again to point. So playing across the line against the left armer could work to his benefit. But against the spin and against the wind, may have presented a problem. The ball coming up from the booth and striking Henry in the cheek. But he's tough enough.
For all the energy Rakim Cornwall has put into the number of deliveries he's faced, he's only at one. Seems to be in a hurry.
This time he goes back and he steers it, but only as far as Malik Walsh. Short backward point. He understands the ear of anticipation at his arrival, and he would determine what happens, should determine what happens at this point for the BlackHawks. Take time and get it in. Kadeem Henry bowling well. Cornwall is beaten there, going back, trying to punch that one, but that one went straight through. That completes over number 23. In fact, a maiden over on the part of Kadeem, and 106 for 3. Cornwall is on 1. Avia Christian is on 38. Avia Christian has been stuck in the 30s because once Kareem Oga came and was playing a more dominant role, Avia Christian has been in the 30s for quite some time. It would be interesting for me to have a conversation with the scorers to see exactly how that year has gone.
Well, he has to bat for the team. He knows that the team needs him to at least be there for the last 7 overs or so. So he has to consolidate. He has to look to rotate the strike, though.
Well, 41 balls for Avia Christian so far. So he's 44 balls. So he's not doing badly. Wide signal by the umpire. Elroy Francis Jr. just outside the Ulster. Avia Christian goes back and steers it. No run. So they have dried up the singles. The Piggotts crushers, bowlers, both Francis Jr. and Henry. Avia Christian swings this one. He would not have any more to do with that one. Nicely down to back of the square, swept it well, and he made up his mind early, and he has pushed the score up to 1-1-1. 111 for 3.
Yeah, he made up his mind really early. There was only ever going to be one shot he was going to play. It was going to be that sweep shot, no matter where it was pitched. Fortunately for him, he connected. There was no one at the backward square. It avoided the man just behind the square, and he picked up 4 good-looking runs for himself and 4 good-looking runs for his team. But having done that, he needs to be in a position to rotate the strike. He has to be patient. He has to ensure that they are long singles, bearing in mind Rakim Cornwall is his partner.
Oh, this time he's almost bowled. Well, he's bowled. He is bowled, and he's disgusted because he played the ball, blocked it from Elroy Francis Jr. The ball ricocheted onto the stump. He was trying to kick it off, but the off bails fell, and Liberta have been dealt a blow here with the departure of Avia Christian for 42. He would have been the top scorer after 22.3 overs. They are 111 for 4. Zorel, I was just signaling to you 1-1-1 for 3. Something magical may happen.
Well, we have spoken about Elroy Francis bowling between wicket and not looking to turn. That was literally a yorker. It was dug out by Avia. He yorked himself, and it ricocheted onto the stump. He tried in vain to kick it away, though he's a good footballer, but he missed on that occasion. Well bowled by Elroy Francis. That's a big blow for the Piggotts crushers. It certainly puts them into a good position, having picked up those 2 wickets within the last 3 overs or so. And so at 111 for 4 into the 22nd over, I'm sure Piggotts would think that if they can put some pressure here on the Liberta BlackHawks, if they can get some dot balls, get some maiden overs in, that they can certainly look to tighten up the run flow and restrict this total.
So Nathaniel comes in, Arnold Nathaniel, who will be facing up to Elroy Francis Jr., but the BlackHawks would have lost Kofi James for 2. Christian just departed for 42. Yuri Smith for 35. Kareem Agor for 19. And Raheem Cornwall is on 1. And he has been joined by Armal Nathaniel. So an interesting period of play here. Francis Jr. to Nathaniel. Loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Here is Elroy Francis Jr. just charging down and belting the appeal. But I have the opportunity of being just over the umpire's head based on our altitude here. And that clearly not only was high, but was angling down the leg side. Francis Jr. bowling well, being driven. Nathaniel gets off the mark.
That LBW appeal, again, the moisture in the pitch, once it's pitched, it bounced. And that is what saved Nathaniel on that occasion.
There's a definite decline in the last 10 overs for the BlackHawks. They were scoring at actually 6 runs per over at one stage when they got to 102. It was 102 for 2. And now they are going at under 5 runs per over. They do have the batting power, but Piggotts Crushers, they have really clawed their way back into this game, Zoel Bartley, after 23 overs.
But the majority of that batting power is back in the pavilion. Those
That's
4
right.
wickets are there, predominantly the dominant players. Raheem has not been with the team because of his first-class duties. So we can say the ball of their batting is back in the pavilion. But at the same time, with another 17 overs to go, batting first in a final, they would want to set a score. They would want to allow the scoreboard pressure and the pressure of a final to play on the mind of Piggotts. So they look to battle the overs, they look to get your score. Bat sensibly for the next 12 overs or so. See what happens towards the last 5. If your wickets in hand, anything can happen there. But they just want to set a score. And whatever that score is, they look to come out and defend it.
So, Liberta BlackHawks with all 6 players to have faced so far right-handers. Here is Nathaniel. This one was angling down the leg side and he was trying to play it, just turning the face of the bat, but the ball took the leading edge, ended up into the offside.
And because they're all right-handers have batted for the BlackHawks so far, hence the reason Henry, with the option of bowling right arm or left arm, has chosen to bowl left arm. Get that ball turning away from the batsman.
And this time he comes in. Nathaniel stretches forward. No run there. Quite a good build-up in terms of the spectators here.
I think, though, with the low stance and the grip and bat that Nathaniel has, someone close in a silly point with the way the ball has gripped and turned a bit, that would come in handy.
Nathaniel stroking through the cover region, but there is a sweep out there, so he gets a single. Brings Cornwall into face, and every delivery to Raheem Cornwall brings an ear of anticipation, whether the big man is going to go big or whether he will be defensive. This time he tries to go big, hitting across the line. A loud appeal from Kadeem Henry. Cornwall really trying to come to grips here. 16 deliveries for his 1 so far. A rare citation. This time he goes back. Does not time it well. Walks away, and he knows that the burden of the BlackHawks would be upon his shoulders. And he is just trying to calculate the best approach. Henry has been tight. Elroy Francis Jr. has been tight. Cornwall not timing the ball. Going back and hitting the ball just back upon the offside. And pretty good, decent bowling by the Piggotts Crushers.
Yeah, 18 deliveries Cornwall has faced for his 1 run. And he's premeditating. Hence the reason he's not connected with his shots. The ball is not coming on. There's a little bit of moisture. It is bouncing. It is turning a bit. Not extravagant. What he's not doing, his head is all over the place. And he's trying to sweep. He's trying to slug sweep. He's premeditated as against playing what is presented to him.
So the helmet has come out for Raheem Cornwall because pace is back, but Vincent Shedrack Jr. is coming back into the attack. Cornwall is not the one who will be facing it, would instead be Arnold Nathaniel. So Shadrach Jr. started this morning. He would have accounted for the wicket of Kofi James. 3 overs, 1 for 17. Just going at just over 5 runs per over. Kadeem Phillip, he has been outstanding. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. He has really bowled well. Elroy Francis Jr., the other bowler who has been used along with Damari Benter. Here is Shadrach Jr. Nathaniel is beaten. The ball taking the edge and going down to fine leg, being able to squeeze a single. So it's Raheem Cornwall who will face strike from Vincent Shadrach Jr. Score has decisively dipped from the Liberta BlackHawks. Damari Benter, who's opened the bowling with Vincent Shadrach Jr. Damari Benter, 1 for 17 from 5 overs. The other bowler used was Otley. Was not as enterprising as the others. Here is Shadrach Jr. to Cornwall. Cornwall goes back and he plays the ball into the offside. No run.
I'm sure the temptation was there to continue with the spinners, bearing in mind how Cornwall has shaped up against them. They've brought back Shadrach, a little more pace. Cornwall will probably be a little more comfortable, bearing in mind the ball is coming on a bit more. So hopefully he'd use the opportunity from his standpoint and from a BlackHawks standpoint to dig in. At the same time, the Piggotts Crushers would be hoping that he gets into a comfort zone and gives his hand away, looking to try something, try to make up for what he has not done so far.
The key for the Crushers is got to be targeting Cornwall from not necessarily from this end where Shadrach is bowling, because he will be playing against the breeze. And from the start, Cornwall has shows the intention. In fact, they're trying to get a spectator out of view, because the side screen, a spectator well dressed, cladded in his suit. Here is Cornwall, faces up to Shadrach Jr. Rolls and strolls through for the single. Gets off of that score of 1. Well, he in fact moves to 2. Raheem Cornwall turns the strike over to Nathaniel. 115 for 4, and there's a noticeable decline since the departure of Goa. Oh, Nathaniel drives just to the left of Shadrach Jr. Couldn't have brought off that catch. It was in fact just a push, and the ball fell just to the left of Shadrach Jr., who maybe a few years earlier would have brought off a spectacular catch. Usually a very tidy feeler to his bowling. Nathaniel goes to 4. One rate has noticeably dipped. Here is Cornwall facing up to Shadrach Jr. Outside the off stump, he goes back and he cracks it out to the extra cover fielder, stationed in the sweeper position. Cornwall is trying to pick some momentum. 117 for 4, Liberta BlackHawks being sent into bat by the Piggotts Crushers. As we noted, they would have lost their leeward's opener Kofi James for 2, Huey Smith for 35, Kareem Ago for 19, and the last Avia Christian for 42. Outside the off stump from Shadrach Jr. Nathaniel did not play. Over number 25 has been completed. 117 for 4, Zoel Bathley. Your thoughts?
Yeah, 117 for 4. I think Piggotts Crushers, they think they have this game under control. They want to get through some quick overs, some quick cheap overs, especially before Raheem Cornwall settles, and while he's still trying to find his range and not picking up the pace of this pitch at all here today. So they will look to get as many cheap overs in as possible, and hopefully in the process the batsmen will put pressure on themselves and give their wickets away.
Well, I like this move. Henry is going to continue to bowl, and he realizes how important his presence in with the left armers, potential of going against Cornwall, because from that end, who comes from that end against Cornwall, could find themselves under pressure. So he has decided to take the pressure, I guess, in consultation with his captain, Elroy Francis Jr. He has had 1 for 25 so far, and he's in his 8th over. Cornwall content just to play it out and get the ball on the face of the bat. Shadrach Jr., who bowled the last over, 1 for 21 from his 4. Other wicket taker, Damari Benter, 1 for 21 from his 5. Cornwall goes back and he cracks it, but only as far as Malik Walsh at backward point. No run. And Ackley, the other bowler, none for 25 from... None for 21 from his 3 overs or his 4 overs. None for 31 from his 3 overs. So he has been a bit expensive. He was roughed up. Here is Cornwall facing up, and he edges that one down to third man. Was just launching forward. The ball took the outside edge. Walsh Jr. comes from backward point and sends the return over the stumps to Damari Benter. So Nathaniel will take some responsibility here. He's on 4, the same as Cornwall. He drives out to cover. Sweeper comes off the boundary, sends the return in. Piggotts know that it is critical that they not only contain Rakeem Cornwall, but that they get him out. Because with 14 overs to go after the 26 overs, after 26 overs have been completed, they would recognize that if they don't get Rakeem Cornwall out, he could be a threat between what could be just a par score and a challenging score.
I think Rakeem is critical to this game in terms of the BlackHawks setting a target 1. And Piggotts, if they can get him out quickly or cheaply, put further pressure onto the BlackHawks batting. But for some reason, he's not himself. He's not timing it. He's trying to hit the ball too hard, and he's after a relatively slow start.
Shadrach Jr. comes in. Tom Nathaniel on the stumps, whipped off the pads. A bit of, Greg Skeppel was able to knock it down, but did not feel cleanly. Bit of hesitation on the part of the pair. Shadrach Jr. goes back to his mark. No slip in play. Just the third man, backward point. Cover on the boundary. Extra cover. Long on. Deep mid on. Mid wicket. Square leg. This one is driven past the bowler, and Cornwall was trying to come through initially for single. Return being sent in, but didn't hit the stumps. So Nathaniel will be the man in play. We see spectators picking up on the northern side in orange. Those are Piggotts Crushers spectators. And we have seen quite a few orange shirts apart from those on the field. Spectators in this, the stand here. Here is, in the end, steered down to third man for a single from Nathaniel. Shadrach Jr. will be happy that it's only a single. He's bowling well within himself, Vincent Shadrach Jr. Started out relatively well. When he picked up the wicket of Kofi James, Piggotts Crushers perhaps thought that they would have made more inroads, but they were held up by a good, solid partnership between Avia Christian and Yuri Smith. Shadrach Jr. comes into Cornwall short, and Cornwall pulls, and that will be 4 runs. Didn't really play it where he expected. He was expected to tug it through the mid-wicket region, but the ball may have taken the inner edge and went down to backward square for 4. Cornwall moves to 8. The score picks up to 124 for 4. And Shadrach Jr. would like to keep that line, would like to keep it between wicket and wicket, gives Cornwall width. He has option. Cornwall senses the need for his presence to be deep. This time he gets one, he just works it over on the onside. This one was on the pad. No run.
Delivery he pulled for 4. He like an on the edge. Didn't time it well, but he got it into space and got it for 4. So well needed runs here for his team. 124 at this stage into the 24th over it is.
Cornwall stands up and he gets a single on this occasion. Content to take his time. At least we have seen that mindset now, apart from the early attempts to hit across the line. We have now seen that he's content to middle. He's content to stay there. He's content to take the role of being more circumspect. And after 27 overs, 125 for 4. They're still on the 5 runs per over.
Yeah, 13 overs to go, 125. Setting a total, they'd want to make sure they bat all the overs out. Certainly wouldn't want to get bowled out before the 40th over. And look to set a total. Things have not gone to plan in terms of the dominating and not losing wickets. So they now have to ensure that they set a total.
So Tyree Moore, medium pacer, will come into play here. The brother of Trevor Moore, who a young player I cited a few years ago with enormous talent or potential. Not quite sure that has panned out over time. So he's cognizant that he will be bowling into the breeze with Rakeem Cornwall, searching to find some form and could be a threat. Comes in. Cornwall drives past him to the left, gets a single, brings Nathaniel into play. Moore comes in on the background that Attlee, who bowled from that end, was the one who would have gone for the most runs, going for over 10 runs per over. So he knows that he has to be tight. This time he comes in and Nathaniel works it into the cover region on the front foot. What do you think would be a reasonable target, Zorel, for the team batting first?
I mean, at this stage of the game, and being a final, you always have to bear that in mind. Scoreboard pressure. I think anything north of 200 is going to be a challenge in total.
Nathaniel faces up to Moore. Plays at that beaten outside the off stump. Was trying to play it into the offside with an angle bat. That one was straight through. I believe under any situation that the BlackHawks would like to bring in Kadeem Phillip next. A player who can go at it. I don't think he was scheduled to come in next, but you can see that he may be the man padding up, because it will be time to go at it. Liberta finding themselves being slowed down here by a solid Piggotts attack. Here is Nathaniel just hitting the ball into the pitch and back to Moore. Moore's been bowling some gentle, medium, tidy line. He's perhaps the bowler against whom some risk could be taken, knowing that Kadeem Henry has already bowled out his quota of 8. This time he goes down the leg side, passes the diving Damari Bent, and the ball goes into the boundary for 4-leg buys. And this is what you don't want. The Crushers would not like that. The BlackHawks would be happy for that. 4 extras at this critical time when they have been tying down the BlackHawks players. Excellent spell, 8-over spell from Kadeem Henry. 8 overs, 1 for 27. Really bowled his team into a reasonable position. Let's see how Moore handles this one. Oh, Nathaniel just shouldering arm and allowing the ball to go through at the end of over number 28. Liberta BlackHawks 130 for 4, Cornwall on 10, Nathaniel on 6.
Another good over there, steady over there from Moore coming into the attack, looking to consolidate the start that his other bowlers have given to his team. Liberta BlackHawks would certainly want to get on with it. They would not want to get bogged down. They'd want to ensure that they keep the scoreboard ticking over and don't lose wickets, but at the same time, they want to make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking over and give themselves a platform in the last few overs if they still have wickets in hand.
Shadrack Jr. starting his 6th over. To corner is right on the pad, inside edge. Shadrack Jr. hands on the head. Cornwall seems to want to pick it up, but he really has to pick the right position. I got the impression, Zoral, the ball was pitched on stump. He was aiming to straight mid-wicket. Fortunately for him, the inside edge may have saved him.
Yeah, half volley on the off stump, but he was closing the face of the bat, looking to hit it hard, looking to drag it down maybe too long off. And fortunately for him, an inside edge onto the pads, didn't go back onto the stumps. So he lives to fight another day.
Challenging time for the international pro. On the stumps, beaten, taken behind, but he's given. Cornwall goes. Playing through the line. Shadrack Jr. was celebrating. The wicketkeeper was celebrating. The appeal comes in. Rakeem Cornwall walks for 10. Vincent Shadrack Jr. catching a big fish here. Liberta BlackHawks definitely in a spot of body here at 130 for 5.
You said playing through the line. He wasn't playing through the line. He was swiping across the line. It was a horrible shot. Again, another delivery, half volley. That could have been stroked through the offside. He's looking to hike it through the onside. And, a poor showing here from Rakeem Cornwall. This innings, is really, he has put his team under pressure because he came out at number 5, looking to be one of the top players in the team and to certainly consolidate at that stage of the innings. And so he has scored 10 runs.
32 deliveries.
And he has really put his team under pressure.
Yes, quite a lot of pressure. And didn't really provide the cushion that the team wanted because he batted on the 2 circumstances. One, he was batting after Kareem Ago would have departed, came in to replace Kareem Ago. So he was batting with ABCA Christian for a while. In fact, the momentum of the team changed. Perhaps they were waiting and hoping that he would have been around. He had some challenges, opting to play across the line on a few occasions, were beaten. He got at least 1-4, not really hitting in the direction in which he expected, and now losing his wicket. As I say, playing across the line and not really through the line as I would have indicated earlier. He could have really gotten it anywhere into the breeze, but in the end got his edge, and Piggotts are rejoicing. Kadeem Phillip comes in to face Shadrack Jr. and he comes forward. 130 for 5. Liberta BlackHawks scoring rate declined from 6.25 at one stage after 18 overs to 4.56. Here is Shadrack Jr. Comes into Kadeem Phillip. Kadeem Phillip covers up, plays it with a straight bat. Shadrack Jr. taking his 2nd wicket. A crucial spell for him. First spell of 3 overs. In his 2nd over, he removed Kofi James. And now in his 6th over, removing Rakeem Cornwall. The man poised to take out the 2 players who would have flown in from the Leewards camp in St. Kitts to be with their club for this final. He has Kadeem Phillip, one who would have played not only at the national level, but would have had a few look-ins for the Leewards in the T20 version. So, Vincent Shedrack Jr. perhaps being well conditioned, tactically prepared for this. Elroy Francis Jr., the captain, may have been happy, but Kadeem Phillip can make a difference as he faces up to Shedrack Jr. He's beaten by a good delivery. He was searching for that outside the off stump. Excellent over from Shedrack Jr., a maiden wicket, and he is having fun. The BlackHawks, they are not having fun at this stage. They're under mounting pressure.
Yeah, Shadrack has come back and has put pressure on the BlackHawks batting, and in the process he's picked up the wicket of Raheem Cornwall. 10 runs from 32 deliveries. The BlackHawks certainly in a spot of about now, 130 for 5. Half their batting and their top 5 players are all out, and only 11 overs to go, and the BlackHawks really have to get on with it.
Oh, well played by Nathaniel. That one was just outside the off stump, and he steered it to the right of the wicket keeper, to the left of Greg Skeppel, into the boundary for 4. Welcome 4 for the BlackHawks. Nathaniel moves into double figures to 10, and the Liberta BlackHawks 134 for 5.
134 for 5. A lot of work left to be done by the BlackHawks batting.
Let's see more. We'll be happy. Oh, well steered once again by Amal Nathaniel. That one was closer to the off stump, and he just angled the bat, and it was delicately placed. Damari Benter could not even respond. 2 successive 4s from Nathaniel pushes his personal score to 14. The BlackHawks up to 138 for 5.
Welcome runs here for BlackHawks. Well played there. Using the pace of the delivery and guiding it past the man at short third man. Two good 4s there for the BlackHawks.
Let's see what the response is from Moore. Moore in his second over. Nathaniel is walking down the pitch and steers it to the left of backward point. In fact, down to third man. Greg Skeppel is there. He gets 2. What's the rationale for walking down the track?
Looking to make pace, looking to get closer to the bowler. Not much pace there by Moore. So that's the choice that he has made.
140 for 5. 10 runs so far of this over. All to Nathaniel. Moves to 16. Playing it smart. This time he drives and he's out caught. No, not out, says the umpire. Damari Benter was up with it. But not out, says the umpire, Zorel Bartley.
Probably the bat would have scraped the ground. That's what Nathaniel indicated. The fielders are not convinced.
Damari Benter stands in his same position. Now he walks back, he retreats. And Nathaniel sensing an opportunity to pick up the momentum here for the BlackHawks. This time he drives straight through, down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot, Nathaniel. Back driven. Answering Moore, saying you are appealing, but now this one is blazed past you to your right. He moves to 20, and he's really doing good work here for the BlackHawks after dismissal of Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah, third 4 in the over, and certainly would have picked up the score. Good going here by Nathaniel. Up to 144 into the 38, so 10 overs after this.
Still a ball to go in this, the 30th over. Nathaniel faces. This time, he gets one. A good rising delivery from Moore with his gentle medium pacers. Went through to Damari Benter. But at least 14 runs coming off that over. A good over for the BlackHawks. With 10 to go. BlackHawks 144 for 5.
A good over there for the BlackHawks. They would have picked up 3 boundaries in that over. They would have picked up some momentum. They'll be looking to continue in that trend. They have Kadeem Phillip, someone who is known to be quite a basher when he's going. At this stage of his career and at this stage of the game, expect that he's going to try to use his experience to bat out the remaining 10 overs and look to get to his team over the 200 mark.
So Vincent Shedrack Jr. is with him. Kadeem Phillip hits it straight back over his head, but not in convincing fashion. He was able to get through and get a single. I got the impression, as you say, the ball perhaps stuck in the pitch. He was playing through the line, but not really getting over the top as we expected. Kadeem Phillip, though, will have to be very tricky and smart when it comes to facing Vincent Shedrack Jr. because Vincent Shedrack Jr. is really going to be a key here for the Crushers. He has 1 over after this. He's in his 7th over. He has had 2 for 26. He has taken the 2 key wickets, the wickets of Rakeem Cornwall, and before that, the wicket of Kofi James, the first wicket. In fact, Liberta would have lost their first wicket with the score on 4. And Vincent Shedrack Jr. is the key to the pace of the Piggotts Crushers. Nathaniel down the leg side on the pads, trying to work the ball around. Shedrack Jr. feels to his own bowling. He senses the moment. 145 for 5. BlackHawks would like to sail over the 200. The biggest threat, Kadeem Henry, has already bowled out. Vincent Shedrack Jr. remains the biggest threat. He has just an over and 4 deliveries remaining. Can he take another wicket? Driven nicely by Nathaniel. And I believe here is where Zorel Kadeem Phillip, his experience will play a key role, because he can be tempted to get on the go, but he would also be watching Vincent Shedrack Jr. because Kadeem Phillip is going to be scoring from this end, more likely. But at the same time, Vincent Shedrack Jr. could be a threat.
Yeah, he'll be looking to the cow corner area. He'll be looking to go over the mid-wicket area. That is going to be his strong point. But at the same time, with 2 men in the circle behind point on the offside, anything wide, expect that he's going to look to go through that area too.
This time he drives out to cover, but there is a sweeper out there. I got the impression he was trying to go straight, opening the face of the bat a bit late. And the ball going out to the cover region.
Kadeem also is hampered by size, so you're not expecting quick singles. You're not expecting him to double up. So it's going to be long ones or boundaries. So into the 31st over, 9 overs to go after this one. It's going to be very dependent on the experienced Kadeem Phillip to rally the BlackHawks team to a big total.
Nathaniel is on 21 and he faces Shedrack Jr. Steers the ball, gets a single at least. Down to third man, Moore comes around and fields. So BlackHawks this morning, when they were sent into bat, in fact, the over has been completed. Over, is it? 1 more delivery indicated. They would have lost Kofi James for 1 with the score on 3. Yuri Smith for 35 with the score on 67 for 2. Kareem Agor for 19 with the score on 104 for 3. Avia Christian for 42 with the score on 111 for 4. Then Rakeem Cornwall, who labored for 10 with the score on 130 for 5. So these two have added 18 runs. And Vincent Shedrack Jr., one of the stars with the ball, 2 for 31 so far, with the coming in for the last ball of his 7th over to the big experienced player Kadeem Phillip. Phillip drives a lovely shot, but it's out to the fielder on the deep extra cover boundary. He gets a single and he will retain the strike. The over has been completed. Vincent Shedrack Jr., 2 for 32 from his 7, bowling rather well. And after comments from you, Zorel Bartley, Colin James is going to pick up the ball-by-ball action.
Yeah, there's a water break now at the end of 31 overs. Liberta BlackHawks 149 for 5 9 overs to go, and I'm sure they're probably targeting anywhere in the region of 210, 215, 220. They certainly need that score to be able to come back and defend that in the latter part of the innings. They put themselves into some problems, having lost their top order, having lost their main batsmen. The top 5 batsmen have all been dismissed. So it's going to be up to Kadeem Phillip and Nathaniel, who has been playing well so far. But with 9 overs to go, I'm not sure the BlackHawks are at the stage that they anticipated. However, on the other hand, I'm sure the Piggotts Crushers are quite pleased. 149 for 5 at this stage. They'll be looking to restrict the BlackHawks to anything under 200 and then look to come out and chase that target. So I think we're on to a good afternoon here, Colin.
Thank you very much, Zoral, and good afternoon to listeners, viewers, wherever you are. And it's quite a picture building here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Certainly, when I came maybe just about half an hour ago, I saw a lot of fans coming with their picnic baskets. So we're in for an exciting afternoon here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and here's hoping that more fans will come out and support the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association Super 40 final. It's Piggotts Crushers against the Liberta BlackHawks. The BlackHawks are 149 for 5, and we're in the last 8 overs. As I say, good afternoon to our scorers, Andrea Matthew and Christine Mills. 2 lady scorers. Have that happened before? It's always a male-dominated field, but we have female scorers now. From Katia and Baltimore. So it's mostly females now. You're Liberta scorer. Piggotts. And Christine is for Liberta. No, she's just a generalized scorer. Yes, she does that every match. Good afternoon to you, Anthony Martin. Haven't seen you in a long, long time. Happy New Year. Should I be saying that?
Good afternoon to you, Colin, and good afternoon to our listeners. And to me, it seems as if both scorers are supporting Piggotts.
Piggotts, they're wearing orange.
Yeah, looking that way
it's
to me.
Orange Nation.
And I would say Piggotts are surely, in the driver's seat here, because the start that the BlackHawks would have gotten, I would expect them to be somewhere in excess of about 180, 90.
By now?
By now, right.
Okay.
And looking to launch in these final overs, but it's not that way. It's the other way around, that the Crushers are the one with the handle.
Yes, so let's look at the scorecard quickly. The PIC Liberta BlackHawks. Kofi James caught John Baptist ball Shadrach for 212 balls, 8 minutes. Avia Christian ball Elroy Francis Jr. for 42, 46 balls, 79 minutes, 6 fours. Yuri Smith caught Malik Walsh ball Darren Benter, Damari Benter for 35, 37 balls, 36 minutes, 5 fours. Kareem Agua leg before to Kadeem Henry for 19, 29 balls, 23 minutes. Rakim Cornwall caught Damari Benter ball Vincent Shadrach for 10, 32 balls, 23 minutes. Amal Nathaniel, he's not out on 22. With him is Kadeem Phillip on 3. Nathaniel 26 balls so far, 35 minutes, 3 fours. And Kadeem Phillip, the left-hander, 7 balls, 12 minutes, no boundaries. 149 for 5. We're in the last 8 overs of the PIC BlackHawks innings. Last 9? Yes, last 9. So Shadrach has so far taken 2 for 32 from 7 overs. Benter 1 for 17 from 5. Trevinson Atley, none for 31 from 3. Very expensive. Kadeem Henry 1 for 27 from 8. Elroy Francis Jr., the captain, 1 for 17 from 6. And Trevon Moore, none for 15 from 2. A bit expensive. Wickets 1 for 13, 2 for 67, 3 for 104, 4 for 111, 5 for 130. As we play resumes after the water break or the drinks break or the refreshment breaks. This one is wide of off stump, and Kadeem Phillip getting his feet in line with the delivery, playing a fancy, eerie looking shot, and the ball going through to the keeper. The bowler from the northern end, Tyree Moore. I almost said Roger Moore. 007, James Bond. Tyree Moore moves in from the northern end. And for this delivery, is played in the air by Kadeem Henry. They're looking for a quick single, but quickly sent back by Kadeem Phillip, by Amal Nathaniel. And the score remains at 148 for 5. 149 for 5. Thank you, Anthony. And we're in the happy hour. Should Liberta be going guns blazing, or should they be playing it each ball on its merit?
Well, for now, they could, probably push around 2 more overs and get it down to 7, and then launch after that if no wicket has fallen.
More to Philip, and Philip is beaten outside of off stump, playing a shot that really wasn't in line to, and the ball going through to the wicketkeeper, and no run resulting. Still 149 for 5, and this is the 32nd over.
Correct.
Yes, 32nd of 40, and we're here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Lovely scenery here. More to Philip, and Philip is driving in the air. He's going to be out caught over the top of the fielder's head for 6 runs. For a moment, I thought the fielder was going to get under it. The widest mid-off fielder went over his head, over the ropes for 6 runs. So 6 good-looking runs there for Kadim Philip, and no doubt welcome runs for the Liberta total. They move on to 155 for 5.
I think that was a misjudgment there from the fielder down there at the long off position. I think better judgment. I think he could have taken that catch. Colin didn't fall very far from the boundary ropes.
I don't think Gershom Philip will be pleased with his performance there, or lack of thereof. A single nonetheless of the 5th ball of the 32nd over. That was played down to, dragged down to long off, almost scratching the surface. Kadim Philip, the ball going down to the widest long off mid-wicket fielder, and a single. 156 for 5. Colin James along with Anthony Martin bringing you ball-by-ball coverage on the ABCA Super 40. Have you seen Ben Moore, Roberts?
It's been a long time.
I've been looking for him ever since I came here, but he seems to have not been around. This is Moore to Nathaniel. Nathaniel, tall, 6-foot batsman, and he was trying to get on top of it, but only getting the outer portion of the bat and going into the mid-wicket region. He gets a single. 157 for 6. That brings up the end of the 32nd over. And the burly Kadim Henry with 00 on his back in terms of his number. Having a chat in mid-wicket with Nathaniel. 157 at the end of the over, Anthony.
Yes, seems as if the power play would be starting now. 8 overs remaining, the final power play. And, probably Liberta now would want to, just watch a little bit and try to get themselves, into a much better position. Push it around a little bit more. And 5 wickets down already, and wickets could fall very quickly, so they won't want to start playing rash so early. 8 overs still remaining. The batters to come, they're the lesser, so you would want to set a proper foundation with these 2.
So it's going to be Vincent Shadrack Jr. to Nathaniel. Nathaniel is getting a delivery that is bringing him forward, going back in at the same time too, and just playing it casually into the offside. Elroy Francis Jr., the captain, who is at a point, he feels, and no run resulting, 157. So Piggotts Crushers defeating All Saints Pythons by 5 runs last weekend in All Saints. That was a heartbreaker, wasn't it, Andrea? Or was it a good win for you, Piggotts? Coming back from the dead, so to speak. Shadrack wide of off stump, and Nathaniel not being able to capitalize on that one. I get the impression sometimes, Anthony, that our cricketers, Caribbean cricketers generally, West Indies, you name it, they don't tend to get in line with the deliveries. They tend to play more away from the delivery rather than going and getting in line with the delivery.
More hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, but there seems to be somewhat lacking there. I mean, I don't like to compare, but an Indian batsman would be way outside of off stump, getting in line and playing that one to the covers for a single or 2. Another delivery, and he's basically planted in the crease.
Yeah, well, probably we are not good dancers.
We are not?
Probably. Based on what I'm seeing, the Indians, you just told me they're moving well. They're good dancers to their sort of music.
That was a full pitch delivery. Should have been really moving into line and stroking it, maybe through mid-wicket or through mid-on for a couple of runs, even for a boundary.
We can see he's not a dancer.
Anthony doesn't think that we dance well in Antigua. The delivery outside of off stump, and he's playing back to the bowler. And this is a good over so far, being bowled by Shadrach. Is this Shadrach, his father is a police officer?
Yes.
The father still plays for police? Police plays in the parish league.
He still plays?
I'm asking. You should know.
No,
You are in the fire department.
I'm in the fire department. I'm not in the regular department.
But there was high hopes of Vincent Shadrach Jr. about 5 years ago.
Yes.
Don't think he has fallen off that badly. Angela will tell us. Shadrach moves in from the commentary box end to Nathaniel is off the back foot playing it. Gets it into the gap, a single, but certainly Liberta should be looking to score more runs from these deliveries at this time. We're in the 33rd over, and they're only 158 for 5, and overs are running out. Balls are drying up, Anthony.
Well, 7 more overs after this, and with 5 wickets down, I think that would be the perfect time for them to, try and go after the bowling. And as you know, Shadrach, he would have been bowling pretty well. He has gotten the 2 imported players for Liberta BlackHawks.
Yes, we look at his figures at the end of this over. For this delivery, Philip is coming forward, and we really have to respect that delivery. That was pitched between middle and off, and he had to come down and hit on it, and I'm playing it respectably into the offside. No run resulted. At the end of the 33rd over, it's 158 for 5. The Liberta BlackHawks against Piggotts Crushers in the ABCA Super 40 final.
Yes, as I was saying, they wouldn't want to go too hard at Shadrach because he would have dismissed Kofi James and he would have just dismissed Raheem Cornwall, and this is his final over, so you would want to see him out, don't allow him to cause any more destruction. So I didn't find it was, too bad to play him out. This is the over now. From here on, Liberta needs to try and push on and get as much as they can. 7 overs remaining, they can get maybe 6 runs per over. That should give them just over 200, 210 or 220 or so. Should be a good fight in total for the Liberta BlackHawks. They should be able to defend that 210, 220.
So Shadrach Jr. finished with 8 overs, 1 made and 32 runs, 2 wickets, an economy rate of 4.13, a strike rate of 25.00. Not bad going by the young man. This is Moore. Continues from the far end to Nathaniel. Nathaniel is almost genuflecting even before the ball is delivered and gets a single nonetheless down to long on. Gershom Phillip comes across to his right. He feels the score moves on by 1. It's 159 for 5. We're in the 34th over of this 40 over affair, and the crowd continues to build up nicely. Anthony?
Yes, Kadim, the big hitter, is on strike here to Moore. Moore runs in, past the umpire, bowls to Kadim, flicks it over the square leg region and gets 4 runs. 4 beautiful runs there by Kadim Phillip. Straight on the leg stump, and it was just flicked away over square leg, bringing up 4 beautiful runs for Kadim Phillip there and 4 beautiful runs for the Liberta BlackHawks, taking them past that 160 mark. That's good there for Liberta.
So good shot there from Kadim. No doubt taking advantage of a delivery that was slanting down the left side. And he just flicked it away through mid-wicket for another delivery wide of off stump and not really covering himself in any glory there, Kadim Henry. Should have really been in line with that delivery. Looking to play with his bat away from his body. His feet not in line with the delivery and going through the wicket keeper. No one resulted. 163 for 5. We're in the 34th over.
Yeah, Colin, I think he should have tried to play that on the offside. That was wide outside the off stump. He should have tried to cut that delivery.
More gain to Philip, and Philip is hiking this one down the ground. He gets a second run because there's a misfield on the wideish mid-on fence or long-on fence. Treverson Atin not really impressing his captain, Elroy Francis, during the day. And the ball going down to resulting in a second run. The misfield resulting in a second run. Kadim Henry is actually the wicket keeper, and he also bowls. So they're dual wicket keepers for the Piggotts Crushers. The Mari Benta wicket keeps as well. Both of them were in England in the summer last year and did reasonably well. Pretty well, not reasonably. Would they be going back? We're will get out the toss from our score there because she knows everything about the Piggotts Crushers team. She knows what they had for breakfast this morning as well. So she's going to tell us if they're going back to England this year. Single to Philip, to wideish long off. And the score moves on to 166 for 5. So brings the right-hander Nathaniel. He has a very low stance, Anthony. You think he should be a little bit more upright? More to Nathaniel. And Nathaniel is charging down the track, getting it off the thick outside edge of the bat. Brings the fielder across to his left in the on the third man boundary. Single to the BlackHawks, total 167. The fielder, third man, Shadrach Jr. He's wearing number 69. That's Charlie's, the late Charlie was a favorite number, Anthony. You know anything about 69? The number 69 I'm referring to.
Well,
It's Charlie's, the late Charlie Joe's a favorite number.
Yes.
So that brings up the end of 167 for 5 as we look to go into the 35th over. Anthony.
Yes, and speaking about Kadeem Henry, he would have bowled his quota of overs as well. He would have bowled 8 overs and he's back with the gloves. So
One for
Mari
27.
Benter, who was keeping, is back with the ball.
So this is a very all-round Piggotts team. They have bowlers who can bat. They have wicket keepers who can bowl, and batsmen who can wicket keep. Not a bad team at all. I think this Piggotts Crushers team has a lot of youth and experience in it, and yeah, they really can go places. I was at Markpan last Saturday, and I left with All Saints relatively in command to overhaul the total because of other commitments. And lo and behold, before the clock struck 5, Piggotts had won the game, and they were celebrating from All Saints to Piggotts. A single or 2 runs now to Nathaniel. This is good batting by the Liberta batsmen, Anthony, getting the ones on the 2s and just milking the bowling, if I can put it that way.
Well, yes, milking the bowling, that's good as well. But I think they need to just step it up a little bit more, you know, just a bit.
Lanky off spinner in Damari Benton, a single as fielder in the cover region.
Past him.
Went past
Drew.
Drew.
Yeah,
I don't think he will impress the coach of the Piggotts Bullets football team because his footwork was not very good there a while ago, Anthony. And
well, even getting to the ball is a problem for Drew.
You think Drew is a little bit overweight?
I think he has
Well,
two
let
bad
me
knees.
let me qualify that.
No, 2 bad knees.
Oh, yes, 2 bad knees. And might be carrying maybe a pound or 2 more than he would have wanted.
Weight on bad knees.
Weight on bad knees is not a good recipe for an agile fielder. Here is Benter. Benter overstepping for a spinner and being carted away by Kadeem Philip, but he didn't take advantage of the no ball and he only getting a single. So 2 runs nonetheless. 1 for the single and 1 for the no ball.
Well,
really,
and here's a free hit. So
and it's a free hit as well.
Yeah.
Really do you see a spinner overstepping, Anthony?
Yes.
You didn't have that problem in your career?
No, I never did.
Yeah, so not good at all there from Damari Benter. His other brother, Damar Benter. Who is the better of the Benters?
Darren Bent.
Darren is the better?
I think so. I think so.
Christine is agreeing with you, Anthony.
Yeah, Darren Benter, he's the captain of Bethesda
Golden Eagle.
Golden Eagle.
And he's the better of the Benters?
I think so.
Or the debate continues?
Well, we're both saying the same
Andre
thing.
is shrugging her shoulders.
You're the only person saying this.
I'm asking. I'm only asking the
But
question.
you ask and you get 2 answers.
Okay.
And the 2 answers are basically the same.
I'll leave it as that.
So there's
172
no
for
debate.
5. Anthony says there's no debate. 173 according to Christine, the official, the number 1 scorer. And the single will be had because this one is pulled away by Kadeem Philip. A short, flatted delivery from Damari Benter. And a single to Kadeem. He moves on by 1. He's on to 19, is he? Brings Nathaniel into strike. There's no Nathaniel is on 30. He's the number 6 batsman. Damari Benter This one is floated on the off stump and played delicately down to the widest mid wicket, widest third man boundary for 4. That was played delicately and with good soft hands into the boundary. It goes for 4 welcome runs to the Liberta total. They move on to 179 for 5, and that brings up the end of we're in the 35th over. So 4 good looking runs there, Anthony Martin.
Yes, a good shot there from Nathaniel. And Benter just guilty of not bowling to the plan, because the third man is short and bowling full and wide outside the off stump. That you're asking for trouble, and it was dealt with.
Yeah, it was a floated delivery. Benter, does he resemble Anthony Butters in terms of his height? And here's a delivery, short one, and pulled away for 6. That was a poor delivery from Benter there. Not really doing the job for his captain. It was short, wide of the leg stump, and pulled away by Amal Nathaniel for 6 good-looking runs. And the Liberta total is looking much more healthier as the overs continue to go away.
Yes, another bad delivery there from Benter. Just straight down the leg side, and it was dealt with there by the batsman in Nathaniel. Very good shot. Just bringing up another boundary to his name, another boundary for the Liberta BlackHawks. And the Liberta BlackHawks pushing on, pushing on smoothly, I would say, after, losing a few of their big wickets or their big hitters. They're trying to establish another partnership here. The partnership is what, 50 odd run partnership scorers, 54 run partnership. So
very good
with
partnership.
That shot,
very good partnership. Yes, very good partnership. And at the time when the wicket of Raheem Cornwall fell, you could see the Piggotts supporters in jubilation. And you could sense that, they were happy to get Raheem Cornwall. But sometimes, you never know. Maybe it's good to get the champion batsman out. But it's even better to get the batsman who is set out. Because if you allow the batsman who is in to continue to be there, he's going to make sure that he continues to score runs. And that has happened with Nathaniel. Oh, this is a pitched up delivery and banged away for 6 runs. Over long on by Kadeem Henry. He waited on it. It was almost a half volley, and he waited on it and just slotted it over the straightish long on fence for 6 good looking runs. 189 for 5 in the 36th over.
Yes, big shot there from Kadeem Phillip. Just over pitching there is more. You can't do that to Kadeem Phillip. You can't over pitch to Kadeem Phillip. Big shoulders, big man, big bat, everything's big.
Kadeem Phillip waits for more and more, misses his run, so he'll return to his mark. Maybe just being a bit off settled there by that big hit by Kadeem Henry a while ago. Kadeem Phillip a while ago, so he settles. As we say good afternoon to the coordinator of the scorers, Dane Paco Small, not Gustav, as this delivery is hiked away by Kadeem Phillip. He gets a single between the wideish mid-wicket fielder and the wideish long-on fielder. Single, 190. Is it 190 or 191? 191. So if the scorers on the manual scoreboard are listening, it's 191 for 5. So they need to maybe make a correction there, Anthony.
Yes, correct. More in, bowls to Nathaniel, played out in the offside for a single. Good run there.
As the throwing is sent into Kadeem Henry, as the batsman changed crease, 192. So we have another 5 overs to go. Or the four after this one, as Moore moves in from the far end, the northern end, to the left-hander head, Kadeem Phillip, and for this delivery, he's taking it in the midriff, trying to swing it away. It was a delivery that was short, but didn't really rise as much as the bowler might have wanted it to, and Kadeem Phillip trying to hit it to the onside, taking it in his midriff, and very big and powerful man is Kadim Henry. If you saw him, Philip, if you see him in a dark alley, you turn back, Anthony. You wouldn't want to face him head to head or face to face in a dark alley. More to Philip, and Philip is hiking this one away. This has gone for 6 runs. Whoa, over the former Sticky Wicket restaurant. 6 good-looking runs there from Kadim Philip, and really the Liberta BlackHawks are taking toll of some very poor orderly bowling by the Piggotts Crushers bowlers.
Yes, a big hit there from Kadim Philip. That one was, pitch short and, dealt with severely over the Sticky Wicket pavilion on the eastern side of the ground. Very, very big shot. On any ground, he would have gotten 6 runs there. The biggest ground in the world would have gotten 6. So, good shot there from Kadim Philip.
Even at the stadium, or even at Queen's Park Oval, that would have been 6. They were tremendous hit. The ball has not been retrieved yet. And
even at the Sydney Cricket Ground in
Sydney
Australia.
Cricket Ground in Australia. Anywhere in the world, that would have been 6 good.
Beautiful shot.
As Dwayne Marriott, the #1 photographer, comes into the commentary position. What's your duties today? You're streaming. You're doing the live streaming. The ABCA Super 40. Here, live at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. On the ABCA page, 197 for 5. And I don't think Andrea would have appreciated the last 10-15 minutes of this game. No, the Crushers have not really lived up to what she was expecting.
She wouldn't. The Crushers have been crushed in the last 15 minutes.
They're being crushed. That's a good analogy, Anthony.
Yes, correct. Crushers.
Crushers being crushed. People. More to Henry, to Philip, and this is pulled away for 4 more runs, 10 runs of the last 2 balls. It's now 100. It's going to be 202 now for 5, as the BlackHawks take advantage again of some loose bowling from Moore, and Moore has not really lived up to the expectation of his captain Elroy Francis Jr. And should Liberta get anywhere between 230, 240, it's going to be a match for the Piggotts Crushers.
Yes, I spoke about that initially when the game would have started. I said 230 runs should be the minimum based on the start that the BlackHawks would have gotten. But, in the middle stages of the game, Piggotts really did well, bowled well, pulled it back, with some tight bowling and some good catching as well. And, peg back the BlackHawks a bit. So, to pick up the pace in the last 20 minutes, that's good on the BlackHawks.
So we're in the 36th over, and this much better delivery from Damari Bent started a new spell. And Nathaniel celebrates as he brings up his half century. Or
he was clapping that sharp single
between him and Kadim.
That's right.
Is he saying that Kadim is not the quickest between the wickets because of his size? Well,
he was just saying Kadim was the one who called him, initiated the run.
So he's on 42, Nathaniel, and Kadim, who's on 36, comes into strike, and he's banging this one away. No one will get onto this one. It goes for 6 runs. And there was Asher Cornelius trying to take the catch with his right hand, one-handed, and didn't take it, but that's gone for another 6. And all of a sudden, Kadim Philip has exploded here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. He's on to 42. It's 208, is it? 209 for 6. And the partnership has gone on to 79 runs. Another short delivery, but a flatter trajectory, and banged away by Kadim Philip. He gets a single. He's not even worrying about running the singles. He's just thinking about staying on strike and really hitting over the top or through the gaps for 4 runs. He's on to 36.
Yes, but Nathaniel is looking to
43, sorry. Kadim is actually 43. Nathaniel pulls this one away, short the ball, keeping low. Would they come back for the second one? They decide against it. Maybe good advice there. Give Kadim Philip the strike because he's hitting the ball powerfully.
And he's a bit tired, I would want to think. I don't think he's that the fittest of a guy. I don't think he's doing much training. He's basically using experience out there.
He's part of the stadium ground staff.
Yes, this ground.
He's here. At Coolidge. He's not at he's at Coolidge. Here is the Mario. He's bowled! A delivery that was pitched probably on middle and leg, middle and off, and cutting towards the off stump, and he was trying to get back onto it and missed it completely and being bowled. A welcome breakthrough by Damari Benter, and Kadim Henry goes bowled for 43, and 43 welcome runs for the BlackHawks total, ending a partnership of
81.
81 welcome runs after the star player, the star batsman, or star all-rounder for the Liberta team Rakim Jim Cornwall had been dismissed, and he went at 130 for 5. At that stage, it was the 29th over, and they would have batted up to the 36th over and would have done well for the Liberta BlackHawks team. 81 welcome runs, and this could make the difference between a victory and a defeat.
Yes, very good hand there by Kadim Phillip. You know, I was down on the stand when he was telling the chairman of selectors, I'm here for selection. I'm not here just to play.
Who is the chairman of selectors, Anthony?
I think it's Bess.
Oh, yes.
I think so. I'm not sure.
Bess Spencer. Yes.
Is that his correct name? Bess Spencer?
Bess is his alias.
Nickname.
Yes. I'm not remembering his official Christian name, but everyone knows him as Bess. But he's a Spencer from Sweets. He used to play some good cricket for Sweets back in the day. As this delivery to the new batsman in Joshua Thomas. Played into the onside, no run resulting. That brings up the end of the 37th over. The Liberta BlackHawks, sponsored by PIC Insurance, 211 for 6. And they're looking to get anywhere between 220, 230, Anthony Martin.
Yes, sir. Tell me a little bit more about Bess Spencer, because I don't know about him. Growing up, you know, as a little youngster, I never heard about him. So could you, just a little bit, just so I could know who he was.
He was a relatively good medium pacer for Sweets back in the day. A good lord of batsman. A student of the game, very astute in terms of analyzing and assessing cricketers. Would have done some teaching in his day, I think, at St. Joe's Academy. Would have worked at the stadium as a stadium manager somewhere between 2004 2014. But he does a radio show on ZDK Radio maybe 3 or 4 times a week from about 11 until about midday, or from 10 until midday. So he has been one who has been around and has always kept an ardent eye on the development of young cricketers in Antigua and Barbuda. The poor ball from Elroy Francis Jr. pulled away for 6. Back into the attack, the captain, and a poor delivery and dealt fairly by Amal Nathaniel. 6 runs, and he moves on to 49, and the Liberta BlackHawks up to 219 for 6.
Yes, a very good shot there from Nathaniel. Just pitching it short there is Elroy Francis, and he suffered the consequence, almost going in the pool down there to the western side by the athletics club. A good shot there. And Elroy Francis, as the skipper, he would want to, answer back with a better delivery, a much better delivery, as we see him going around the wicket here.
Francis around the wicket to Nathaniel, wide of off stump. This one, that wasn't signaling a while, Anthony.
I think that was good. That was good enough. Because of the angle, it looked a kind of way.
Another delivery wide of off stump, and the umpire signaling wide. And as the bowler in Francis Jr., another delivery just wide of off stump and going through to the wicket keeper in Henry. Score remains on 218 for 6. We're in 2 overs after this one. This is the 38 over. I'm still thinking of 50 overs cricket instead of 40 overs cricket. Nathaniel turning this one around the corner. He gets a single, and he moves on to 50. That's his half century. It's not him. It's leg by. Leg by signaled by the umpire. Thanks to our scorers there for leg by. I thought he got bat onto it. It's 219, or is it 220? 219 for 6, so the scoreboard would have rectified that 1 run that they missed. So it's 219 for 6 as Francis Jr. tall, well-built cricketer to the relatively new batsman in Matthew Thomas, Joshua Thomas, and he goes into the onside for a single. As the cameraman from ABS, camera operator in Snoop, makes his way. As this delivery is wide of off stump and punched away by Nathaniel. He will get his 50th run and he'll get a second run just to make sure that he completes his half century. Signals to his dressing room and to the rest of the spectators around the ground. Well done, Amal Nathaniel. He weathered the storm after the loss of the wicket of Cornwall, and he stayed there with Jimbo with Kadim Henry to add a valuable 81. Kadim Phillip to add a valuable 81 runs for the 6th wicket, and he's still there. 51 not out. The BlackHawks 222 for 6 at the end of the 37th over. 38 over. 2 more overs to go.
Right. This is a penultimate over, and Benter will be the man in charge of this. This is a big over here for both teams.
Here is the Benter to Walter Thomas. Thomas looks to be a well-built player, broad shoulders. Plays this one into the onside with some soft hands, getting 2 runs, bringing the long-on fielder of the boundary, Shadrach, and the score moves on to 224 for 6. This is the 39th over. So this is the penultimate over as Benter to Thomas. And for this, Thomas is driving to get a single. I don't think, they're going to get a second one because certainly there's some lethargy in the outfield for Piggotts. Is this Hayden Walsh Jr.?
No, Hayden Walsh Jr. plays for Liberta.
This is
Malik Walsh. That's his
well,
brother.
I know it's a Walsh because the mannerism and the body language tells me he was a Walsh. He just looks so much like his cousins.
How could Hayden Walsh
Is his
play
brother
against Liberta? How could Hayden Walsh
Well, I was wondering because he looks so much like his brother Hayden Walsh Jr. But why Hayden Walsh Jr. is not playing today? Any reason why? Is he not available? Is he off island? Is he in St. Kitts? But I mean, the younger Walsh,
Team Cornwall and Kofi James.
Kofi James came from St. Kitts. So it's maybe we need to find out that. But certainly the Malik Walsh looks so much like his brother Hayden Walsh Jr. I was wondering if he was an incarnation. Incarnation, not of the younger of the older Walsh. This delivery is looking to be pulled away, but not getting bat onto it. The ball going through to the keeper, maybe coming off the pad, but certainly outside of the leg stump. 227 for 6, and we have 1 more over to go. 1 more ball in this over, and he's hitting this one away. He's going to be out caught on the widest mid-wicket boundary. Nathaniel going for the big hit and being hold out to the widest mid-wicket boundary. The fielder on the boundary, John Baptist, taking a well-judged catch down his lap, and that the end of Amal Nathaniel caught John Baptist, bowl the Mari Benter. He made 51 and the score 227 for 7, and 1 more ball to go in the penultimate over.
Yes, good inning there from Nathaniel. Very well played. He stuck around when it was a little when the runs dried up a little bit for the Liberta BlackHawks, and he stayed there and he weathered the storm and he got 51 to his name. 51 beautiful runs, and well played to the young man, and that was a good knock there for the Liberta BlackHawks, and they are 227 for 7 now with 1 over remaining after this, and they could find themselves maybe getting about a 235, 240. That would be a challenging score.
Yes. So 1 more ball to go in the penalty over. So 7 more balls remain in the innings, if my mathematics is right. And this delivery to the new batsman in Regis Burton, batting very low in the order. He was able to just play it into the offside. No run resulted. 227 for 7 at the end of the 39th over.
Yes, Colin. So what you think about taking the games away from the community? I think
I'm always a community-minded person.
I think
based on the finals last year when the Golden Eagles, better as the Golden Eagles, won off the last ball and what we saw in terms of people coming with their picnic baskets and having a good time and the whole atmosphere, I would have opted to play the match in one of the community grounds. But the ABCA, they are looking at maybe the bigger picture, bringing the ground to a neutral venue and also trying to promote the whole concept of local cricket on an international stage. So it's six and a half a dozen are the same, and 12 and a dozen are the same. So it's either the chicken or the egg or the chicken. Which way you look at it. So, but being a community man, I would have kept it in the community.
Well, I really think that as well. And when you look at the whole pandemic situation and people, having it a little hard
to come
I'm talking about where life is concerned in general. And you would have some little vendors coming around to those local games in the communities and getting their stuff sell and, making a little way for their family.
And he's bold. Regis Burton not really getting in line, not really doing the job that his captain in the Liberta captain Karima Gore would have expected of him, and losing his off stump, being bowled by L.Y. Francis Jr. in the last over of the innings. It's 228 for 8, and really a poor shot there from Regis Burton.
Yes, a bad shot there from Regis, but you can't really kill him for that. He's trying to, up the ante. It's the final over, and 2 more wickets in hand. So, I wouldn't kill him for that really. But back to the whole community stuff, Colin. I am looking at it. Yes, I understand the decision on the Cricket Association behalf, but you still have to look again and say, look at the pandemic. Try. You can try to help people as well, and if you would have played it in the community, it would have benefited numerous amount of people. You would have benefited the club and benefited some of those.
So which community you would have played this final in?
Well, it's either Liberta or Piggotts.
Okay. I have no qualms with that. Delivery floated up onto the leg stump, played away by the left-hander in Wilden Cornwall Junior. We have a lot of juniors around. Hayden Ward, well, he's not here. We have Shadrach Jr. We have Wilden Cornwall Jr. now. Here, Elroy Francis Jr. Back to Cornwall again. And there's going to be a run out. And he's out, run out, hits the stump. Did he?
Yes. He hits the stump?
Yes, he's out. He's definitely run out. Yes, I wonder why the umpire was delaying. Yeah. The umpire at the strikers then. Laurie.
That's the surname.
So, what's the first name? Michael Laurie? His or her?
Henrik did the run out.
Henrik Jr. did the run out. And the umpire is what? Who? Michael Laurie. So he's a man. Okay. Not a female. So Michael Laurie adjudged that Wilden Cornwall Jr. was run out and Henry was the fielder.
No, Drew.
Drew was
Henrik Drew.
Oh, Henrik Drew threw the stumps down. He was very agile there.
He went straight to him. He had nothing to do but pick it up,
Anthony,
and have a shot.
You have no compensation.
No, that's
you have no consideration for the good work done by Drew. But you're right.
Good job by Drew. In throwing the stumps down, but
how many
went straight to him.
How many more balls to go? 2 more balls to go, Anthony. At the end of the last delivery, you're going to have to give the listeners and the viewers the wrap up in terms of the score, because I have someone waiting for me patiently and I can't afford not to be there. Andre will help you with the scorecard. That this delivery is overthrown, a run into the onside, and then an overthrow. 2 runs a little bit of total. They've passed the 230. They're 232 for 9.
Colin, you have the stats down pack already. You have everything in your head already.
Anthony, I'm a man of many commitments. Let me reach out to here's the delivery. The last ball of the innings, and played down the onside, brings the field up the long on boundary. 1 more ball to go. Was there an extra? Was there a no ball or something? So no, that's the end of it. 233 for 9 at the end of 40 overs. I was going to say quickly, I reached out to the fire victims in Sweet. You weren't on the scene yesterday. The Josiah family of Sweets, my concern go out to them, and want to say thank you to the Falmouth Antigua Yacht Club and the Falmouth Harbour Marina for assisting with accommodating and providing meals for the family of 10, the Josiah family in Suite for that fire yesterday. So that brings up the end of the innings. And if I can quickly maybe go through the scorecard and get Anthony to wrap up. So Kofi James, he made 2, Avia Christian 42, Yuri Smith 35, Kareem Gold 19, Raheem Cornwall 10, Amal Nathaniel 51, Kadim Phillip 53 from 27 balls and 2 4s and 4 6s. Joshua Thomas not out 10, Regis Burton 2, and Wilden Cornwall Jr. run out for 2. Meandre James not out not. Shadrach Jr. 2 for 32, Damari Benter 3 for 48, Athlete none for 31, Henry 1 for 27, Francis 2 for 33, and Moore none for 50. Wickets fell at 1 for 3 James, Yuri Smith 2 for 67, 3 for 104, Christian 4 for 111, Cornwall 5 for 130, Kadim Phillip 6 for 211, Nathaniel 7 for 227, Burton 8 for 228, Cornwall 9 for 230, but the partnership of the innings, 81 between Kadim Phillip and Amal Nathaniel, which made a big difference in the Liberta innings of 233 for 9 of the 40 overs. Anthony, wrap it all up, and then we'll come back in half an hour's time, 25 minutes time for the start of the Piggotts race. Can the Crushers make it? Andrea will be here to make sure that the Crushers stay intact, and the Liberta BlackHawk fans who are bringing all their picnic baskets in tantimal style with their umbrellas are also here. It sets up to be a fascinating contest. Anthony Martin.
Yes, big finals here, the Antigua and Barbuda Super 40 finals with Piggotts Crushers and the Liberta BlackHawks. Liberta BlackHawks batting first and putting up a total of 233 for 9 in the allotted amount of overs, in 40 overs. They started pretty well. I would have expect them to get somewhere up to 250 or so, but good pullback there by the Piggotts Crushers. Some good bowling in the middle stages. With the start that the BlackHawks would have gotten, you would have expected that they would have, taken off. But Piggotts, they did a good job bowling in tandems in the middle overs, and you have Shadrach Jr. bowling his quota of 8 overs and picking up the two most important wickets, as the Piggotts Crushers would have been thinking, with Raheem Cornwall and Kofi James taking those 2 wickets and putting a stranglehold on the Liberta BlackHawks. And in the end, the BlackHawks up the ante in the end, maybe the last half an hour or so, and put up a reasonable score of 233, which is, I think, good enough score that they could go out and defend. But first they must get a very good start, take wickets with the new ball, and that's the way to stem the flow of runs down, taking wickets with the new ball, taking wickets early. And the wicket here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, it's good for batting. I would say it's very good for batting, and especially in the second inning, it's much better for batting than the first inning. So we should see a very good game, a good finish, providing that the Crushers could go out and, get the job done, put some runs on the board, try to get to that target of 234. And from here on, we'll close off here. 25 minutes break, and see you soon.
I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for it. Boss lady, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. I'm gonna get properly. I wanna sign my signature, cross my T's, cause I have all requirements that you need. My resume, flawless, suitable, diverse, reliable. If you hire me, I just want to go to work. Boss lady, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for it. Boss lady, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. And I'm working properly. You see, I have a vacancy, I go be number one employee. I aim to be guaranteed. I fit and ready. Alright, yeah, well equipped. The structure, I'm climbing it. This economy, I've been looking for work. Boss lady, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for it. Boss lady, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. And I'm gonna keep properly. So put our keep front of it. I'm gonna get in right away. I'm gonna put them back in it. Put our keep properly. So put our keep front of it. I'm gonna come in right away. I'm gonna put them back in it. I'm gonna keep properly. Boss lady, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for this one. Sign me up, I come for it. Boss lady.
Something, take it off, take off something, take it off, take off something, I throw it up in the air. I want to get naked, I want to get naked, naked, I want to get naked, and jam on somebody. I want to get naked, I want to get naked, naked, I want to get naked, and jam on somebody. So I just want to take off something, take it off, take off something, take it off, take off something, I throw it up in the air. Take it off something, take it off, take off something, take it off, take off something, I throw it up. So when the place get hot, 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 take off your hat, hat, hot. When you need to start work, take off your shirt, shirt. Take off take off your show. And if you know I'm a rag and a flag in your hand, everybody know this is what we want to do. Everybody start, take it off, take off something, take it off, take off something, take it off, take off something, and throw it up in the air. Take it off, take off something, take it off, take off something, take it off, take off something, and throw it up in the air. I want to get naked, I want to get naked, naked. get inside your midsection. Yeah, slow down, girl, I want it. Get inside your midsection. I wanna give the girl an injection. I wanna get inside your midsection. Slow down, girl, I want it. Alright, I wanna jump, 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 jump. I wanna rock, jump, jump.
I want it, got me jerked now. Take a simple time. Oh, hey, I don't want no one woman. All I want is plenty woman. Give me plenty woman. Hey, I don't want no one woman. All I want is plenty woman. Give me plenty woman. You know why them down? Them man, I don't want 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4, 5 year, 6 year. Give me more. 5, 10, 20 more. I just want them more. I don't want no one woman. All I want is plenty woman. Give me plenty woman. I don't want no one woman. All I want is plenty woman. Give me plenty woman. When the girl them cheating. Instagram they bam bam showing. I don't mind do like them thing. She got the melody and she got the best and she got the wetty, and I like that. I don't want no one woman. All I want is plenty woman. Give me plenty woman. I don't want no one woman. All I want is plenty woman. Give me plenty woman. Girl, them man, them does. I don't want 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4, 5 year, 6 year. Give me more. 5, 10, 20 more. I just want them more. I don't want no one woman. All I want is plenty woman. Give me plenty woman. I don't want no one woman. All I want is plenty woman. Give me plenty woman. All she wants is one man. All she wants is one man.
But what really going on here? Nah, what you want more than what? So nah, I gotta deal with this. Funny girl, why I should have one man when you have all kind of woman? What good for you is good for me. Why I should have one man when you have all kind of woman? What good for you is good for me. Man, them just horn, them just horn, them just horn, them just horn. But if we do the same thing, we wrong. They call them we bad, it's all over town. Them 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4. It's like them men just greedy for more. And if I get a next man, I is a hoe. Wanna show? Nah man. Why you should have one man when you have all kind of woman? What good for you is good for me. Why I should have one man when you have all kind of woman? What good for you is good for me. Them man and them two one-sided. Them a bit double standard. They two come out of time. If it's good for the goose, if good for the gander too. But if we start act like you won't like that. Why I should have one man when you have a kind of woman? What good for you? Good for me. Why I should have one man when you have a kind of woman? What good for you? Good for me. Man, them just horn, them just horn, them just horn, them just horn. But if we do the same thing, we wrong. They call them we bad, it's all over town. Them 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4. It's like them men just greedy for more.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players are making their way to the field for the start of the second innings, and the innings of Piggotts Crushers, where they will be chasing 234 for victory. Opening batsman for Piggotts Crushers are Malik Walsh, and the opening bowler for the PIC.
Welcome back to a coverage here of this, the Super 40 final here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds between PIC Insurance, Liberta BlackHawks and Piggotts Crushers. The news is that the Liberta BlackHawks were sent in by the Piggotts Crushers this morning, and they had a good score, a towering score of 233, which in these conditions I think would be ideal. Iroots Martin is beside me. Iroots, Piggotts, they're just about to get on with the chase. Your view on the score that was posted by Liberta?
Very good score there by Liberta, amassing 233 from their allotted overs. That's reasonably well batted there by Liberta after had a little static in the middle overs. So it finished well, at 233 runs. That should be good enough runs that they could defend. Runs on the board is runs on the board, and especially in the finals, that's what you would like as a team, runs on the board.
So here is DeAndre James ready, and Malik Walsh just steers this one, opens the face of the bat nicely down to third man, and right away, Iroots Martin, the Piggotts men are on the way.
Yes, good run there, first delivery, first run, and Piggotts would need to continue in this sort of vein. Trying to get a very good start, but the overcast condition is in the benefit of the Liberta BlackHawks because it's a new ball as well.
New ball, good opportunity. Lean, tall young man comes in over the wicket to the. Oh, this one is once again steered, but not to the intended direction. It was intended to be run down to third man, perhaps for another single. But instead it ended up at point where there's Karima Gore.
Yeah, I think he could have given that a whack. That was short outside the off stump, had some room on it. I think he could have, played a much better shot.
But perhaps he saw the two slips. This one is driven, nicely driven, out to the cover boundary. All the chase men are chasing. Oh, Karima Gore pulls it back, flicks it back just in time for Yuri Smith to send a bounce in return into keeper Thomas, and no ball. So right away, 2 runs. Well, was it 2, 3 runs from the bat? And now a no ball. So 4 runs from that. What should have been the third delivery, but is not considered a legitimate delivery because it's no ball, so it would be a free hit.
Well, they still got 4 from that particular delivery. Running 3 and no ball.
So let's see what happens now. James in this one, hit in the air. Even though he takes it, it would not be an out, but it could have been a run out, which is the only legitimate out that you would have gotten. And oh, it was rather close.
Some poor running there, running and pulling back, no communication. But if it's a free hit and the ball would have gone in the air, obviously you still have to run,
and you gotta run hard.
Because the fielder would have to catch it and then look to effect a run out, and that was just some poor cricket on Piggotts' behalf.
So this one is a bit more up. Kadeem Phillip comes into field. Kadeem Henry, he's on 3. Malik Walsh, he's on 2. Piggotts Crushers really needing 234 for victory in this final. They're off to 6 without loss, and we're in the 5th delivery of their innings. Outside the off-stump, that's a wide. So 2 extras. They can ill afford those. It would be interesting to see what would have been in the extras column when Piggotts bowled. Liberta, of the 233, would not have had that many extras. We have seen 2 so far. James comes in, driven nicely. or stopped by the boot of Arnold Nathaniel, the man who top scored for the Liberta BlackHawks. And that was pretty much a good innings. He set up that innings rather well. You have to give him some credit.
Yes, both himself and Kadim Phillip did a wonderful job there for the Liberta BlackHawks.
Yes, he got 51. Thank you. And Kadim got 43. This time he's outside the off stump and just been told by scorer that there were 19 extras. There were 19 extras in the BlackHawks innings, meaning Piggotts conceded 19 extras. And now 7 runs from the first over. They are going above that rate, but you do expect the game fluctuates all the time. 7 without loss.
Yes, and if they could keep that rate up, it would be good going there for the Piggotts Crushers, because that would take them, well in reach of the 234 that's needed.
It would be interesting to see Liberta have a flurry of spinners, so it would be interesting to see who will come in at this point. It looks like, they have, is it ABCA Christian? Is it? Yeah. So they have
he's going to bowl some off spin.
Yes, they have Christian. They also have Raheem Cornwall. They also have Kofi James, Kareem Agor,
Kadim Phillip.
Wow.
And they still have the top scorer in Nathaniel.
Nathaniel.
He bowls a bit of off spin.
I'm telling you, so 6 spinners.
Yes.
So
Lots and lots of
spin diet.
Yeah, only one pacer, and he's bowling from the northern.
How has time changed with Liberta in those days? You
from all those pacemen to all these spinners.
A spinner could hardly make the line unless you're a good batter. And now it is a spin.
Well, all over the world right now, spinners are doing a very good job, and in all formats. So, some of the youngsters, they just decide, I'm going to take that up as well. It's a little bit easier, they think.
Here's A.V. Christian. Well, he just goes through the motion, did not deliver. Perhaps just trying to find the footing and trying to find his direction on the pitch to determine the angle from which he would come. Well,
it's a little cat and mouse game.
Yeah, Malik Walsh does the same thing. He pulls away. And he said, if you want to offset me, I would offset you. Here is Christian to Walsh. Walsh comes across, diving, tumbling, saved by the captain himself. He's a live wire. Kareem Agor.
Yes, a very good feeling there from Goa.
No run. So Christian been given a good task here. He has a backward point. Well, Cornwall is in the at slip. He has a cover. He has an extra cover. Mid-off comes forward on this occasion. Walsh, a Liberta man. But these days, it doesn't matter where you come from. You outfit according to the club you choose, right? And that's what the power of the game is. This one nipped through and did beat Walsh outside the off stump. I'm getting the impression Walsh is not prodding forward. He's standing straight. And he cannot expect just to stand and stab or stand and dab. Got to get to the pitch. This time he gets sort of in line of the ball and works it into the onside for Kadim Phillip. And there is no run. You have to be decisive against the spin bowler. Can't be. Got to be a good dancer. This one had some turn on it. Really came back appreciably. Pitched outside the off stump and really was heading towards middle.
And that's the first one that turned for the over.
Yes, and it really turned very well. Here's A.V. Christian once again, and Walsh defends, plays it into the offside. 7 without loss, a maiden over.
Yes, a very good over there from Christian, just probing just outside the off stump of Malik Walsh. And as you mentioned, he's not getting the foot or the body in line with the deliveries. He's just, pushing the batter, and that's very bad for him. That could cost him his wicket because it's a new ball. So even though it's not spinning, it will still get a little movement because of the newness of the ball.
Yes, got to be careful. So 7 without loss after 2. Liberta didn't start that well after 2 overs. They were just 3 without loss. So Piggotts, in fact, they would have lost the wicket of Kofi James. This time here's Kadim Henry coming down on this one. Kareem Agor, he speeds in. He's so quick. He reminds me of somebody next to me.
Maybe
he learned something.
Maybe he learned something.
Yes, I guess he saw the live wire in the field. Antigua Barbuda producing these electric-like players. Hayden Jr., another one. Here is. This one is pulled away. Forward of square for 6.
Big shot.
A short delivery. And Kadeem Henry just pivoted and he pulled it, clobbered it. Just in front of the huge scoreboard here, the electronic scoreboard. 13 without loss. The first 6 of the Piggotts innings.
Yes, a good shot there from Kadeem Henry. That was a nothing delivery, and it was dealt with severely in front of square. Very beautiful shot. Picked it up early and dealt with it. Good shot.
James would learn that there was nothing in the pitch for the fast bowlers. Bring the ball up. Better delivery.
No ball.
No ball. That's something that perhaps Coach Kenny Benjamin may have to be doing some work on. 2 no balls in 8 deliveries for a young fast bowler in a final.
Well, the way I look at it, with so many spinners and so many experienced guys, I think this is his last over.
It is very likely. Very likely. A 6. This time he hits it in the air. Is that another one? Another 6 on the up. Piggotts starting in a blaze of glory in over number 3. They are 20 without loss, and I would smarting the other over that was bowled at the other end was a maiden.
Correct. So all the runs are from 1 over.
So
one end.
Malik James really would be having a review, some support from the captain Kareem Agor, who goes down and has a word and then speaks from a distance. Perhaps they're saying, settle down, youngster, get the ball up. And the 2 6s would have been struck from relatively short delivery. One pulled away forward of square and the other one hiked over long off. This time he gets it up a bit more. Kareem Agor feels the ball was well steered into the backward point position.
Yes, a good comeback there. Good comeback delivery there from James. Just pitching on about that off stump, just back of a length, that area of uncertainty for the batsman.
He will learn from this over. He will learn from this game. Comes in this time, a better delivery, just that corridor of uncertainty. Getting appreciable bounce, but not bowling short as he did on those 2 occasions. I guess, just as you say, he may be facing the reality that he may not touch the ball again. So, better make the best.
Yes, but his last 2 deliveries were good deliveries. So if he could come up with another good one, maybe he might stand a chance.
This time he's pulled again. 6 more. 3 6s off the second over and no ball as well from James. And this one is really unacceptable as far as the BlackHawks are concerned. The 3rd over is yet to be completed and the score has shot up to 27 without loss. That is striking at over 9 runs per over, and 3 no balls have been delivered by the same bowler.
And this is a free hit, so we may have another boundary here.
See what he does. Comes in. This one has been pulled again. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. 31. Piggotts Crushers 31 without loss. They're going at over 10 runs per over. And at this rate, it simply means that the deficit has been reduced significantly. They would need just another 203 runs for victory. What a surprise, perhaps, for the BlackHawks camp.
Yes, a good start here from Piggotts Crushers, but we must remember as well that the BlackHawks, they started well. Even though they would have lost an early wicket, they had a good start, where runs are concerned to overs. So we have to watch it because, in the middle overs, the Crushers came back. So we have to watch it here.
Christian on the ball to Malik Walsh. Just worked it down to Amon Nathaniel. Gets a single. You're right. The game would fluctuate. So the game would fluctuate.
Have to watch it.
So Kadeem Henry, the man who has been on fire, he's on 25. He comes in to face The spinner for the first time gets a good one. That one is spot on. Wicket to wicket bowling from ABCA Christian. Henry likes he loves the pace. Didn't quite come on the front foot for the spinner. Cramp, the same manner that Walsh played in. This one will not get past Kareem Agor. ABCA Christian doing a decent job so far.
Very good job. Very good job.
He's starting the bowling in a team that includes more illustrious names. Good one. And he gets that right up. He's not afraid to bring it right up. The good thing, he's either just outside the off stump or dead on middle.
And so that's what you want from your opening bowler as well. Attack the wicket, attack the stumps.
This one just outside the off stump. Henry did not play at it. Shoulders, arms, and allows the ball to go through. Will this be another maiden this time? But though he's down the leg side. God, he's caught. Well, I was James redeeming himself. I was unsighted by the column in front of us. I saw the shot. I didn't see any other reaction, and then two juggles. So ABCA Christian taking the wicket of Kadeem Henry. You have just scored 25 runs, and then you give it up on the last delivery of the over. Do you think he was aware that there was a short back of the square on that occasion? Do you think he was aware?
Well, as a batsman, you should be looking around and checking your field and, making sure the guys are in the position that they were in the ball before, But
that was he played it rather nonchalantly. He just turned. He could have hammered it. He could have flicked it. He could have defended it. But to say that he would have played it right into the hands of a waiting field is something that I didn't, as I said, I was unsighted, couldn't pick up the action. But the manner in which the stroke was played, a little disappointing for a man who really had set the place ablaze with his performance.
Yes, and anyway to the left or the right of the fielder, it would have been 4 runs, and he picked the fielder out and he suffered, The fielder in James, he juggled it a few times, but he held on to it. And I see that the skipper is putting some trust in him. Maybe after that catch, he's up tempo, so he's back on the ball.
Wow, this is a bold statement by Kareem Agor. Also, the batter who started to destroy him is out. James comes in once again. Better delivery. Malik Walsh comes forward and plays it back to the ball. That's a huge vote of confidence, and it's good for the youngster.
Yes, correct.
Because you'll be really.
I thought he would have just bowled his last over the previous overs that he bowled,
and he would have been dejected to be taken off after 2 overs. In fact, he would get what we call grinding. The guys would be at you, boy, those 2 overs, especially if there is a result. Better delivery. Looks to have gotten it well.
If you look on the fielding of the BlackHawks, you see much more intensity in the fielding than when Piggotts was in the field.
I was just looking through the stats for the tournament so far. Darren Benter, 394 for your team. Highest run scorer. Here is James. Oh, he tries to play across the line at the last minute, Malik Walsh. And that one beat him all ends up. He could have lost his wicket.
Very, very bad shot. I think, he could have just played that straight back down to the mid-off position, much better shot, lower risk.
And you're already going at 8 runs per over, so there's no scoreboard pressure at this point.
None whatsoever. Push it around, simple cricket, basic cricket, 1s and 2s.
Let's see how James shapes up, comes in. Oh, Walsh plays it nicely. It was really a bouncing delivery. This young man has a little bit of brisk in him. He gets good bounce, perhaps because of his height, and perhaps with good direction and good food for thought. We have spoken about the spinners, but is fast bowling tearing away in Antigua? Who are some of the young prospects? I know we spoke earlier about 1 or 2, but who are some that you are seeing? This time James is dabbed down to backward point. Kareem Agor swoops in to his left and no run. So think about it. But I was just mentioning Benter, 394 runs, an average of 65.66. That's Darren Benter, including a top score of 115, 350s, 82, 81, and 66. Kadeem Henry, the man who just got out for 25, his 25 runs would have put him at. Here is Malik Walsh playing from way outside the off stump, dragging the ball into the mid-on position, no run, a maiden over. A good comeback on the part of James, a maiden over Iwoots Martin.
Yes, a good comeback there. After being rough in his previous over, coming back, and the captain really putting some trust in him there, and giving him another over, and he came up trumps, giving a maiden over, and he will surely bowl another over.
Yes, definitely after maiden. Can't dispense with him. It doesn't matter who you have. So I was, ABCA Christian comes in, and Benter, this is Demari Benter, goes back. Yet to get off the mark. He's the younger brother of Deran Benter, the older of the brother who keeps wicket for Bethesda. Here is Demari cracking the ball. Once again, Kareem Magoda captain fields, and there is no one. In fact, it is Cornwall. So, interestingly, there are two Cornwalls on the field. So there's Raheem Cornwall at slip, and there is Wilden Cornwall Jr. That's his cousin. Raheem is the son of Elderfield Cornwall, the bigger of the Cornwall men. I was going to say boys. They were boys in those days. Wilden Cornwall is the former Leewards player. Here is ABCA Christian feeling to his own bowling. So Wilden Cornwall Jr., obviously the son of Wilden Cornwall. Liberta would have had a legacy of families with the Walsh brothers at one time. Here is Demari Benter, part of the Benter brothers. His bigger brother Diran plays for the same team as Iwoots Martin. Just under 400 runs, 394. He would end as the leading scorer in this tournament. Demari covers up and perhaps would like to emulate his brother. So after 6 overs, Piggotts, they are stuck literally, because for the last 3 overs, they didn't score a run after they really got flying, going at 10 runs per over.
Yes, another good over there from Christian. Just keeping it tight. Just stemming the flow of runs. Not allowing the Piggotts to really get away with things. They have been scoring pretty quickly, and just to peg them back a bit, ABCA Christian is doing a good job.
James is back on the pads of Malik Walsh, works it out to Raheem Cornwall at mid-on, and there is no one. So I spoke about, we had the Walsh brothers at one time. There was John Walsh. A lot of people may forget John. He would have played more with Parish League. Then there was the late Hayden, the illustrious man. Then Vaughan Hungry, man, the team pacer. James, this time outside the off stump, no harm done. And then there was, you remember him, Chick.
Yeah.
Wade Walsh, yes,
Wade
Chick.
Walsh, yeah.
He was the off spinner. Before you, he was with the Antigua team, even though you were the leggy. He was enjoying. And there was Ordwin Jarma, that's the batsman. So at one time, 4 Walsh brothers would have played with the Antigua national team. This one has been played into the cover region, Kofi James Fields, and there is no one. And as you go on and on, it's a legacy. Kofi James, the son of the late Hardy James. So pretty much that. So Deran Benter and Demari Benter. Demari, the younger of the Benter brothers. They have played a lot of cricket together. Their father, who is a preacher, is also a very good cricketer. This one has been steered out by Malik Walsh. And only a single.
So you can tell us about the Burton brothers as well. I've heard about the Burton brothers
That's
while I was
right,
going
man.
up. Yeah, you're part of the brotherhood. So tell us about a little
I
bit
prefer
about
not
the
to speak
Burton
about myself. Let's
No,
leave
it's
that
not only you have other brothers.
Yes, obviously. In fact, I was very, very inspired when you went to Liberta School and you saw Al, my brother, and Hungry Walsh. Even though Al is more known for batting across these circles, especially in wind ball cricket, not only in Antigua but throughout the Caribbean. Really the best batter I have seen in that category of cricket. That is undisputed. But he used to bowl in a combination with Hungry Walsh in school. Short guys, eh? There was another guy named Kobe I'm going to get his surname. And there was another guy named, well, they had some short guys at Liberta. Here is James. Comes in, Demari, goes back to cut, not timing it well. Good diving, tumbling save by Kofi James at Coven. There is no one. Kobe was short, was the same height as Hungry. Al was just, well, let me not say just a bit taller, but he was taller than them. And, well, filming was just before that group. But those guys were just so short. And they used to really have fear in the minds of batsmen. Quick. How could that be? You're so short.
Strong. Strong as well. So I think you're forgetting that.
Well, it has to be.
Strength.
So you used to know guys come to Liberty to play and everybody, wow, Hungry, and you look up there, Kobe and Al and the other guys. Not no tall guys like you look for in these days. But Xavier Christian, he has immense talent. Has the capacity to represent the nation in cricket or football. This one is dabbed, steered nicely by Malik Walsh, who is in fact the nephew of the Walshes. And you know your good friend Hayden Walsh Jr. is also part of that Walsh clan. Demari also has immense ability as a benter. He bowls, he bats, and now he's going into a wicket-keeping mole, which was really a surprise to me. Here is he coming forward and playing the ball out. Oh, a bit of misfield by Regis Burton and giving them a single. 36 for 1. What would you do if you were Kadim after 25 runs in quick time, as you say, most of it, of James, that you just give it away to the spinner? Oh, Raheem Cornwall dives across, but misses the ball, but the ball will not miss the boundary. It's 4 runs to Demari Benter. And if Christian may be saying, spoiling my figures, he has had 1 for 8 so far. But what would you do if you were Kadim Henry? You were already on the, would you have played that shot? Would you have been more decisive? Would you have been more defensive? What went wrong there?
Well, I think the ball was there for the shot, It's just the placement. It was just, didn't execute the placement correctly, and he perished.
Really set Piggotts off to a flyer. They were 31 without loss after 3. Now they're 40 for 1, and we're in the 8th. So we would make that 9 runs. Let's say almost from the last 4 overs. Demari Benter shows a defensive bat. Beyond Kadim Henry, where does the power lie in this Piggotts batting lineup? That's a question to ponder at the end of this over. Demari Benter strokes this one nicely, but this is a good cordon. That those guys in that cover region, that backward point for Liberta, they're very efficient. Over number 8 has been completed. From 10 runs per over to 5 runs per over, where does the power lie for Piggotts in terms of power hitting to get the 234 runs?
Well, they have another youngster who is the captain in France.
Elroy.
Junior.
Yes.
He could hit it a long way.
Yes.
But he will surely need a proper foundation,
to launch.
To launch when he gets to the wicket. If he will have to consolidate and try to, build partnerships, it would be a little bit tough on him. He wants to get to the crease when there's a good foundation and he could play some free and fluent cricket, but we're watching, and as you say, they aren't much big hitters when it comes to Piggotts.
Right.
So Henry is gone. The other person that I can really look on as a big hitter is the captain.
Yes,
Eddie Phillip, but practice
is critical.
That's right, and he would not have gotten in a lot of that.
Yes, so there will be a change. It looks as though the captain for Liberta, Karim Goy, is going to come in. But you're right, Ellie Francis can hit it a long way. He's also fluent. And some of these youngsters, I don't want to put you on the spot, but my concern is Leeward's cricket is that we are not having those Leeward's tournaments as the past, where we could get some of these youngsters. Karim Goy did not deliver, just to get the body right. In the past, you guys used to play full 3-day games, the 1-day game, competitive stuff. between all the islands.
Well, we used to finish those games in 2 days.
Well,
It used
based
to
on
be
the
3
power
day
of
games,
the team,
but
yes.
we used to finish those games.
Yes,
in 2
based
days.
on the power of the team. But the point I'm making, good delivery from Kareem Agor. The point I'm making is that was a crucial part. A guy like a Elroy Francis, a guy like a Isan Warner, a guy like maybe Pittman, a guy like these youngsters would have had that opportunity to be playing after making their national team. But we just don't have that around, and it's affecting the quality of playing Leeward's cricketers. Kareem Agor, loud appeal. Joshua Thomas also behind the stumps would have gone up, but Malik Walsh stands firm.
So why is it that we can't have any Leeward Islands tournament
I
anymore?
don't know. I'm asking the journalist to ask that question because I'm not in that mode. I come to give commentary whenever I am invited or I have the opportunity or the time. But I think the journalists, are a bit short on doing their work. Those things would not pass in the day. This one, a good one, angled in, steered away, and he's appealing. Perhaps he thought it was all pad, but there was definitely some bat in that one.
So you're not associated with any media house?
No, I'm not
or
associated with
anything?
any media house.
We could maybe have a little program and have a little
Okay, so
call-in,
that's a good idea. So
have a little
perhaps, so
call-in
perhaps I'm going to line you up and work on something, and we could do that.
Well, you work on something and then you line me up.
This time he tries to work it off the pad. I like that. So, okay. So since the truth is, I am not saying I have not been called to do some of those stuff. It's just that I have not been able to fix them in a schedule. But the more and more, it's hard to see things pine away and you can't say anything. Exactly. So I may get tempted, since you have added to the temptation, to just get going and perhaps get involved again, because we really need to put pressure on the establishment to ensure that the best cricket is available.
Yes, because if we continue just relaxing, the people in charge, the administration of the Leeward Islands cricket, would just keep doing what they're doing, because they're thinking, no one's complaining. So that means I'm doing good. So I'm just comfortable in this position, and I'm just going to maintain here until somebody puts some fire on me.
Right. Well, in those days when I used to write and when I used to talk, I remember, I'm not going to call him, a former president of the Antigua Cricket. So he called me, he said, boy, you're not easy, He said, boy, when you talk, man, you're so harsh that we have to respond and run for cover. You're not afraid.
It's not harsh.
I said,
don't think it's harsh.
My work.
I think you're just being,
responsible.
truthful and speaking the truth as well, just as how you see it. You speak it.
Yes.
A lot of people don't like that, but hey, I think that's the best way.
Cricket was on top. We could have produced players like you and others before you because there was a system. And now we are not doing the same thing. This one is just lying down the leg side. New bowler, Wilden Cornwall. Sorry, Yuri Smith. Not Will. So, man, the two opening batsmen are getting a bowl before some of the the top flight bowlers. Quite a talented team here, man.
Correct.
Team filled with all-rounders. Yuri Smith comes pulled away by the Barry Benter for 4. Lovely shot. Picked the line well. The ball was drifting down the leg side, and he just placed it down to backward of square for 4.
Yes, sir. Badly line delivery there from Yuri Smith. Just being included into the attack, introduced into the attack, and right away just pitching down the leg side and turning further down the leg side, and just helped on the way by Benter. Good shot there by Benter. 4 beautiful runs.
Would Yuri Smith be your choice in this attack? There's
No,
so many options.
definitely not my choice.
Keep the pressure up.
Christian would have bowled another.
That's right. Here is he. Good delivery. That one had Benter pushing forward. It was almost beaten.
Yes, even though Christian was hit for a 4 in his last over, he was still bowling very
That's
well.
right.
So he could have bowled another.
44 for 1. Wayne over number 10. Benter goes back. Good, appreciable turn. Pitched outside off, angling into the leg. And you have Rakeem Cornwall. You have Kofi James. You have Kadeem Phillip. Quite a wide repertoire. This one went between his legs and may have hit the back pad. And Damari Benter, as though he wants to go in gear.
I think that went.
Yes, and they have hit the keeper's pad.
That's right.
This time he
Badly
tries to
lined
pull it
again.
in. taken
I
the
think that's a
pad.
wide.
No, it may have taken the pad, I guess.
I think that's a wide.
if it didn't hit the pad, it should have been a wide.
I think that's a wide because here is it. If it was hitting the pad, I think the keeper
Would have
some trouble
catching
catching that.
Yes, that should have been. So 44 for 1 after 10. Piggotts Crushers after an early flurry, in which at one stage they got up to 31 without loss in the third over. They have somewhat declined. They lost the wicket of Kadeem Henry for 25, the man who was doing the major damage. So now it's Benter on 8 and Walsh on 7, and they're 44 for 1.
Yes, just getting 13 runs from 7 overs.
Coming forward on this occasion, Walsh. Walsh seems as though he's content just to push and prod, not attempting anything adventurous. While Demari Benter, realizing that he may have to be the one to get things going. Kareem Agor once again, and he's beaten. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire.
Yes, good delivery there with a bit of pace. That was a bit quicker.
Yes.
You know, through the ear, hit the turf and took off.
He mixes it up well, Kareem Agor. Walsh goes at this one, and Rakim Cornwall holds on to it, and
not that Cornwall, that's Philip. Kadeem.
Yeah, wow. How could I not pick
almost
that?
look like brothers.
Almost brothers. They're very close friends. Cornwall is at first slip, and he puts his hands on his head as that one just beat the outside edge and went through to Joshua Thomas.
Probably he's just praying for a little nick.
Yes.
Come his way.
So, Rakim Cornwall at first slip, Kofi James at the wide third man position. Here is Walsh covering up. A.V. Christian, who really bowled well the opening spell from this the southern end. He's at point. Here is Kareem Agor. Once again, Walsh squeezes the ball out into the cover region. Yuri Smith feels there is no run. It's another maiden. Quite a few maidens. Our scorers perhaps will tell us how many maidens at the Liberta. 5 maidens. The BlackHawks have also final innings of just 11.
Yes, some very good bowling in the back end there. You know, after the opening overs, you know, some very good bowling here by the spinners. And speaking about cricket here, Seth, the West Indies earlier would have, you know, pulled off a real nice victory there by 10 wickets. Who would have expected that?
You know, I mean, cricket is so amazing. England would have declared, prior to this game, they would have declared on 3 occasions. They declared twice in one game and once in another. Demari Benter plays this one back to Yuri Smith on the offside. So you have at least, even though there were draws, you show dominance by declaring.
Right.
And now you get another chance. The West Indies, they're able to wrap that up just over 3 days. 3 days and less than a session.
Yes, I
sport.
think we played some good cricket, you know, and that's the reward for playing good cricket.
That's right. An interesting point to ponder, though, in terms of the West Indies. Kyle Mayers would have come in as a batter. Demari pulling this one straight to James. James rifles the returning no run. Comes in as a batter but performed like a bowler.
Well, you know, that's the beauty of being an all-rounder. You know, whenever you fail with the bat, you have to pick it up with the ball.
Showing his value this time. Demari once again goes back and flicks it to James. And that was critical, getting somebody outside of the core bowlers who could come in and slide a few, present a surprise. The element of surprise. Here is Demari Benter driving, lovely shot. Oh, well done. Good feeling to his left.
By Regis, I think.
Yes, Regis Burton.
Yes, some good feeling. Yes, as I was saying with the batting and the bowling of Kyle Mayers.
Here is Yuri Smith once again. Wall chips this one down to Christian coming off the long on boundary.
You see, when you're a team like England, during team meetings, you would be discussing the main bowlers.
That's right.
The main bowlers. You know, they weren't really looking at Kyle Mayers as a big threat.
Right.
You understand? So they didn't really plan for him.
And then he comes out of the blue in the right condition. The sliding pitch.
So no time to plan again. You know, you're already you find yourself behind the 8 ball there.
46 for 1 after 12 overs. They're chasing 234. Here is Walsh getting at least a single here of Kareem Agor. The first run of Kareem Agor, and he's in his 3rd over. He has had 2 maidens before this. Once upon a time, I will tell you a story. The Leeward Islands, just before your time, were playing in the, what we used to call it, the bowl, the
Shell Shield?
No, after Shell Shield, it was the one-day tournament. Here is Benter playing the ball into the cover region, the
Boston.
Red Stripe Bowl. Red Stripe Bowl. And during that time, we would have journeyed to Guyana and then the finals in Jamaica. Couldn't forget it. I couldn't miss it. Down the leg side, brushing it. Because I would have been with the guys, you know, doing broadcast apart, but really enjoying with the guys. When they won the semifinals, I got a call to say, Seth, you got to come, man. We want you here. And I am not going as a player, roots. I did not make any broadcast arrangements because I didn't know what would have happened, but they won the semifinals. I headed up to Jamaica the Sunday, I believe. Driven nicely. Oh, it will go for 4. Lovely shot on the part of Malik Walsh. It first beat Yuri Smith in the cover region, and then Armal Nathaniel, who was diving away. The 50 comes up for Piggotts Crushers. They are 51 for 1. 51 for 1. They're chasing 234, I remind you. When I got up to Jamaica, well, Leeward destroyed Jamaica, and I'll get back to it. Here is he hitting this one nicely. Walsh showing his colors to Kareem Agor. One bounce into the boundary. That's Benter, sorry, Demari Benter showing his colors here. This one driven just over mid-off and getting it into the boundary for 4. Benter is speeding on to 17. 55 for 1. He realizes the importance of his presence here. The fact that Walsh is more playing the sheet anchor role.
Yes, Walsh playing the anchor role and just rotating the strike, and Benter, he's the man now to really take the bull by the horn. You know, a senior player, yes, young, but he's a senior player within
in the
this
context,
yes, within this Piggotts Crushers team. So the Piggotts Crushers and the fans, the spectators, the captain, everyone will be looking forward to him to bat deep.
Yuri Smith is back in his 3rd over. Walsh comes forward. But back to the conversation. So when I listened to, you know, Courtney Walsh came down to speak to his buddies, you know, Keith and Ambrose and the Leewards guys. Patrick came by. Here is Yuri Smith once again being glanced by Walsh. And the discussion was, Leewards had shocked them because they sat down and they planned for Stuart Williams, they planned for Keith Arterton, they planned for everybody. But they didn't plan for a guy by the name of Lanville Harrigan, who was the opener. And himself and Sylvester Joseph took Jamaica apart. Down the leg side. A wide signal by the umpire. But the point that I'm making, just as you said, England core would have sat and planned against the West Indies core bowling. And then somebody you didn't plan for came in. The element of surprise is critical. And I think the West Indies team would need to look at that as they move on over a period. Predictability is always easy to counter. But surprise is a difficult task. Here is Walsh defending this one. Never forgot that situation. He said, man, we planned for everything, but we just didn't plan for this, man. And in a flash, Harrigan had a half century and just knocked the wind out of it. Was a good pace attack. Walsh and Patrick Patterson and the like. Leewards ended up winning the tournament. Yep. So here is Yuri Smith, another good young player, just outside the off stump, working the ball well. And part of this for Liberta could be grooming and mentorship. The youngsters learning from some of the older players. 56 for 1 after 14 overs. They are going at just Roots barely 4 runs per over.
Well, still not bad. Still not, really bad for them there. After 14 overs, 56. Yes, a little slow, but, with wickets in hand, they could still, try and establish a good partnership. The partnership is now 24. They could, continue, try to put some pressure on the BlackHawks and try to squeeze some more singles and turn the ones into twos and, try to up the ante a little bit by not taking much risk and, try to build a steady and solid platform, that when the skipper arrives, it's easy for him.
They require another 178 runs. And the required one is a 6.65. So it's not going to be easy. But they have resorted to an all-spin attack. Kareem Agor, the captain, comes in once again. This time he goes back and punches it. Kobe James. I spoke about Christian, immense talent, cricket and football. He was born to England, special training camp for football. Going further, this one is going a bit further off the back of Liberta, who just lifted it nicely. Opening the eyes of the BlackHawks. As Bento this time goes and he drives. Good flowing drive out to arm on Nathaniel. There is no run. Nathaniel would have been the top scorer for the BlackHawks. Scored 51. Really batted well. Challenging period. Here is a run out scenario. That one has been totally messed up by Regis.
Should have.
Demari Bento was running up on the Walsh. Walsh did not move, but instead of sending the ball to the wicketkeeper's end, threw it to the bowler's end and really put an end to what should have been
out. Yeah, should have been a run out. Should have been a run out, but the fielder threw it to the wrong end.
And Bento actually gave up. Bento lives to fight another day. The guy did come and say, and it still remains. It should have been 60 for 2.
Yes, with the field placement that Kareem Agor has, he has a man on the boundary on the leg side, behind square. I think for him, he needs to put that man in front of square rather than behind of square, because here's it, you have that man on the 45 already. You don't need another man on the behind square. So what you need now is for him to go in front of square. So a shot like what was played previously in the over, maybe he would have stand a chance of getting across, because that went all along the ground and cutting it off.
The attack now from this will be Raheem Cornwall.
So Raheem Cornwall comes in to replace Lewis Smith. He'll have his first ball. Comes in driven by Walsh. Shocking feeling you get when you haven't done that.
Tight, sometimes feels a bit tight.
Should have got those fingers working before he gets the ball. This time he comes in and hits him. Walsh looks up in the air. Saying, how I missed that. That one missed the edge.
He had a right to miss that. That seems as if it was going to a fielder or to the keeper. You dab in.
They're dispensing now with the slip. Push the slip back into a short third man position. It comes in. Oh, Kareem Agor. Well, in fact, it's not good. But it's William Cornwall Jr. He's fielding on that occasion. But Kofi James covers him. So the party is looking to replace Iron Smarty. We had a good, solid discussion. Raheem Cornwall fields to his own bowling. 15 overs, 15.4 overs, because Crushers needing 234th victory. They are 16 for 1. This one played nicely down towards the boundary, chipped back by the fielder, William Cornwall Jr. And so comes in from Kareem Agor. 2 runs to Malik Walsh. Walsh moves to 11, 62 for 1. Raheem Cornwall. Just ready to complete his first over. None for 2. delivery. A little bit of turn there, was equal to the task, stepping back and steering the ball out into the offside. No run. That completes over number 16. It's over the bar, the 62. On the state of
frustrated Malik Walsh, 47 deliveries for his 11 runs. At this stage, I don't think the BlackHawks are in a hurry to get him out. They want to allow him to soak up as much as possible. Leave it on the back end for the Piggotts Crushers batters to try and take advantage, or to take advantage of the bowling at a later stage. But Piggotts should be getting worried. 62 for 1, 16 overs gone. They need to get a step on from there.
Definitely. They're going up on the 4 runs for over at this stage. Now the BlackHawks, they have brought on Kadeem Phillips, so they're really ringing in bowling changes here, because they would have had already quite a bit of bowlers. Kadeem Phillips would have been So Kadeem Phillip would have been their 6th bowler being used. You'd have a Raheem Cornwall, Yuri Smith would have bowled, A.V. Christian, James also. Here is Benter going back and cracking this one. A good diving save by Yuri Smith. So it has been pretty much tight going for the Piggotts men. They really started with a flurry. And here is Benter pulling this one forward of square into the boundary for 4. It was short from Kadeem Phillip, and Damari Benter is building a nice momentum.
Yes, it is. A short delivery, and he put it over forward of square deep in the wicket area. But expect that the BlackHawks are going to try to tie down the rest of the innings with spinners. Expect James and Kofi James and Kareem Agor to also come into the attack.
Yes. It's going to be a spin diet here. And they do have so wide array of options. A.V. Christian seems to be such a challenge. Because that signal the importance of spin.
It's not only the variety, but it's the experience. The experienced bowlers at this level.
7 for 1. His 4th delivery of his first over. Comes forward on this occasion. Walsh on this occasion. Similarly slimly built, but Benter is taller, leaner as well.
And good captaincy on the part of Kareem Agor. Walsh comes under strike. He has 8 men saving singles. Now for the final delivery, the man at long off and long on. Those 2 men go back onto the boundary.
Comes forward, now the field, says the umpire. And Walsh survives. And good thing. I thought also they wanted to have to give one to one single. They don't mind because he doesn't.
I think that was the intent also, but also the opportunity not to get him to try a release shot over the top and get it 4 when he's been bogged down for the over. So in dropping those 2 men back, you offer him the opportunity of a single, but you're also protecting a boundary. So good tactics on the part of the BlackHawks captain Kareem Agor. I think at this stage, Joe, the Piggotts Crushers, they've got to make a decision with regards to Malik Walsh. Either they're going to ask him to up the tempo, or he's going to have to try and get out.
That's right. Raheem Cornwall is back with the second over to Damari Benter. Benter goes back, but that ball was spinning into him. At the same time, what I'm realizing, Zoran, I'm not seeing the batters to the spinners. I'm not saying dancing down the track, but at least coming forward. They're tending to be going back. Very similar situation and playing that ball once again into the extra cover region. It could be a little bit of danger. He comes in again. Damari swings this one into the breeze. It falls just 1 bounce
Nathaniel is another player who bowls off spin, so there's another bowling option. But regards to playing off the back foot, I think Benter has chosen to play Raheem Cornwall off the pitch.
Oh, that one spun. That one went the other way. He came in with the arm. It was almost a reverse situation and he pitched. So, and then beat him outside the off stump.
Well bowled there, Raheem Cornwall from close to the stumps.
That was it. That's pitch. This time he drives down the wicket, down the ground. Oh, but a single. I thought it was coming towards the boundary. Didn't have on enough on it.
You know, the irony about Malik Walsh batting here is that he's playing against Liberta, the foundation club of his father, his brothers, his uncles. He's from Piggotts. He's playing against Piggotts. And Raheem Cornwall, his mother is from Piggotts.
Interesting situation. Here is Benter. Oh, this one. Okay, well, there is cover on the boundary. Oh, well, then Cornwall Jr. picks it up. In the end, I was wondering why Kofi James or that fielder didn't move towards it, but perhaps it was part of the plan. Over number 18 has been completed, Zorel. It's 71 for 1. A situation in which the score rate has dropped to under 3.94.
Yeah, 3.94, 71 for 1 of 18 overs. It requires a lot of work from here.
It is.
And if it's going to be the spinners that the BlackHawks are going to be engaged, it's going to take some good batting from the crushers. They have got to find one or two players who are going to attack the spinners.
That's right.
Either get down the pitch and hit them straight, or look to maneuver and allow them to bowl short and pull. But it's going to require a lot of work. That
233
is runs on the board.
Yes. And you speak about scoreboard pressure. Lovely shot. Chipped it, Malik Walsh over the head of Raheem Cornwall, but Kofi James was there for cover. So only a single. At least Walsh is now showing more positive intent.
He must be so frustrated not being able to, get the ball off the square, as the saying goes, in a grand finale. He certainly wouldn't want to be the one responsible for, bucking down his team's scoring rate.
To his credit, he started out with, opening the batting with not his captain, but in fact, Kadeem Henry. Kadeem Henry did belt young James for 21 in 1 over and scored 7 in the first. Here is Damari Benter driving this one, a ferocious shot over the head of Kadeem Phillip into the boundary for 4. And Benter is looking good.
And they're going to require a lot of those. He saw it flighted, he got to the pitch, he hit it straight. Didn't try to hit across it, didn't try to overhit the ball. Lovely shot back over the bowler's head for 4. They're going to require some more of those in order to get up to the asking rate.
Moves to 33. Kadeem Phillip is in again. He's out caught, is he? He's dropped by Yuri Smith. I've been unsighted once again by that pillar. But it was in the air and Yuri Smith did not take it. What do you make of that from your angle, Zorel?
Yeah, moving to his left, comfortable height. He got it. It went into both hands, but somehow didn't stick. Seemed to hit the top portion of the hand and spilled. Kadeem Phillip thought he had Benter worked out there. Unfortunately, the catch was dropped.
Tries again. This one is on the pads and he works it around. Regis Burton fires the return into Joshua Thomas. The second chance we have seen going to begin for the BlackHawks. There was a clear run-out opportunity with Regis Burton when Benter was almost in the crease with Walsh and the ball was thrown at the bowler's end instead of the wicket-keeper's end. Here we see Walsh getting a single and stroking the ball down to long on.
So 7 from that over is an improvement. Malik Walsh picked up 2 singles. Damari Benter, that lovely shot for 4 over the top. And then he was dropped by Yuri Smith at extra cover. But a lot of work to be done, but Benter seems to be up to the task. And I'm sure he'd want to urge and support young Walsh to come out of his shell, to start rotating the strike, get busy, and make a good fist of this chase.
Raheem Cornwall comes in, wrapped on the pad, ball angling down the leg side.
And again, we've seen a seven men saving singles, 4 on the off, and a man at short mid wicket, just back on the square, and a man at short fine leg. Malik Walsh has got to come up with something innovative.
Raheem Cornwall hits this one nicely out towards the long off. Over one bounce into the fence for 4. He has the capacity. He
Just shot. He's a good young player. It was flighted outside the off stump. He saw it. It was above his eye line, and he went through the line. Hit it one bounce into the boundary for 4. Good release shot there from Malik Walsh.
He moves to 18. Cornwall comes into him. He tries it again. He's in danger here. He's out caught. Taken easily and comfortably by Wilden Cornwall Jr. Just really flattered to deceive because he just struck Cornwall for 4, but then playing out into the cover region.
Yeah, it wasn't committed fully to that shot because it was wider. It was flighted. It was outside the off stump. There are 4 men in on the offside. And with a little more confidence, he could have hit it over the top. Easily hit it over the top. But he seemed not convinced that's the shot he wanted to play. In the end, he went through with the shot, took the outer portion of the bat, and easy catch to Cornwall running to his right. So the Piggotts Crushers would have lost the 3rd wicket. The rate at which Malik Walsh was scoring, it may not be a disadvantage for them. It gives them the opportunity now to send in someone who is going to up the ante. Someone who's going to attack the bowling, a new fresh of legs, someone hopefully with a little more confidence coming into the crease and looking to chase this target. It's a big target. They haven't gotten off to the best of starts, but they're 82 for 2 at this stage in the 30th over. So it's a relatively comfortable start. It's if they have the firepower to take them over the line.
Yes, certainly. A good start in terms of the platform which was laid. They started out with Walsh and Kadeem Henry. Kadeem Henry, he went gunning. And after 3 overs, he was on 25. The score was 31 without loss. But then after he departed, it was really him being caught off the bowling of Christian by James, who he had roughed up, roughly treated. 3 sixes in 1 over and a 4. To have departed at that stage, that may have put some pressure back on Walsh. But yet at the same time, what we saw was good rebuilding on the part of the Walsh Benta partnership. They added, 50 runs? Just exactly 50 runs, because Piggotts would have lost their first wicket on 32. And they're now 82 for 2. This is interesting. Elroy Francis, the captain of the Piggotts team, comes out. He can hit it around. This is a combination. 2 players who have played a lot of cricket together, from junior cricket, playing together, going around, playing all sorts of cricket together. So they have a clear understanding of each other. And I think this would be the critical part. This would determine, in my view, how far Piggotts get or to the total, or if they can go over the line.
But this is a platform that young players like Elroy Francis need. This game is being streamed, it's being followed, you never know where, around the world. Certainly, we know it's being followed in Montserrat. Former international umpire Basil Morgan certainly sent his regards set. And so, there are probably people watching all over the world. Elroy Francis spent last summer in the UK. So he has friends, he has a following. It's for him to now come here and dominate. We spoke about the absence of a League Lands tournament, but this is the platform. And young players like him can come and showcase and have people talk about them. Have people realize that, hey, there's some talent. This guy, Elroy Francis, bowled some overs. This guy, Elroy Francis, led his team to victory against a Raheem Cornwall, against a Kareem Agor. The stage is set.
Stage is set, and Francis' first delivery plays it into the onside. Yuri Smith fields, and there is no run. That's right, because your talking point there, the kind of opposition. Known opposition, you can do well. It raises some eyebrow. It gets you someplace. Coming forward, I did remember a few years ago at the start of the CPL, I remember hearing Marlon Samuels admitting that he would have seen baby Peters through you coming, that ball going down the leg side. You seeing Peters, he coming, observing Peters, blasting the run. And the result was Peters got into the franchise team. Right? These things happen.
Listen, there are opportunities that are waiting. You just have to be in the right place at the right time. And this is certainly a grand occasion. The West Indies game is finished. What are people watching? The IPL is finished. What are people watching? The opportunity is here now for LY France. He has a regional name. He has been in the West Indies under-19 setup. So people know him. What has happened to him since under-19 will be the question being asked.
That's right.
So if someone can tune in and look and see, then they can start to ask questions and start to say, hey,
why not?
Why isn't he at the Leeward's level, etc., etc.?
So let's see what this pair can do. Can they build? Can they get in full command? Oh, dropped once again. Is it Yuri Smith?
It is Yuri Smith, but it wasn't the easiest of catches. It was going away to his right. It was low. He had to dive to his right and dive forward. It didn't stick. Again, it goes down as a catch, but it was a
difficult one. Yes, because it wasn't just diving to the right or the left, but diving forward with a dying ball. So,
I think he saved 3 runs more than dropping a catch.
So Benter would have to look at himself. He has a commanding partner who has just come in. So Benter's role, he would still have to keep going and allow Elroy Francis Jr. to get his eyes in. And then the two can take it from there. 7.6 runs per over required. Kadeem Phillip comes into Elroy Francis, comes forward. The one criticism I would have had of Elroy Francis sometimes is he tends to overhit. Likes to get ultra aggressive, but he's a fine player. Extremely competitive with bat and ball. Really a good prospect. This time he comes forward and James fields and there is no run.
But game awareness is also important. He's got to realize he has to start with some singles. Look at the gaps.
Kadeem Phillip is well aware of these players. He would have played with the Piggotts team for a few seasons before returning to the BlackHawks. Here is Phillip to Francis. Goes back and he cracks this one nicely, also easily. Zorel Bartley into the cover boundary for 4.
Good shot. Short delivery and he spanked it. But I want to discredit Captain Kareem Agor for the angles that he had in place there. He brought a slip in early on, and the man at backward point and the man at cover never moved an inch to be adjusted. He also kept the short extra cover in Yuri Smith. So it means that there was more space. And the batsman, Elroy Francis, certainly found that space. -1 mark, Kareem Agor.
4-2. Elroy Francis Jr. gets off the mark with a brilliant 4. This time he goes back, but perhaps not feet moving to the ball, but playing with a horizontal bat. Back to the bowler. No run. That completes over number 21. 87 for 2. Piggotts Crushers, they are 147 runs behind. They would need to get those in the next 19 overs. And Zorel Bartley, it's over 7 runs per over needed. If they can continue in this vein, losing less wickets and set up the game towards the back end, they could be in for a shout. But it would be a challenge as Raheem Cornwall looks to continue. To Benter. Benter goes back and he spanks this one nicely out towards the cover boundary for 4.
And they have picked up the momentum. Good shot there from Benter. Reading Raheem Cornwall off the pitch. He waited until it pitched. He went back and he pounced in it, hitting it just forward of point, picking up 4 good-looking runs. And at this stage, I want to suggest that the BlackHawks are probably beginning to realize they need to now consolidate.
This time, Benter gets a good delivery. He was searching for that one. It was pitched up. It was coming into him. And the ball, he was attempting to play in the offside, but it went into the on.
Yeah, 7 runs and over is not huge on this pitch. It's a fast-scoring ground. The straight boundaries are not necessarily that big.
He goes down and he hoists this one over straight mid-wicket for 6. Excellent shot. It was flighted and he was equal to the task.
And there we are, 3 deliveries, 10 runs. And like we said, it's not a big ground, especially the straight boundaries. That's when he got under an off break, used his feet, got under it and hit it over deep mid-wicket. Good looking shot, 6 runs. The pressure certainly on Raheem Cornwall and the Liberta BlackHawks.
Really, they're climbing. Here is this one on the pad. That may have been, yes, Raheem was appealing, but the umpire says no. Benter was perhaps, he's down on the ground, so it was definitely high. They struck him in that soft spot, yes.
Raheem was a bit wily there. pitched it just about left stump. It was the arm ball. It was the ball bouncing and moving away from him, looking to have him go against the turn. He tried to play it, missed it, and was struck in the midsection.
Getting closer to the body, Raheem Cornwall. And Damari Benter having the skill set, having the right approach, being able to eke out a single. 98 for 2.
But Benter is a perennial scorer in local cricket. He's one of the foundations of this Piggotts Crushers team.
Here is Elroy Francis Jr. working it, getting a single. And the way in which these two are playing now, it has put some pressure on the Liberta fielders. They have now resorted to a few men on the boundary and also lessened the amount that they had in single saving positions.
And easily they picked up 12 runs in that over. Well done there to the Piggotts Crushers.
That's a huge over for Piggotts.
22 overs. And just to comment on the crowd that has come in today, you can definitely see a couple of things happening. People have been wary for events, and so they have come out to support. And they brought their coolers, they brought their umbrellas, and it's a lovely Sunday afternoon for cricket.
Kadeem Phillip to Elroy Francis Jr. Single taken down to Nathaniel on the long off boundary. The 100 comes up for the Piggotts Crushers. So just another 134 runs needed. I'm saying just, but it's not just. But it's a competitive 134 needed. And here is Elroy Francis coming forward to this. BlackHawks. Cornwall from his 4 overs, 1 for 22. Kadeem Phillip, none for 18 from 3.2 to date. Elroy Francis Jr. goes down the track and he pulls this one down to the field at forward of square or slight backward of square, only a single.
He'll be quite upset with himself not putting that full toss to the boundary. It was a gift. It was
definitely
intended to be a flighted delivery, asking him to come and hit straight. It was full pitch and he missed it.
He wanted to hit it too hard, I reckon, and too square. This time he comes forward. They're coming through for a single and they're capable of doing this. They're capable of putting pressure on the fielding team if they're running between the wicket.
With one delivery to go, or 2 deliveries to go in the over?
2, yes.
3 runs already conceded. They're looking for a boundary somewhere.
Good delivery from Kadeem Phillip. That one was right in the block hole. But Benter was able to get it at the bottom of the bat. Looks at the bottom of the bat. He's eyeing a 50 here. A half century's on 47. This time he comes forward and plays the ball with an angled bat. Kofi James fields. There is no run at the end of over number 23. Piggotts Crushers 102 for 2.
Good over there from Kadeem Phillip. He had a good line, except for that delivery that was full that Benter missed. Conceded a single there, but 3 runs in total conceded for that over. Elroy Francis seemed intent on playing himself in. He has not come in and looked to slug. He has not come in and looked to overhit the ball. He has looked to push it around, to get himself in and to look to build a partnership with Benter. We've seen the off-spinner, Kofi James, coming into the attack. As expected, Liberta BlackHawks are going to be depending on the spinners for the rest of this innings.
So Kofi James will have his first ball. And I expect that he would be flatter than Raheem Cornwall have been. That was a good one. That one came into the right-handed Elroy Francis Jr. covered up in the end. Senses an opportunity here. Push the Crushers closer to the target. Works it off the pads. Kadeem Phillip is just forward of, or just backward of the square leg umpire. Kofi James didn't do much with the bat, so would want to do something with the ball. Oh, Elroy Francis Jr. playing the ball forward and perhaps didn't pick up that there was the man you don't want to be on the move, Kareem Agor. And he rushed back into his crease.
Not looking for much turn there is Kofi James, looking more for his line. Looking to be, stump to stump. He's now taking the man from a deep point, bringing him up inside the circle, and putting in a deep backward of square. Deep backward, deep forward of square.
Kofi James also adjusting the short backward of square. This Elroy Francis Jr. trying a reverse sweep. The ball speeds to the boundary, but we're not quite sure if it took the pad. Yes, it did take the pad, and that could have been disastrous.
I mean, in today's white ball cricket, that is good batting there from Elroy Francis. Realizing that there's no one sweeping on the offside, he tried a reverse sweep. He missed it. It hit the iPad and went for 2 leg byes. But there was also a change in action there from Kofi James. Instead of looking to go stump to stump, he was then now asking Elroy Francis to hit into the breeze in the onside. There's a man at deep, and an additional man on the deep square boundary.
This time he tucks it around the corner. Fielder coming in off the forward square boundary and sends the return in. He just went back and placed it between the fielder backward of square and the square leg umpire. Good bit of work from Yuri Smith coming off the boundary. Kofi James, a good delivery. On this occasion, a very good over on the part of Kofi James. Over conceding what? 2 leg byes and the single run. So Kofi James tightening up things after the previous over from Raheem Cornwall.
That's a good KG over there from good KG cricket all round from Kofi James and from Elroy Francis, because when the field was changed, Elroy went into innovation. He tried to play a reverse sweep. So he's thinking on his feet. It means his game awareness is on, and he's trying to utilize whatever advantage there is. So expect some more of that as long as Elroy Francis is at the crease.
2 youngsters who have really matured well. These guys love cricket so much. I used to remember evenings they would want to play, even come and play win ball, and you have to find a way to get them home. So I'm very proud of their progress. Here is Francis Jr. He strokes it well. Really is always in command. And he's in a good mood because he's playing it along the ground. Once he gets into that groove, he gets into command gear.
Well, with 16 overs to go, Kareem McGraw is coming to the attack, obviously looking to maybe tie up 8 overs of his own from one end.
Well, having his first spell of 4 overs, just conceding 14 runs, yes, I was wondering if he would have held back a bit, but perhaps he senses a mood here from these players and would like to dismantle one of them.
And over the last couple of years, Kareem certainly would have picked up some experience playing with the USA team. In that team, he plays more as a left-arm spinner, well, flat left-arm slow bowler. So he has quite a bit of international experience on his belt at the moment.
This time here is Benter cutting this one out towards the cover boundary, but a single. They're rotating the strike well. Kareem McGraw has really improved. In fact, in this competition, good stop by Kadeem Phillip. Kareem McGraw has scored 339 runs, including 200. And his loud appeal. He's given out. This is a tough one for Piggotts. Elroy Francis Jr. being outfoxed by the man Kareem McGraw. And Zorel, this could be, I said this would be the critical path to a result. The question is, how much would the Piggotts be able to push through? They do have batting, but Elroy Francis Jr. going for 10 would be a severe blow to their chances.
It was a rank long hop outside the off stump. Short and turning away. Elroy's eyes lit up. He tried to hit it through the offside, but he looked to place it more than hit it. And unfortunately for him, took the edge of the bat and he was caught behind. Delight for the BlackHawks. They really wanted to see the back of Elroy Francis. And the Piggotts Crushers, they would not be too pleased. They now have to find someone who's going to come to the party. And I think Drew has gone to the crease. We saw him in the Cool and Smooth tournament a couple of years ago. A big, powerful hitter. A good striker of the ball. And if ever his village, if ever his club, if ever his community needed him, it was now. Let's see if he's up to the task.
Yes, all on Javier Jew's broad shoulders and tall build. He would have to compliment Damari Benter. He would have to provide first support to Benter, who has a good rhythm, has been striking well, and then he can go for the launch. After 25 overs, with 15 overs remaining, Piggotts crushes 109 for 3. For the next 15 overs, they would need another 125 runs, striking at 8.33 per over. And Kofi James is about to start his second over. Kareem Agor would have been happy with the outcome thus far as captain of the BlackHawks. Knows he still has the reliance on his overseas players at this stage. Benter, the man in the middle. Oh, that's a good delivery, but it was a bit high. Kofi James seems to be getting a little rip off the surface here. Appreciable movement.
Yeah, I don't think this pitch has really dried out. Never got sun overnight or this morning certainly, as it was wet overnight.
This time he pulls, but not a full-blooded shot. Gets a single.
Yeah, so what you find is that the ball is hitting the top of the surface and bouncing.
Well, so the 50 for Damari Benter has come up. Well played 50. 50 from 60 deliveries. How many fours, Christine? How many? 8 fours and 1 6. An excellent knock from this youngster.
Well played, Benter. As I said, he's accustomed to scoring runs at the local level. And I'm sure he wants to really make a big statement here today.
That's a good one from Kofi James. Javeju walking across and was cramped there on that occasion. Let's see how he handles. Backs away, is not ready. Would he go for it? Remember, the magic number is 234. The Liberta BlackHawks scoring 233. Here is Javeju being bold! Bold! He really was cramped. He had never committed to the shot. And Kofi James, though the ball was pitched outside the off stump, he was getting those drift and a little bit of ripper off the surface. And that one just really removed the bails. The Piggotts Crushers are on the decline, 110 for 4. Javeju goes for a duck.
Yeah, the two deliveries he faced, he didn't seem to know what was happening. As we said, he's a big hitter. He's a big, powerful striker. An old-fashioned type of village hitter, old-fashioned type of parish league hitter. Not too versed at the spin. And I think that is where Kofi James used the experience. A big off-break first, bounce and hit him in a tie pad. Second delivery, an arm ball, straight through the stumps. He was still playing for the turn.
Well, cricket can change so quickly. In a matter of 2 overs, what seemed like a good position for the Piggotts Crushers when they were going well at 104 for 2, now has been a decline, 110 for 4. 110 for 4 of 25.4 overs, still 14.2 overs to go, and they need another 124 runs with 6 wickets in the bag.
We always thought that the target was going to be a big one. It was going to be it would require a decent chase from the Piggotts Crushers. From here on in, with the experience of the spinners that the BlackHawks have at their disposal, that task is going to require special innings from here on. Someone has to come to the party for Piggotts.
Well, Brandon Jabaptiste, he has joined the party. He is going out with partner Damari Benter. Had a little hold up because one enthusiastic spectator decided they wanted to be in front of the restaurant there, Sticky Wicket.
I think the plans for the BlackHawks is that the motorcade back to Liberta this evening is going to go through Piggotts. At this stage of the game, it looks very much on the cards. Piggotts has to do something about it.
Well, if Piggotts want to have a motorcade, they would have to certainly reverse their fortunes. If we were to look back at the BlackHawks innings, the innings were pretty similar, Zoral. You and I were on. At that stage, it was 111 for 3, and then the fourth wicket fell on 111. And I remember remarking to you, at 111 for 3, all 3 ones, 3 wickets, that little suspicion, and then the fourth wicket came. Now it's 110 for 4. It would be interesting to see the comparison in terms of the overs here. Our very efficient scorers, I'm sure they're always on the ball. They would tell us that when the fourth wicket fell for Liberta, what was at 111, how many overs had he bowled? Let's look at it as Demari Benter strokes this one nicely, but out to Kadeem Phillip, to his left hand, which is his favorite hand, and no run. Difference though, Kareem go once again. It was what? 22.3. Not a lot of difference. So they may be about, 2 overs off, right? It was 22.3, 3 overs off. This time they will get a single. The point is, though, I think the difference was that innings from Kadeem Phillip, where he really came out and belted the ball around in partnership with Amar Nathaniel.
Yeah, certainly Kadeem put some momentum into the latter part of the BlackHawks innings and really propelled through the 200s into the 210s, 220s. Eventually ended up at 233.
Yes, so that was critical. So Piggotts would need an innings like this. Demari Benter, he may be under a little pressure because he has already gotten 50. So in his mind, do I carry the attack or do I wait? Or Kadeem Phillip, as though he was diving in the beach at Pigeon Point there, just dived over the ball, allowing the single to the Crushers and allowing Jean-Baptiste to get off the mark. 1-1-2 for 4.
But certainly, though, the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association ought to be commended for putting on this tournament and bringing it to a good conclusion.
Here is Benter trying to drive, but the ball coming off. I get the impression was not intended to be played forward or square, where it eventually went. Regis Burton fielding and a single. Karima go as though he's going to bowl out, as though he's going to just bowl through. Believes that he has all the experience in Rakeem Cornwall and Kadeem Phillip and also Kofi James.
I won't be surprised he bowls 2 overs and keeps himself back for 2. I think he considers himself to be the death bowler in this team, and he would just want to have that as a level of insurance coming down to the end in case it is needed.
I think just like in the semi-finals, it was needed. Him coming towards that end perhaps was the difference between Liberta being out of the finals or being in the finals.
Yes, it certainly was. I think they were all for the shouting. They were out of it. The Empire Nation had that game all wrapped up, and for some reason they managed to lose it.
Kofi James is back, starting his third. Benter glances the ball off the pad. Young James, it would be interesting to see. You saw young James. He was roughed up in his second over and all thought that he would have been taken out of the attack. But that's another part of Kareem Agour's leadership. This one is in the air, taken by Kadeem Phillip. And that's the end of the shout for Demari Benter. I got the impression that he expected to work the ball backward or square, but somehow hung the bat out a bit and the ball took a leading edge, lobbed in the air. Kadeem Phillip using all his experience, going under the ball and then tumbling over. Wicket number 5 with the score on 113. Zoral Bartley, it's not looking good for the Crushers.
Kadeem Phillip using the experience that he gained from the last over of diving. He practiced then. He certainly pulled it out this time, coming forward. Good catch, but like I said earlier, this pitch has some bounce. It has continued to bounce and turn. Benter was looking to turn it into the outside, took the leading edge, went up to the man of short mid-wicket, and a diving Kadeem Phillip ended up with a good catch.
Yes. Excellent catch. He would not forget the catch, Kadeem Phillip.
And you will not hear the end of it either.
You would not hear. And I think he's pushing himself, perhaps, in a possible position for a man of the match situation here, because the candidates, as we look at it, would be Amar Nathaniel, would also be Damari Benter. Kadeem Phillip with his 43, I think his 43, was invaluable and would have been the thing that really swung the momentum into the BlackHawks' favor. So he would not do himself badly by taking such a catch as that.
Yeah, and I mean, bearing in mind that he has represented the Piggotts Crushers from time to time in different tournaments, people, you know, who he's very familiar with. I'm sure there are a lot of trash talk taking place, and he certainly seems to be giving his fair share and coming out on the top here today.
Kofi James, 2 wickets for 2 runs, and he's in his 3rd over. Just giving up a run per over. This time he has been given a forward short leg and also a slip. Captain Kareem Agor is at slip. Young. In fact, that looks like, is it Cornwall
like
Jr.? Or is it Huey Smith? Going right down. So he's been given enforcement this time onto the pads. He's getting the ball to come back in. His off spinners. The new batsman is Gershom Phillip. So one of the senior statesmen in the Piggotts Crushers team.
Yeah, he came in at the fall of Elroy Francis's wicket.
And we are seeing here Philip and Jean-Baptiste. This one is just outside the off stump. Kofi James bowling with intelligence here. The offside field. Just to slip the backward point. The cover in Rakeem Cornwall and the deep mid-off in Regis Burton. The onside field has been strengthened. 2 men, one on the forward of square boundary, the other one on the long on boundary. Here is Kofi James fielding to his own bowling. And there are 3 men on the onside in a circle between a short fine leg, short man forward of square, and a mid-wicket in Kadeem Phillip. So they have strengthened the onside field. This time, that one came back at him, beat him completely and comprehensively, taking the glove of Joshua Thomas. That completes Kofi James's 3rd over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 2. Kareem Agor, who may be continuing, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. Zorel Bartley. It looks like a BlackHawks potential celebration here.
Well, the scoring rate has now gone up to about 10 and over. 121 required from 12 overs. It's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to take a big effort from the Piggotts Crushers. But it's a final, remember. They have nothing to lose. They have nothing to lose. They have got to go for it. They have got to try to get over the line. They have played good cricket to get here. They now can't stall.
So Kadeem Phillip comes back. You were right in picking Kareem Agor's mind. He has held himself back for 2. But he has brought on a fellow left armer in Kadeem Phillip to continue the bowling. This one is driven powerfully. Kofi James favouring the hand. Single there to Jean-Baptiste.
I think to the detriment of the Crushers, their main batsmen are back in the pavilion. And they were at least expecting that one of their main batsmen, most likely Benter, would have stayed until the end.
Yes. Crucial wickets. Benter and before him, Elroy Francis Jr. Kadeem Phillip comes in. Feels nicely to his own bowling. He looks inspired. He looks rejuvenated. Look on the western side. You see all the children also amongst the spectators. Children having fun. Here is Kadeem Phillip going back on this occasion and playing the ball. Phillip, you mentioned about people starved for activities. You would not believe it. I'll tell you an event I was at last night. Don't laugh when I say it. This time he's pulling across the line, not out. Yes, in the end, he's given. Kadeem Phillip celebrates. What did you make of that? Gershom Phillip trying to pull across the line, perhaps getting the pad in the way. Piggotts Crushers losing wicket number 6 with the score 114.
It was an arm ball. It was a quick one. He went back. It wasn't quite short enough for that. It rushed onto him. May have struck him on the back pad, and there wasn't much option there for the umpire. I think he was hitting halfway up middle stump.
Really, Kadeem Phillip joining in the action, taking that critical wicket of the senior statesman. And another senior statesman comes in, Greg Skeppel. Can Greg roll back some years? Because they're really in dire need. Because they're in dire straits here, Piggotts Squashers, chasing 234 for victory, 114 for 6. And the scoring rate, the required run rate, 10.59.
Yeah, Greg Skeppel in his heyday, you would have given him a chance, but not playing too much cricket these days. And, coming into the Piggotts Crushers team late in the season, he's trying to see his team over the line. It's going to take a big effort. But I'm sure he's gonna try. He's not gonna die without a try.
So Kadeem Phillip, he must be a happy man. 1 for 21. 4 overs and 4 balls so far. Kareem Agor, the captain, has a lot of experience to call on. You see Rakeem Cornwall directing traffic, setting the field on this occasion, pushing back. Looks like Cornwall Jr. back on the boundary, and also another fielder on the boundary there. Perhaps expecting some fireworks from Greg Zorel. They have 1, 2, 3 men on the boundary on the onside, a long one at mid-wicket, and one forward of just about backward square. Here is Greg Skeppel, goes back. Not get off the mark. Good brisk feeling on the part of Regis Burton, coming from the backward point position. So they're expecting Greg to go on the attack. Will Greg go on the attack? Kadeem to Greg. A full toss on the pads. Whips it off the pad. Gets one. Oh, good quick movement on the part of young Cornwall. Gets 2 runs. Skeppel coming through for 2. He gets off the mark.
He's always been a busy player, Greg Skeppel, and you could see the experience there in the run. He ran, he turned, looking at the ball, deciding it was 2. For some reason, at this stage of the game, I think it may be a little bit too much asking for Greg Skeppel at this stage. And but obviously, he's going to go down fighting. Hoping that along the way, his experience can guide his partner to maybe hitting a couple of sixes, taking the attack to the Liberta BlackHawks team, and really making a fight of this total.
So Kofi James ready to start his third. He has been good. He has been outstanding. 2 for 2 from 3 overs. Starting his 4th. This one has been struck. Lovely shot. Regis Burton comes around, tries to take the catch. The ball hits the palm, but goes into the boundary for 4. A gallant effort on the part of him, running around, covering a lot of ground. In the end, the ball going into the boundary for 4. And there we see Jean-Baptiste. Brandon Jean-Baptiste moving up to 6. 120 for 6. They're not giving up the ghost at all. Piggotts Crushers find themselves.
That's a good effort on the part of Regis Burton, running away to his left. In the end, he hung out a left hand and had a dive, hit the palm and went to the boundary for 4.
They're trying to make an adjustment, setting him straighter. Kofi James comes in. Once again, Jean-Baptiste is beaten. He was backing away and Kofi James followed him. The ball went between bat pad and stump. Kofi James once again. Jean-Baptiste realizes the urgency. He needs to score to get this rate because it's over 10 runs per over. 114 required at this stage from just 70 balls on the pads. And James Fields. So Malik Walsh at the top of the order scored 18. This was after Kadeem Henry scored a brisk 25. His 25 came off 18 balls. Bowl him! Kofi James takes his 3rd wicket. Kofi James bowling Brandon Jean-Baptiste, who was backing away, and Kofi headed towards the off stump, getting his 3rd wicket. The BlackHawks are really in celebrative mood. They have really had the Crushers stalled at 120 for 7. Zorel Bartley, what a decline from a position of about 104 for 2 to 120 for 7. Really, a decline over the last, 8 overs.
And I think the fat lady has certainly taken out her chair and her umbrella. She's queuing up. She's ready.
She's warming up.
Warming up. The fat lady certainly is ready to sing.
Really warming up. There is a lady over by the ABCA flag. I'm not quite sure he should be categorized as a fat lady. So I'm looking around the field. There may be a few fat ladies. I'm wondering which one is going to sing the soprano or the alto, because the Crushers have been stalled here. The BlackHawks beak may prove too much, but cricket, it's never done until it's done. So with Vincent Shedrack Jr., he can hit the ball. I have no doubt about that. But as we look back, Kofi James being real good with his bowling here. Kadeem Henry, he was the one who started and scored 25 from 18 balls. Really had 3 sixes and a 4, marshalling the cause. But once he departed, 32 for 1. There needed to be consolidation, and that came between Darren Benter and Malik Walsh. Malik Walsh, he caught Wilden Cornwall Jr. off the bowling of Raheem Cornwall for 18. But he stayed around quite long for those 18. Elroy Francis Jr., who joined Darren Benter. Both of them batted well, but it was Benter who really did the damage. He went on to get 52. The principal scorer of the Piggotts Crushers innings, 8 fours and a 6. He went after Elroy Francis Jr. was LBW to Kareem Agor for 10. And then at that stage, you thought that the BlackHawks were really ahead. Damari Benter, when he did depart, caught Kadeem Phillip off the bowling of Kofi James for 52 from his 66 balls. As I mentioned, 8-4 and a 6. In our view, it would have been that the Crushers would have given up the ghost, and since then they have stalled, losing Phillip and losing Jew, and then losing Jew and also Gershom Phillip. So now Kofi James is the man who will come into Vincent Shedrack Jr., and let's see how it goes. Shedrack Jr. comes forward. Kofi James, the Leeward Islands Pro, fields 3 for 6. 3.5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets. For 6 runs this time. He beat Shedrack Jr. with a beauty. Kofi James. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 16. Kofi James, the principal wicket taker here for the Liberta BlackHawks. Apart from that, you had James. Well, you also had Kadeem Phillip, Raheem Cornwall having 1 for 22 from his 4. Yuri Smith none for 7 from his 3. Kareem Agor 1 for 20 from his 6. Avia Christian 1 for 8, who took the first wicket from his 4 overs. And here is Kadeem Phillip being whipped off the pad by Greg Skeppel. They have gotten 1. Will they come back for the second? No, they have decided not. And Captain Kareem Agor, he's so strong. Rifles the return into Kadeem Phillip. And only a single. So, good going on the part of Kofi James. Really showing that he has what it takes. So the BlackHawks would have used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bowlers. Here is Kadeem Phillip, who fields to his own bowling. And there is no run. Piggotts losing wickets, 1 for 32. Kadeem Henry, 2 for 82. Walsh. Here is Greg Skeppel playing this one. In fact, Vincent Shedrack Jr. out towards the fielder at long on, and there is no run. Malik Walsh, 2 for 82. Elroy Francis Jr., 3 for 109. Javier Drew, 4 for 110. Damari Benter, 5 for 113. This time here is Greg Skeppel sweeping at that one and missing it completely. And there is no run. And then after being 5 for 113, they basically just lost 2 more quick wickets to be 120 for 7. Here is Greg Skepper pulling once again, and he's beaten all ends up. Kadeem Phillip has a big smile on his face because he knows that he's in reckoning for the Man of the Match award. However, the Liberta BlackHawks, who started this morning after being inserted by the Piggotts Crushers, they were batting well. Uri Smith came in at number 3 after Kofi James was caught on bowl by Joe Baptiste, of the bowling of Vincent Shedrick Jr. for 2. It was himself and ABCA Christian who really batted well to get the BlackHawks in a good position before Uri Smith was caught. Malik Walsh off the bowling of Diran Benter for 35, and then ABCA Christian, who scored 43, 42. He also did well. The key to the path, there was not a lot of runs from Kareem Agor, who scored just 19, and Raheem Cornwall, who scored only 10. But it was good batting on the part of Amal Nathaniel, who scored 51, and Kadeem Phillip at the end, who blasted an amazing 43 from 27 balls, including 2 4s and 4 6s, that really put the BlackHawks on their path to 234. And now here is Kofi James doing an excellent job with the ball. Ius Martin said it early. He said Kofi may not make a lot of runs, but still he can come and do something with the ball, and this is what he has done.
Yeah, smart guy. He knows his game.
Greg Skepper tries to swing, does not connect. Kofi James, another of those youngsters who could have fallen through the crack because of the system, but fortunately he was able to at least get himself into the Leewards franchise. Greg Skepper, this one over the head of the wicket keeper. They have gotten one. They will come back for the second. So a point for contention. The amount of spinners that we have had on the scene. In your time, we had a lot of fast bowlers. What is going on? Is it a good? Is it a decline? For instance, Liberta BlackHawks only 1 pacer in the squad. Before time, it would have been 4 fast bowlers or 5, and no spinner. Times have changed.
Times have changed, definitely.
Greg Skepper. Then again, the absence of that cutting-edge competitive spirit, as we say, in the Leewards tournament, would not have even presented some of them the option, because the most recent from the region would have been Alzari Joseph, and he was fast-tracked through the under-19 system. So let's look at our cricket. Here is Vincent Shedrick Jr. driving. He was another youngster with immense potential in his early days. Would have played for the national team. Here is Kofi James to Greg Skepper. Greg Skepper whips this one, but only to the fielder stationed on the back of the square boundary. He gets a single. I think the Piggotts men have all but given up. 8 overs remaining. Piggotts Crushers 128 for 7. 32 overs completed, 8 overs remaining. Zorel Bartley, they still need 106 runs.
A lot of runs. 8 overs, 106 runs at the back end of this game. Very unlikely for it to happen. But, we just want to celebrate what has been a good weekend of local cricket and hope that it continues from here.
The intensity of the BlackHawks, it's amazing. They are on top, and yet you see they're carefully spending time about setting the field. You see Raheem Cornwall directing traffic. The umpire signaling power play. And it looks like the youngster. Is it Raheem Cornwall Jr.? Sorry, is it Wilden Cornwall Jr.? I'm giving Raheem, who is not due to him. And Raheem Cornwall setting Kadeem Phillip out on the long leg boundary. He has Kofi James out on the mid-wicket boundary. This time he's down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. He's out. Run out. Greg Skepper. In fact, an amazing situation, Zorel Bartley.
Here was Wilden Cornwall Jr. seeing Greg Skeppel going across the wicket, having an almighty heave. The umpire, standing umpire, Laurie signaling wide, and while he was signaling wide, there was Joshua Thomas having the bails being removed. Greg Skeppel ambling out of his ground, and umpire Geese giving the decision. Piggotts Crushers, they are now being placed in a situation of surrender, 128 for 8. And I am not quite sure how they're seeing themselves, because Vincent Shadrack Jr. would be unable to pull them out of this hole, as he's been joined by Moore.
Greg Skeppel, not sure what happened there. He looked bemused at the end, but so be it. He's out on the way. And the Piggotts Crushers are falling fast.
Yes, in fact, being confirmed as stomp out, Greg Skeppel. So Wilden Cornwall Jr. gets a wicket. So what, another wide? 129 for 8. So somebody says that the ship is sinking. Was it the Crushers is a ship? Man, the ship is really sinking quickly in the St. John's Harbor or in the Northern Harbor, and the BlackHawks are flying all over, sending the signal to the other Hawks in Liberta. Excellent ball from Wilden Cornwall Jr. with his left armers. Comes from an angled approach. Passes the umpire. Goes into the batter. Another wide. 3 wides in this over. 129 for 8. 130 for 8. So Moore gets off the mark. Out to Kareem Agor on the long on boundary. Game that has not turned out to be as competitive as we anticipated. BlackHawks proving to be too strong for the Crushers. This one has been pulled down to back with a square. The big fella, Kadeem Phillip, who has all right to celebrate, comes off the boundary. Sends the return back to Joshua Thomas. The wicketkeeper who relays it to Wilden Cornwall Jr. Here is, good delivery on the part of Wilden Cornwall Jr. Just outside the off stump. Moore was dabbing at that, but didn't really get a bat onto it. Cornwall comes into Moore. Moore, good stop on the part of Yuri Smith. So no run there. 132 for 8. Still 102 runs adrift. With 8 overs remaining after this one. Wrapped on the pad. Appeal from Cornwall Jr. Not out, says the umpire. Cornwall Jr. Wilden Cornwall Jr. completing his first over. May have conceded a few wides. And the BlackHawks will give everybody perhaps an opportunity to bowl, because they have utilized 8 bowlers so far. And it looks like Regis Burton is warming up to come and bowl. And say the ship is sinking. Crushers did come with high hopes. Those hopes are being dashed every second of this game. Just to remind you that this morning Crushers won the toss. They, instead of having first bite or first strike, they invited the BlackHawks. BlackHawks were in a spot of bother as early as the 3rd over, when Kofi James was caught by Joe Baptiste at a short square leg position of Vincent Shadrack Jr. for 2, and the score was 3 for 1. Here is Regis Burton with his first bowl, and Shadrack Jr. just works it into the onside, fielded by Wilden Cornwall Jr. There is no run. Then A.V. Christian was joined by Yuri Smith, and the two really came together well. Driven by Vincent Shadrack Jr., a powerful drive, but only as far as Kofi James. Score moves to 133 for 8. Those two really batted well.
Seth, I'm sure as a supporter of the BlackHawks and as a villager, you're very much going to be a part of the parade heading out through Piggotts.
Well, I'm not sure.
The Piggotts score and not very pleased with some of the comments that we're making, but it's the reality of the situation.
I am not sure about going through the Piggotts part of the parade. You know, I try to get away from parades these days, but you can't tell Kenny Benjamin that I would not be joining that.
And again, I'm being very impartial here, you know, as a commentator. I'm definitely not speaking as a sponsor.
Well, you can't. It will be really a Black Hawk parade, but the Crushers, they can join us, you know. Here is it's Sweet Saver here. Regis Burton, happy to get his hand on the ball. Came in at number 9. This time, missed some there by Joshua Thomas. He was beaten all ends up. Shadrach Jr. coming down. Regis Burton completing his over. This is the 9th bowler to be used by the BlackHawks, and they're doing it in style. 134 for 8 after 34 overs. 100 runs required from 6 overs. That will be about 16 runs per over. And the game is all but dusted. Just the final rights. What was built up to be an exciting final has sort of tapered out into a one-sided affair at this stage. Wilden Cornwall Jr. being driven out to long off, and only a single. But the BlackHawks would really have to give much credit to their batters. We did mention that partnership first between Xavier Christian and here is Wilden Cornwall Jr. fielding to his own bowling. The ball ricocheting to substitute fielder, and there is no run. After Kofi James went, it was that Yuri Smith, Xavier Christian partnership of 64 that really brought the BlackHawks to lay a solid foundation. Yuri Smith, he really batted well and batted well for 35. Xavier Christian stuck around for 42. He would have been pretty happy with his performance. Kareem Agor, he came, added to the party, just 19. But the key was also Amar Nathaniel really batting well in tandem as well with Christian, and he scored 51. But there was Kadeem Phillip. Oh, a lovely shot. Not even the diving fielder could have stopped it, but a great sliding performance by Amar Nathaniel, showing that he's a true professional. That even at this stage of the game, with his team in a position in which they cannot lose, he just really sped across the boundary and stopped what would have been 4. Cornwall Jr. beats the man who really tried to whack that. That's Shadrach Jr. And there is no run. So, good performance. Kadeem Phillip is 43 from 27 balls, 2 4s and 4 6s. Really was imposing. Nathaniel, though he batted through, he was 7th out and was the top scorer. And after that, you could say it was a great combination of bowling by the Liberta BlackHawks that really placed them into this position. Shadrach Jr. plays the ball from Wilden Cornwall Jr. Out to mid-off, no run, 138 for 8. Shadrach Jr. is on 7, Moore is on 3. Cornwall Jr. finishing his second over, 1 for 8. For the Piggotts Crushers, though, there were 3 wickets for 48 from Damani Benta. Elroy Francis Jr. 1 for 27 from Kadeem Henry. But at the beginning, Vincent Shedrack Jr. with 2 for 33, and he took out Kofi James and also Raheem Cornwall. Pretty good performance, but the batting has not proven to be the best batting performance from the Crushers. Regis Burton, he's got a bowl over number 36. Right arm over the wicket to Vincent Shedrack Jr. Sheddy goes down, hits it in the air. He will be taken. Kareem Agor takes the catch. And wicket number 9 goes down. Piggotts surrendering. The umpires are conferring perhaps, but there's no signal of no ball. So it is clear that Vincent Shedrack Jr. really messed up. It was a full toss, and he just perished.
Yeah, and this game is coming to an end. There's not going to be a big challenge. It's going to be a big win for the BlackHawks here. But again, it's the end of a good Super 40 over put on by the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association. Congratulations to all those involved.
Yes, and Trevenson Attlee walks out as the number 11. Piggotts really behind. They are 98 runs adrift. They need another 98 to win. That is improbable because they're 138 for 9. 35.1 overs been completed. So 4 overs and 5 balls remaining. That's what? 30 plus 4, 34 balls. 35 balls remaining to get 98 runs. Rather improbable. BlackHawks just needing to take a wicket or to bowl out the overs. So as we look back, the Piggotts Crushers would be disappointed. They would be disappointed. They came with high hopes, leading 234, which we thought was par. But against this powerful Liberta bowling attack, it could have been problematic. As we mentioned, top order took a while to be stabilized, but here is Regis Burton being defended by Attlee because Kadeem Henry, after he would have gotten 25, once he perished, Malik Walsh and Demari Benter. Walsh took some time. Here is a 4 by Trevenson Attlee, pulling that one around from Regis Burton for 4. Score moves up to 140 for 9. So Piggotts Crushers could not stand the pressure of the BlackHawks. So Malik Walsh, he got 18. Kadeem Henry, he got 25. Demari Benter batted remarkably well. 52 from 66 balls, 8 fours and a 6. He was really the standout player. Here is Attlee driving this one out towards the extra cover region. Kadeem Phillip comes around, picks it up, and he gets 2 runs. Pushes the score up to 144 for 9. Still 90 runs needed. And that is quite improbable at this stage. Elroy Francis Jr., he got 10. Here is Attlee flashing at this one, does not connect. Javier Jew, he made a duck. Brandon Jean-Baptiste, he made 6. Gershom Phillip, he made a duck. Oh, Regis Burton, that's a definite. Is it a no ball? That's a high one. Not called by the umpire. They get a single. And that completes over number 36. So 4 overs remaining. Piggotts Crushers 145 for 9. And they are behind by 89 runs needed for victory. In fact, they're calling for a drinks break? Or is it all over? Huh? So the players are in the center. So let's continue with the card. Greg Skeppel, he went for 8. Vincent Shedrack Jr. not out 3. More. He also departed. So the players are out there. They're getting some drinks, some refreshment at 145 for 9. 89 runs needed. 4 overs to go. And Liberta BlackHawks, they are just warming up for the celebration. My friend, what's your name again? Leah? Andre. Drew. Leah. So we have been well served by our scorers, Christine Mills and Aliyah Andrew. And they really kept us abreast. In all the circumstance, it has been our pleasure to bring you broadcasts. We were joined by Anthony Iwoots Martin, the former West Indies leg spinner, and Zorel Bartley, the former West Indies under 19 captain. Colin James also stepped in for a brief moment, but we were happy that we could have updated you and kept you abreast. Liberta BlackHawks, just about on the verge of celebration. 233 for 9 they scored after being inserted, and perhaps Piggotts crushers would have been thinking, why did we let the BlackHawks in? Zorel, they may have thought, why did we let the BlackHawks in by winning the toss and inserting them? But they thought perhaps that was the best way to go.
I don't think they had a choice. It started on the overcast conditions. There was moisture in the pitch. All morning there had been overcast conditions. And they probably thought that maybe it would come down to a Duckworth Lewis in case it rained after the game had started. So I don't think they had a choice in terms of inserting the BlackHawks. What they could have done better is that when they had the BlackHawks under pressure, was to consolidate that pressure, was to build up, but they allowed the BlackHawks to get away. Even in the middle of the innings when Raheem Cornwall couldn't get the ball away, and 10 runs for 30-something deliveries. Then in the end, they allowed Kadeem to come in and do his thing.
But with 233 being posted, they may have felt that they had a chance still. Their batting did not prove that, because apart from Dimari Benter, which is 51, 52, the rest of the batsmen did not really put their hands up with his 51. Here is William Cornwall Jr. beating the bat of Trevon Attlee. So Moore and Attlee are there. Vincent Shedrack Jr. would have departed. Here is an adjustment to the field, perhaps reinforcement here. They have brought in fact, is it Cornwall? In fact, they have brought someone into the slip position. This one is pulled out to long on. Only a single to Trevon Attlee. Did not bowl the way he wished when Piggotts Crushers started the innings against the BlackHawks. Now he's trying to perhaps see how many runs he can get. But he has given that opportunity to Moore. For Crushers, Shedrack Jr. 2 for 32. Moore comes forward. Darren Benter 3 for 48, along with his half century, maybe in the reckoning for man of the match. Trevon Attlee. His 3 overs when he bowled, none for 31. Kadeem Henry, who opted for left arm orthodox, scored, well, in fact, took 1 for 27 in his 8 overs. Also bowling out, Elroy Francis Jr., 2 for 33 from his 8. And Moore, none for 50 from 5. So 2 bowlers going for over 10 runs per over. Piggotts batted. This one driven by Moore. So both Moore and Attlee proved expensive for Piggotts. For the BlackHawks, well, 37 overs have been completed for the BlackHawks. They have been relatively tight, and they are delighted to be in a winning position. Zorel Bartley, 3 overs remaining, an improbable 88 required. They're 146 for 9, and I think they're just waiting a matter of time to see whether a wicket can fall to hold the win or whether the overs would be bowled out.
Yeah, but like we said, runs on the board is going to be challenging in this final scenario.
Reaches Burton. Hit by Atley out towards Karim Phillip, who is taking his time on the ball. Happy that it does not cross the rope. Atley gets 2, gets into double figures, moves to 10, 148 for 9.
And so the Blackhawks, I mean, this is their 13 final in 15 years. How many have they won set? Are you aware?
As far as I know, they would have won 12 prior to this in this particular format. And they're just the dominant team in local cricket. And when you look, I know sometimes people may think we have what we call conflict of interest, but, you know, as sponsor and also as a villager, as trustee, you know, at the club level, when you look at it, the club has also put out international players when others couldn't. Not to boast, really, but Raheem Cornwall, Kareem Cornwall, Kareem Agor, they have been amongst those. Hayden Wall Jr.
Even Jamal Hamilton.
Precisely.
He made his West Indies debut. He was a Blackhawk.
Right. So here is Regis Burton. To Trevenson Atley, swings this one out. This is it, is it? The catch taken. Celebration time for the Blackhawks. Piggotts Crushers being bowled out for 150. Liberta Blackhawks winning by 83 runs. And what a victory with 2.3 overs remaining. A comprehensive win in this, the Super 40 final of the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association. PIC Liberta Blackhawks really hammering, dismantling the Piggotts Crushers for 150 after posting 233.
A very well-deserved victory here by the Blackhawks. They played good cricket. They consolidated when they lost wickets in their innings. And towards the end, they caught up and took advantage of the bowling attack then. Got up to 233 and came out and defended it, which was expected with a number of spinners in particular that they were putting on the park, the experienced players. And so we're saying, 14 out of 15? You're winning this Super 50 tournament. Well done to the PIC Liberta Blackhawks. Well done to the Piggotts Crushers. And it bodes well that probably two of the better organized clubs in local sports got to the finals here today. And I think it speaks well. It speaks volumes of what organization does. The spectators came out today despite the early showers and the overcast conditions. It was a good day for cricket. It was a good atmosphere. I think you're going to have a challenge to get the people who are here away from this venue in a hurry. They're probably going to be looking for some after party, some level of after party, something to celebrate. People have been locked down for quite a while, and they probably see it as an opportunity to get out and about. So congratulations to them, to both teams. Congratulations to the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association for putting on this event. It's come on the back of them hosting international cricket. It's come on the back of some good work that they have put in. They hosted this event last year. Bethesda, remember, CUB Bethesda are the defending champions. Didn't make it to the Final Four. Congratulations, PIC Liberta Blackhawks.
Yes, congratulations all, with the Blackhawks being emerging winners by 83 runs with 2.3 overs to spare, winning comprehensively here from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds on behalf of our scorers, on behalf of our technical crew, on behalf of our commentators, including Zorel Bartley and Colin James and Anthony Martin. I'm Seth Burton saying a good evening, a good Blackhawks win.
it up. And the bills, them, the rent, and the mortgage due. Yeah. When the chalice, when your best friends are gone and it's only you. Get up a strip and make the music scanning sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget the troubles and rock with me. You don't feel the reggae music sweet. Yeah, yeah, it's scanning sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget the troubles and rock with me. You don't feel the reggae music sweet. Yeah, yeah, it's scanning sweet. For every pain there's a melody. Yeah, for every trouble there's a harmony that brings everything together. So make us sing together. And who's the light no order? And every man got this struggle. I beg you to help me, Lord. And let me overcome my troubles. Can't get sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget the troubles and rock with me. You know feel the reggae music sweet. Yeah, yeah, it's skanking sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget the troubles and rock with me. You know feel the reggae music sweet. Yeah, it's skanking sweet. We skanking till the morning come. Until the day when my troubles are. Hallelujah. We're grooving in our life. We're grooving on my troubles away. Everybody wanna feel like the troubles and the right. You know feel like reggae music, see.
Yo. Yo, one. Yo, 1, 2. Yo, 1, 2. Dribbler.
If you stand up for those down on the knees and lend a voice to those who cannot speak, if you shine a little light, give sight to the ones who've lost the way, there's a place for people like you. I've heard that the streets are made of gold. And when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down
My dear lady, have your parents never told you be careful with the company that you keep? I apologize. Hello. Good afternoon. Chicky, good to go.
Father God, it's me again. Father God, it's me. Yes, son again. Another my blood breath in a man. One today, just go inside. Father God, I made them fight me so hard. I look at things and me no coward. I look at things me put me trust in the Lord. Them want me for dead in the mouth like that. No make the hope you walk out them get no reward. No make them get no reward. No make the hope you walk out them get no reward. Just see them sitting when I fight against me. I see them real Judas and the friend them need fight against the king. Read the songs and realize I know nobody them. Them a try set me up with this body them. Successful life that I bother them. Come up and kill his snake and the ladder them. Father God I made them fight me so hard. I lucky things to me no coward. I lucky thing me put me trust in the Lord. Them want me for dead in the mouth like that. No make the hope you walk and them get no reward. No make them get no reward. No make the hope you walk and them get no reward. Yeah, oh no. Everybody know I see a goody man from I feel make it out. Just a goody man done. Them a put me in a dark with me holy lantern. From the goody house to me holy mansion. Can't take the visa, them can't do no sanction. So everywhere me go I stand innovation. Judge a pick me never lose in no occasion. Men know me, the new innovation. Hey, Father God I make them fight me so hard. I look at things that me no coward. I look at things me put me trust in the Lord. Father God, no make the hope you walk and them get no reward. No, no, no make the hope you walk and them get no reward. No, no, Father God, no make none of them get no reward. Father God, no make them get the reward. Go again. It's me. It's me again. It's me again. Yeah, Father God, I make them fight me so hard. I look at things to me no coward. I look at things me put me down. That's how I go stand. Just link up with me dad, mineral boss. You know, go on the side, mineral progress. We know you know nothing with you. If you're not showing progress, man, we go through life without no stress. Be friends with some people that's hopeless. Cause I want them to come with the things and them screw. I just saw them come down. Ask where your bread come from. I just You couldn't work with a nigga. From him I work with me. Mama said couldn't mix with a lot of evil. The devil in a lot of people. From me I feel the energy in that. Like the good body to the real. Nah, you can't trick me and kill me in a day. Ah, the man say never let me won't stay a woman live. Ah, you can't trick me and kill me in a day.
Adios, mi amor. If you walk out through the door, goodbye, my love. I won't take it anymore. Adios, mi amor. Russia, you take me for a joke. If you feel like you have me wrapped up around your little finger, you're wrong. And everybody feel as if I you lick me chip and I'm programmed to you. Think I you alone can love me and I'll be broken if you walk out. But anytime you decide to pack up your things and leave, don't come back. One more, don't come back. I won't cry, I'll be fine. Don't come
If you done them already, get back to the money. All them a preach and preach, but over they go beat and teach. Them a try but I don't know them can't reach. Go and back up your grandmother to reach. Them a dump in the street and mistake, over they go beat and teach.
A very pleasant good afternoon to each and every one. First of all, let me congratulate all the teams for a great Super 40 tournament. We had a good 7 weeks. A good 7 weeks of competition. Today, we witnessed a match between the PIC BlackHawks and the Piggotts Squashers. And I must say, these two teams had a slow start to the competition. But as it goes in cricket, it is a game of glorious uncertainties, and it is not over until the fat lady sings. I didn't really sing today, but it's not over until the fat lady sings. With that being said, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the 2022 Super 40 champions, the Liberta BlackHawks. At this time, I would like to acknowledge the directors of the ABCA and the Director of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Jimmy Adams. Our presentation party for this afternoon consists of Mr. Enoch Lewis, President of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, Mr. Leon Kuma Rodney, President of the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Mr. Elkanah Charles, Treasurer of the ABCA, and last but by no means least, our former Minister of Sports and President of the NOC, the Honorable E.P. Chet Green. At this time, we have a few brief remarks from some persons. The first one being our President, Mr. Leon Kuma Rodney.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and our Secretary of the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association. Very, very brief. I just want to thank all the teams for their participation in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association S40 Tournament 2022. I think that all the teams should be given a serious round of applause. Thank you very much. I cannot forget the umpires, give them a round of applause. The match referees, and to you who would have supported all the teams, your teams, and even to the semi-finals and the finals, the third and fourth place, and today's finals prove that if we continue to support local sports, and if you notice I said sports, Because notwithstanding that cricket now becomes a major sport, we all must give focus to sports in our team and badminton. And having Piggotts being the president of the NOC here today will tell you sports are important to the nation. I don't know if they fully get it from when he sits in the cabinet and weekend and so forth, but nevertheless, he had to take some blows. So I just want to thank everybody for such a superb tournament, for your support and everything. And thanks to all the teams, blessed to Piggotts and to Liberta BlackHawks for winning the tournament 2022. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We now call on Mr. Enoch Lewis, President of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board.
Good afternoon, all. It is my pleasure to be here this afternoon, not only to say a few words, but more so to witness the cricket. I am pleased that the Board of Directors of the local association, that is the ABCA, is doing a fantastic job in ensuring that cricket is being played across the island. I think they deserve a round of applause. Let me also take time to say thank you in a big way to the sponsors of the team, the sponsor of the tournament, to the ground owners, the CCG ground owners, to Nelly, Crystal and Company for making the facility available. I want to also say congratulations to the Piggotts team for coming this far. And I think they deserve a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Piggotts came up today against a team that has international bowlers in its mix. And so to compete against that should only make them better going forward. And I'm looking forward to the growth because I saw growth today in that they scored, yes, 150 against a team, like I said, including international and regional bowlers. So I think they did a wonderful job and deserve a second round of applause. But of course, I have to say congratulations to the champions. I think they were favorites coming in, and they played like favorites, and they won the tournament for yet another year. Congratulations in order to the Liberta BlackHawks. My thanks are not finished because I want to say thank you to the commentators, to the umpires, right? Who did I miss? Did I miss anybody? But yes, to the coaches, to the ground staff, and gentlemen, I want to say a special congrats to the ABCA again for playing this game at this facility. Let me tell you something, right? These players aspire to play at international level. And when it comes to finals, if you have international facilities available, that is exactly what they should play at. And so I want to congratulate the ABCA on making that decision. Ladies and gentlemen, in wrapping up, I think you, the crowd, deserve a round of applause for supporting local cricket. And I say this because I have been to test match previously where one of these gentlemen gets selected to West Indies, and somebody is asking me, which one of them is Joaquin Cornwall? Which one of them is Alzari Joseph? Saying, well, you should know that if you watch local cricket. So obviously, we need listening to me. Have a good evening. Congrats again to the champ, and everybody have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Now I know this person cannot wait to take the mic, so without further ado, I invite to the microphone the former Minister of Sports and President of the NOC, the Honorable E.P. Chetweed.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I recognize the President of the ABCA, the Treasurer of the ABCA who is smiling today, and of course, our own President of the Lions School Association, Enoch Lewis. I'm confident that today is not a day for speeches, but a day to allow Liberta and Libertans to celebrate this momentous moment. You can all understand my nation today. Today is Liberta Day. And so to the second place team, I don't like the word losers, the second place team from Piggotts, you came with a very big name of crushers, you leave here crushed. To the PIC BlackHawks, I say congratulations. You're maintaining a tradition, a rich tradition of Liberta community of winning. And so congratulations in order to you, players, coaching staff, management staff. I'm sure the entire community is now waiting for arrival, and so I won't be long, except to say to the people of Liberta, let me hear you in the crowd, Libertans. Once again, we've proven our dominance in local cricket. Let me quickly commend the ABCA on this particular competition. COVID conditions, country recovering, rebounding, cricket, which is like a religion in our country, is dealing with the path in recovery. The President of the Lions Board made a comment which I identify with. That is that our players must be exposed to the use of our top-notch facilities when we have finals of cricket, and I dare say any other sport in this country. Unlike the President of the ABCA's view that nothing much is done at the level of government, I want to remind you that the government of Antigua and Barbuda invest in this facility to make sure that cricket can be played internationally here in Antigua and Barbuda. So I want to congratulate Liberta once again. As the second runner said, we are the winningest team in cricket in Antigua and Barbuda. And we will continue to win under the watch of Kenneth Benjamin as our coach and a cadre of players to make our community proud. God bless Liberta. Long live Liberta. Let us keep on winning Liberta.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Moving along, at this time we get into our presentation, and Mr. Elkanah Child will be making these presentations. As I call your name, please make your way to the front. We have the man of the match for our semi-final number 1, and that goes to Elroy Francis from the Piggotts Crushers. Man of the match, semi-final number 2, none other than Kadeem Philip from the Liberta From our third place match, which was held yesterday, the man of the match for that game was Michael Dover from the All Saints Pythons. And we now call on a representative from Empire Nations to collect their fourth place check. We now have some individual prizes. Bowler for most Piggotts, L.Y. Francis. We now have the batsman with most runs, Darren Benter. After this presentation, we will have the man of the match for the finals. But before we do so, we're going to ask for a representative from the Piggotts Crushers to come and collect the check. For the second place winner. All right, and now we have